Bright like a diamond from Botswana to the world, the National Stadium in Gaborone welcomes you to the 8th edition of the World Athletics Relays and to Africa's first staging of the event. The continent is ready, the athletes are ready, and there are World Championship and Ultimate Championship places ready to be secured over the next 2 days. A warm welcome from myself, Chris Temple, and the team here inside the National Stadium, where the weather is set absolutely perfectly. Temperatures in the high 20s, an enthusiastic local crowd already in, sun shining, relatively still, and as you can see, protective measures for some of those who are going to be spending an exciting 3 hours in the sunshine here in Gaborone. There is the timetable. We have 6 events across the 2 days, which will be comprised of 18 races, the best part of 700 athletes we're expecting to take to the track over the course of today and tomorrow. We'll be starting very shortly with the newest event on the World Athletics program, the mixed 4x100 meters, and almost 3 hours then of high-octane, high-stakes relay action. We say dumelang and welcome to Botswana from myself, Chris Temple, as the locals stream into the stadium, and I'm delighted to have the 2004 Olympic 400 meters champion, the 2005 world champion over 400 meters from Bahamas, Tonique Williams, alongside me in commentary here in Gaborone. And tonight, these queues were snaking around the venue when we arrived hours ago. The enthusiasm here is certainly high.
Dumelang, Chris. It's certainly a relay extravaganza inside the Diamond City. And yes, we arrived we arrived very early this morning just to try to get ourselves settled and watch the athletes and all of Botswana come in. And so we're certainly set for a very, very exciting day today.
Well, that is the sights, the beautiful countryside around the arena. That is the warm-up track. In fact, you can see in the distance there the University of Botswana Stadium, which is a short bus ride, just a minute or two's bus ride from our main venue here. Zimbabwe's team are getting ready. 40 nations have made it here to Botswana. We just lost one from the initial entries that were confirmed. Venezuela, the only team who haven't arrived, so 40 other nations will be competing. Many of the European nations have been out in Africa on training camps over the course of the last few weeks, but this is the team that will carry the fervour of the locals here inside the National Stadium. Of course, the world champion 4x400 metre men's team, the individual men's 400 metre world champion as well. And a certain Leslie Tobogo, who we will likely see in one of the events. He stated that his priority is to qualify the men's 4x100 meters team for the World Championships. But just imagine, I mean, you've been there tonight, you've been part of the organising committee in Bahamas when this event has been there. The pressure that these Botswanan athletes are going to be under today to perform.
Yes, certainly. It's always difficult when you have to perform in front of a home crowd, but we know that especially the men's 4x4 and 4x1, they're certainly prepared. They've done well inside these events in the past, and we heard in the press conference yesterday that still, you know, he's just going to take it one event at the time. He didn't promise a showing in the 4x4, but he certainly said he will be with his teammates in the 4x1, and so certainly we're expecting all of Botswana relays to do well. As the home team, they get to enter a relay in each event, and so we're certainly cheering for the home team, and we hope that they perform very well today.
And the South Africans, who are, well, they're 20 minutes from home, basically. The South African border is just 20 minutes southeast from where we are here in Gaborone. Ethiopia there in the foreground, making their first appearance at a World Relays in the 4x4. They are a team that is extremely young and inexperienced. So from that point of view, it is great to see Ethiopia down at the shorter distances here on the world stage as well. The Australians have a strong squad here, of course, coming off an outdoor summer in the home nation as well. And of course, it's going to be important to remember tonight that for all of these countries from all around the world, their seasons are all at different stages, aren't they? You know, you've been in the US, over in the Caribbean, people have been running outdoors for weeks. The Australians and the New Zealanders are coming off a long outdoor season as well, and Europe's not got going really yet.
Well, you know, luckily they had World Indoors this year, and so some of them have already been prepared. And then, of course, there's the Ultimate Championships later on in the year, and so there are a lot of teams hoping that they will be able to make that championships, and to do that you have to be here. And so we'll be seeing a lot of teams have showed up, and they're gunning for those spots. It's only going to be 6 spots from the mixed relays, and so you have to be here today to run the mixed 4x1 and 4x4 in order to grab one of those spots.
Just seeing the French team here who, like the Botswanans here, or the Botswana I should say, to be completely accurate, know exactly what it's like at a major event to be performing under the pressure of the home nation. Fantastic to see Ukraine here. They only have 1 team here in the World Relays. It is in our very first event, the mixed 4x100 meters, which is coming up very shortly. And as Tanique says, there are 2 rounds of qualification for the World Championships. We will be talking you through that exactly as we go through. But effectively, the top 2 teams from each event today will definitely qualify for the World Championships in Beijing next year. The mixed events also have the bonus of qualifying for the World Athletics Ultimate Championship, which is a fantastic celebration. Lots of exciting new additions to that coming up in Budapest in September. Only the mixed events, the 4x1 and the 4x4, are in that Ultimate Championship. So it's almost a bonus for teams to send strong squads in the mixed events, and we've certainly seen that. We'll meet the teams in just a moment who are lining up for our mixed 4x1. There you can see the proximity from the warm-up stadium at the University of Botswana to here inside the National Stadium in Gaborone, where luckily we, Tanique, are in the only stand that's in shade today because it is a warm afternoon.
Yes, this is great weather for the athletes. Really, it's warm, the sun is out, but I think these are ideal conditions. It's not too hot, and it seems to have somewhat of a breeze, just a teeny bit of breeze there, but they're going into their winter somewhat, and so the weather has just been beautiful for this time of year here in Botswana.
So the athletes are getting ready on the track for our first heat. Once we get going, it is going to be thick and fast through the next 2.5 hours or so. Every team gets a second chance to run tomorrow, by the way. It's not one and done today. Every team will get a second opportunity, and fans have come from all across the world to be here and support friends, family members, or just the sport in general. That is the live scene here. Welcome wherever you're watching around the world, and we start the first of our 6 events. Is the newest one, the mixed 4x100 meters relay.
Yes, it's certainly new here. It's first showing last year at the World Relays, and so it'll be interesting to see. It's just similar to the 4x1 straight, but here in this we have males and females, males handing off to females, and so it'll be interesting to see how that works out. It is a new event, and it's really different because now you have to gauge the speeds.
You might have noticed if you watched this last year, the actual running order has been changed this year as we meet the German team. It was last year woman, woman, man, man. And athlete feedback and event feedback has changed it now, and you can see the order is man, woman, man, woman, as we see Xavier Moajot, one of the most experienced Netherlands relay runners, and one of their relative newcomers, Isabel Vandenberg. These are the defending champions, Canada, in lane 6, and they have 3 of the team that won it in Guangzhou last year. The one change will be on the anchor leg. Audrey Leduc comes into the team. GB leading them off is the man who anchored them home last year, and their mark of 40.3 stands as the world best, which could be beaten for a new world record here. As we meet the Italian team in lane 5, Tardioli, Valencin, Bernardi, and Siragusa. They maybe don't quite have the strength in depth across all events. Italy, Nigeria have a real mix of experience and youth. This man, Favour Ash, in Nigeria colours. We'll talk more about that a little bit later. Chukwuka, Nana Zika, and Maria Thompson Amokwe will run the anchor for Nigeria. Ukraine's one team here, as we say. Ilya Popov leads them off to Diana Honcharenko, Alexander Sokolov, and Daniela Cavan waits on the anchor leg. And Portugal on the inside with David Landim to set them moving. Lorraine Bazzolo, the 42-year-old, on the second leg. Delvis Santos and Arialis Gandula will bring them home. So the first of our events, Canada, the defending champions. Remember, the teams, as well as qualifying for the World Championships if they finish in the top 2, will also qualify for tomorrow's final, where the prize money is up for grabs here. And as you can see, the qualification rules in the bottom right of the screen, there are also 2 time qualifiers here across the 3 heats. So top 2 from 3 heats, that gives you 6 teams through, and then 2 time qualifiers who don't finish in the top 2 will also go through, which will give us 8 in the final for tomorrow and 8 places secure at the World Athletics Championships in Beijing next year. There are the defending champions, Canada. It's eyes down in the Diamond Nation as we stand by to launch the 8th edition of the World Athletics Relays. Germany, Netherlands, Canada, Italy, Nigeria, Ukraine and Portugal from the outside. And start officials not happy here. There's a little bit of noise and rumbling around here, as you'd expect. The general enthusiasm for the event. Yannick Wolf on the outside. Change of mindset for Eliza Ajibi, having run the anchor last year. The anchor leg falling to the females this year in the new organisation of the order. Canada, Jamaica, Great Britain was the 1, 2, 3 last year. And if any team across the 2 days, by the way, does go faster than Canada's 40.30 from last year, that will be the inaugural world record. From the 1st of January, any time now in this mixed 4x1 that is posted that's faster than that standard set by Canada last year becomes the first official world record in this event. So that will be an extra target for some of these nations, including a very, very strong Jamaican team who will go in the 3rd of our heats. We're off and racing in Botswana, the mixed 4x100 with this new running order of alternate man and then woman. Germany on the outside, Netherlands, Canada 1, 2 hot there. The defending champions, the GB handed on to Leclerc, but they're still in the race. Germany going well on the outside, the Netherlands better from Canada that time. As we come round towards the home straight, it's Germany and Netherlands on the outside, Canada and Nigeria trying to close on the inside. Good from Nigeria. Netherlands weren't that slick. Canada charging, look at the Duke in the red, coming between them. Germany on the outside, only 2 places up for grabs, and the defending champions, Le Duc, ran an absolute stormer ahead of Germany. Canada go through, the time is 40.08, and Canada set an inaugural world record in the mixed 4x100 in the defense of their title, and they light up Botswana in the very first race.
Yeah, that was really exciting. If you saw coming down on the home stretch about the last 40 meters or so, it almost looked like there was a straight line with Nigeria, Canada, Netherlands, and Germany. But it was Canada set to defend their record, and so they came out as the winner today. But certainly a good start to the competition.
40.07, that time corrected for Canada's world record. And they actually didn't get one of the changes brilliantly right down the back either. There was a bit of a bumble of the first change, so to set a world record when you're not quite slick. And we'll talk about the challenges if we get an opportunity, Tonique, about men and women handing the baton onto each other, coming at different relative speeds in a 4x1 to that they're used to in a minute. But Germany ran very strongly to qualify in 2nd position with that 40.15. So those two are through to the final and through to the World Championships. And the rest, as those times will scroll down very shortly, the next 2 nations will have to wait and see if they are going to be fast enough to qualify on time. But at GB, we'll get a look back at some of those changeovers very shortly. The team, they've got all sorts of checks to hold and their plane tickets to hold. They've got the world record banner, they've got the qualified banner. And you'll see the Netherlands there with 40.02. And their anchor leg runner, Isabel van den Berg, took quite a heavy fall on the track at the end. I hope she's okay. She seems to be. There we go. Not an ideal way. Bit of a scrape on the arm there. A bit of a track burn to kick off her championships. So all eyes are going to be on those times in the bottom right-hand corner. But I guess just talk to Nick about the challenges here of that sort of man-to-woman handoff when everyone's coming in at all the different speeds that you will have practiced every 4x1 you've ever done.
Yeah, it's certainly a new event, and so it's a new challenge for coaches and for athletes. And what you want to do is make sure that you don't put your athletes in a position where they're going to get hurt. And so anytime you have man giving their baton to a woman, it's really, really going to be something that you have to change. You have to practice.
And we just saw there, I mentioned that change didn't go that well between the GB and Leclerc. I remember a famous social media clip from Guangzhou involving the US team. I think it was White and Terry, where they literally grabbed to the hand and put it in, and we had exactly the same there, and they still set a world record in doing that. So I think sub 40 is going to be on before too long here.
Netherlands was out really good in front early, but on that last exchange, it looked like there was some type of hesitation, and so they did not have the lead that they previously had coming into that last exchange.
Well, it was a brilliant run from Leduc, who's been in. There was Van den Berg's fall. She is okay, by the way. We obviously wouldn't show replays of her hitting the track if she was any further, I guess, issues from that, apart from a bit of a graze to the elbow. I mean, she has taken a fair whack there, so we will make sure that she gets checked out. But Leduc, I mean, she was fourth by a metre or two coming into the home straight, but that is a terrific final leg from her. She's been in great form, has Audrey Leduc, and Canada loading the team. And again, we're going to see really interesting differentiations in the strategies here, Tonique, as well, with teams that are prioritising getting through to the ultimate, where people don't want to talk about money necessarily, but there are some big sums of money there, and it's the first event of its kind, and it's a new thing from World Athletics, so it's a place that a lot of places people want to be as well. Yeah, it's certainly something that all teams have to balance here. Do you want to put your best people on the straight relays, or do you want to put them in the mix? And there's so much online here, right? Because you want your teams to be there for the World Championships in Beijing, and so it's really something that the teams have to balance. We saw the Netherlands team there just taking a seat there, just down in front of us in the sort of seats of doom at the moment. They are the next best on time, as you can see there. Confirmation of that heat result from the very first race of the World Athletics Relays 2026. Canada setting the inaugural world record in the defense of their title, 40.07, and Germany joining them in the World Championships in Beijing. So Netherlands and Nigeria are waiting in the wings to see if those times are going to be fast enough to go through to the World Championships and to the final tomorrow. If you watched this last year, the format is pretty much the same in terms of teams getting a second opportunity tomorrow in World Athletics Championship qualifying round 2. And last year there were definitely some of the bigger nations who needed that second round to get through. As we stand by to meet the teams for heat number 2 in what is an extremely warm afternoon, as you can see. Very, very busy. The queue still snaking outside the ground, outside the stadium, as you can see on the left there. There are people still coming in to fill those seats, and they've just got to wait that little bit longer to get the glimpse of the host nation, because Botswana's mixed 4x1 team are in the last of the 3 heats, which will come up very shortly. China fans, and there are Poland on the outside with their second leg runner, Piotrowska. There's one of the US debutants, Alexis Hollis, who's got the responsibility of the anchor leg for them on debut here. Again, it's a mixed, it's a very understrength, if you like, inexperienced women's USA team, but the men's team with Courtney Lindsay and Kyrie King, they're at their 3rd World Relays in a row. Jada Mowat there is also on senior debut for the US as well. So we've got 2 experienced male athletes in this quartet and 2 debutant female athletes for the US. And of course, haven't sent in the 4x4s. That's something we'll come on to a little bit later on. There are so many news lines. But that's a fantastic shot of how this race is set up as we all get ready to go here. Tonight, every single leg lined up in position, ready to go. Just standing by for the start team to get ready. China well supported. We've seen a Denmark flag knocking around away to our left. Ireland are here as well in numbers as we prepare to meet the teams for the second heat of the mixed 4x100 meters, and we start with Poland on the outside with Jakub Lempak. Alexandra Piotrowska will take the back straight for them, then Lukas Schock, and Martina Kotvilla is on the anchor. France, Jan Bierzen will lead them off to Jemima Joseph, Theo Schob and Hélène Parisot, so 2 of their very experienced female relay runners. Here's this US quartet then, Courtney Lindsay to lead them off. Good support inside the stadium for the US. Jada Mowat, Kyrie King and Alexis Hollis. China also have a mix of experience and youth here. Huang to set them off. Xu down the back straights, then Chang and Kong on the home straight. And now I look around, there's more Chinese support in this stadium than I realised. Spain are really strong. Spain will be a factor here. Guillem Crespi, Maria Perez, who ran the anchor in that thrilling women's 4x1 for them last year in Guangzhou. Calbano and Bestouet complete their team. Belgium also plenty of experience in their quartet with Kobe Vlemings, Lotte van Lent, Antoine Snijders and Rani Vinca to bring them home. India are in 2. With Senthil Kumar, good support for India inside the stadium as well. Gandhi, Kujar and Shanavali. And then come Paraguay, who have just one team here in these championships. Mongeles, Jimenez, Maidana and Hibbert. So we're expecting Belgium, Spain, USA, France, all of whom have been regulars in major championship relay finals. Of course, in the single gender events, the mixed 4x1 has a very short historical footprint at the moment. And individual speed plays a part, but so in this very much the team dynamics in this mixed 4x1 that everybody is still getting used to, as the top 2 automatically reach the World Championships and the next 2 try and beat the times of Netherlands and Nigeria. First time in this one, no, we're not away. There has been a recall, which half the athletes have heard and half them haven't. In fact, we have had one team change the baton there. Although the France second leg runner just took off, but she didn't have the baton. So not ideal.
No, it seems to have been perhaps a false start. I'm not sure by lane 2.
We'll wait and see here. We just saw a shot of the Polish lead-off runner, Jakub Lempak, voicing some displeasure about something. Let's have a look at these. They all look okay, so I think there's going to be a faulty start there. That purple line, you can see anything that comes to the left of that is too fast on the timing system to be legal. Doesn't mean an automatic disqualification. There may be extenuating circumstances sometimes if you see a team come up with a time to the left of that 0.1, but as it is, it looks like it's going to be a green card, hopefully, here for all of the teams. Our officials have to wait for everybody to get back behind their blocks to administer the card. At the moment, Spain are taking as much time as they need, and Poland are having to lie down.
Yes, he would have run quite a bit of the bend, so I imagine he wants to gather himself so that he can have a second go at an explosive start.
Confirmation of the green card, so no disqualifications in this one. Everybody's allowed. Poland just said, give me a rest, man. I've just run the whole bend. Of course, on the outside, you are away from, right away from the starter and the recall guns. There are further officials situated around, but you can see there that I think Lempak has expended a bit of energy, more than he would have liked to have done. Worth saying at this point, by the way, not that we have any disqualifications here, as the Poland fans watch on, I was going to say nervously, but not really, that if a team is disqualified or doesn't get the baton round, they still do get the opportunity to run again tomorrow. The only teams that don't get to run tomorrow are DNS, the teams that don't make the start line. So if a team drops the baton or is disqualified for any reason, they do get that second opportunity tomorrow still. It's worth pointing that out because people might be normally in a DQ or in a championship or a DNF of some description, you're done. I mentioned Ireland, they're at Ireland, top right. That looks like Seamus Carey, one of their regulars who often pops up in the camera shot. He's already managed to find it in the first 10 minutes of the broadcast here. So we're still waiting for Poland. You can see to the right of your screen here, that's the official having to coax Lempak back to his mark. Again, the other athletes probably don't mind too much of a little bit of in these conditions tonight. They won't mind a little bit of a recovery here, will they?
Yes. Right now, they're all trying to refocus.
Okay, we're set to go then this time. Everybody's back behind their blocks. Second leg runners, one or two of whom were fully into position and maybe even burst out of their set position ready to go. So Poland have really got, he's got to regather himself mentally here, Lempak, as well, because you could see he wasn't happy there with the fact that he maybe didn't hear the recall gun quite as effectively as anybody else. Here we go then, heat 2. We're away this time. Poland out pretty well again, and Courtney Lindsay also out well on the inside of France for our first changeovers. USA were pretty smooth, leading at the moment with France also going well. On their inside, Spain travelling nicely as well. It's going to be Kyrie King to take the battle for the US. That was a decent change. Poland are going really well. Complete mix-up from Belgium. They're out of contention. So Poland and USA from Spain on the inside. King hands it on to the debutant Hollis, who's got Parizeau in pursuit, and best away for Spain. But it's the USA. It's going to be tight for that second qualification spot. USA and Spain take the tickets to Beijing and to the final tomorrow. And despite a valiant effort on that final leg from Hélène Parizeau, France will have to see if their time is going to be quick enough. But it's the USA who are confirmed in 40.36, not as fast as the first heat, who go through. And now we can see already from those times on the right that those outside the top two tonight are not going to be fast enough. So Netherlands sit comfortably for a little bit longer with one more heat to come. So France will be back tomorrow, as will Poland. But Spain, they'll be back tomorrow to contest the final. But they ran really well there.
Yeah, it was really good race with the United States and Spain. The exchanges were excellent, especially coming down to that fourth and final leg. Athletes were in position, and really, it could have been any team that could have taken that final leg for the win.
So Perez, who ran a good back straight. We're off to Beijing. Come on celebrate, said the Spanish team. The roar you can hear in the arena behind us, probably, by the way, is because Botswana's athletes have just come out for the third and final heat of this mixed 4x1. It gives a slight indication to Nick as to the kind of fervent support they're going to be getting here, as we would have expected. So good debut for Alexis Hollis. Courtney Lindsay and Kyrie King have seen this all before. As I mentioned, this is their third successive World Relays. But great for, and I guess good team placement from the US selectors here as well, to put two guys who, you know, have done this many, many times with two debutants who, for all the things that go with making your debut.
Yes, US is very, very well represented here in the sprint relays. Not so much inside the 400-meter, but 4x400-meter relays, but they will be inside the mixed 4x4 coming up a little bit later. But certainly they've put together a great sprint quartet.
So USA still waiting for their fourth member. We're still waiting for Jada Mowat to make her way round from the home straight, or the home bend, I should say, having run the back straight. Here's the changeovers. See, that's pretty good from Lindsay to Mowat. Keep an eye on Belgium here, two from the right. This didn't go well for them. That took them out of contention completely. Excellent, good placement from King, putting it into the hand of Hollis. Great battle. This is from our first race, by the way. This is the finish of Leduc, which we're just having another look at, and how competitive that final the first heat was. There we go. We've finally found all the Americans for their tickets. Seat 27A, though, or that's one of the, is that one of the ones with like a big box by your feet where you can't stretch your legs out? Seat 27A.
It may be. I think I was in that seat coming here with the big box. Very uncomfortable.
USA took the second heat of the mixed 4x100 meters ahead of Spain, who had just held off France for that second automatic spot. Belgium, unfortunately, with a baton malfunction, were out of contention and will have to come back tomorrow. I tell you, the plane that took me from Johannesburg to here in Gaborone definitely didn't have 27 rows, let alone any dodgy seats. As we move immediately to mixed 4x1 heat number 3. New Zealand making their debut in this event. They didn't take part last year. Tian Welton will lead them off. Then we have Brooke Summerfield, Lex Ravel-Lewis and Zoe Hobbs will run the anchor for them. Lane 7 is Great Britain and Northern Ireland, who took the bronze medal last year. Jonah Efaloko to lead them off. The Scottish athlete Alison Bell on the second. And then Jeriel Kwenu and Kisiwa Mensah both were part of the squad that won bronze last year. What about this Jamaica team? Akeem Blake, 988 man, leads them off to Tina Clayton, the World Championship silver medalist, one half of the Clayton twins. Kadrian Goldson, who's broken 10 seconds this year, and Tia Clayton, the world finalist, on the anchor. Australia have got a good squad here as well. They've got Jay Gordon on the first leg, Lakara Stallen on the second. Caleb Law will run the bend, and Chloe Mannix Power to bring them home. Kenya, who are one of the more successful nations in this World Relays. They've got a handful of medals. Mercy Okech, the 400-meter runner, will run on the anchor leg for them. First time we've welcomed Mexico to the World Relays. Brandon Heredia to Yamil Herrera, Gerardo Lomeli-Pons and Alejandra Reyes to bring them home. The athletes already cottoning on now that they're on the big screen. What a feeling for Tuto Masasa to be the first athlete with a baton in hand to get introduced to a Botswana crowd. The Botswana people here going absolutely mad for their nation. And an incomparable response for Switzerland with Gunther, Delphine, Spencer and Cora. It's someplace to be introduced just after Botswana. They'll go in a lane 2 here, Botswana. They've got it all on to qualify, but the crowd will be urging them on, no doubt. But Jamaica and Great Britain, sorry, Tonique in 6th and 7th.
They're certainly excited to be here and see their team on the track, and they've come out in droves. The general section is completely sold out, and as you can see, the crowd is on their feet. They are waiting for this race to start.
So there's 2 time qualifying marks as well for the countries maybe outside the top 2. They've got to beat 40.24 and 40.20 to oust the Netherlands and Nigeria from tomorrow's final. So this is the last opportunity for athletes to not only keep their chance of the World Championship alive, but also for the World Athletics Ultimate Championships. You've got to be in the final to have a chance of getting in that. But it's Masasa to lead Botswana's hopes. Cue the roar out of lane 2 as Masasa will hand on to Kemal Wadimo. Jamaica with Akeem Blake handing on to Tina Clayton. A close up there of Great Britain's changeover. Everybody was safe enough through that first change. Look at Tina Clayton go for Jamaica in the yellow. Up on the outside of Great Britain. New Zealand moving nicely, but got that change all wrong. New Zealand just about got the baton through. Botswana struggling at the back at the moment. But it's Jamaica from Great Britain challenged by Australia. And here goes Tia Clayton on the anchor for Jamaica. For Australia, it's Chloe Mannix Power looking to hold off Kisiwa Mensah of Great Britain. But it's Jamaica by metres with the comfortable squad. And Mensah comes through for Great Britain. And look at the time. The world record has gone for the second time in the space of half an hour. 40.00 unofficially. Jamaica came with the power and lay their marker in the record books with the first ever sub 40-second mixed 4x100 meters.
Yes, certainly every exchange for the Jamaican team was just on point. They looked so good out there, just meters ahead of the rest. They took that baton and never looked back.
Australia won't qualify, unfortunately for them, with that, so their World Ultimate Championship hopes are over. But their World Athletics Relay title hopes are over, but the World Championship might be on for them tomorrow. Netherlands now know that they will go through, but 39.99 for Jamaica. Mensah ran a great anchor for Great Britain there, because Australia had them under some real pressure in that home straight. Eye-catching selections for Jamaica as well tonight. The power they put straight into this very first event. They've lost a few this week. There's been a few withdrawals, but this was pretty much as strong as it could be without Elaine Thompson-Herah, maybe.
Yeah, certainly she was not on this mixed 4x1, which she will be in the flat 4x1 with the female quartet. And so we're looking forward to see what Jamaica's going to do there.
Yeah, just a reminder that athletes who are declared in certain events, they can actually run across any particular event. So if you're looking at the listings thinking, well, they've been declared for that or they've been declared for that, they can run across all of them. As Kwenu got Efaloku got a little bit close probably than he'd like to Alison Bell there. But look at Jamaica here, they're already a couple of meters up on some really good quartets around them, as the change from Tina Clayton to Kadrian Goldson was good. New Zealand, look at them in the foreground there. They did well actually to just about get that baton changed over before they hit the takeover zone. We'll confirm actually they have been, I don't think they have finished in the end, New Zealand. But that was a dominant performance from Jamaica. And a good run from Kasiwa Mensah to close down Chloe Manning's power. Relaxation in the face of Tia Clayton. So that's the mixed 4x100 meters. We'll confirm the full list of qualifiers for you tomorrow. Reminder, as we see confirmation of that record dipping underneath the 40-second barrier for the first time. We were pretty confident that was going to go, that 40-second barrier, this time around as the second year of the event. But the official world record has gone. What a great start. And great support for Botswana. They did finish 7th in the end out of the 7 teams to finish. But that will just give a little flavour as to what their, I guess, the powerhouse quartets they have in further events can expect. Jamaica with 39.99, a new world record in this fledgling event, the mixed 4x100, and Great Britain and Northern Ireland join them in tomorrow's final. Umbrella's the order of the day, even though we are heading into winter here. There has been some pretty heavy rain actually. In a couple of days before the championships there was some very heavy rain, which was relatively unseasonal, I think, but temperatures upwards in the upper 20 degrees, which is, as you said earlier, Tonique, when we came on air, is pretty good for spring. There is a little bit of a breeze. The flags on top of the stand on the far side are fluttering ever so slightly, but I don't think the competitors could ask for a lot better here, could they?
Yeah, overall the weather is just superb for the athletes, and as you can see, they're turning out the performances in response.
Australia still smiling. They'll have another opportunity tomorrow. A reminder, in New Zealand's case there, they didn't get the baton round officially, so they will have an opportunity tomorrow to come back and contest World Championship qualifying round 2, where there will be another 2 places up for grabs.
39 seconds in the heat. It's going to be interesting to see once all the finalists get in that final to see how the time will drop.
Absolutely, and to see what teams people put out as well here. As you mentioned, Elaine Thompson here, who's here, has such a rough time with injury, but it's fantastic to see her back. As we see great sights of some of the local school children, sports clubs who've come en masse here. All part of the Kids Athletics program as well, the World Athletics Kids Athletics program, which is 4 years old now. And it's something that Letsile Tobogo is very heavily involved in as well. And it's great to have some youngsters who are providing the batons out. As we see Sebastian Coe, president of World Athletics, out here enjoying the action as well. Wherever you're joining us from around the world, welcome to Gaborone. As you can see, the National Stadium is packed. And we move on to our second event, which will be the mixed 4x400 meters. So the chaos of the 4x1s and the added chaos of it being new and everybody still getting used to the changeovers. Now, the relatively sedate mixed 4x4, which will take 3 and a bit minutes or so. As we see Australia on the outside, first of all, who are represented by Cooper Sherman, who will lead them off. They've got a strong international experience squad here. Then it's Ellie Beer, Thomas Reynolds and Mia Gross. Spain, what a championships they had last time around, particularly their women's 4x4. And 2 members of that team are here. Paula Sevilla there will run the second leg. Julio Aranas and Blanca Herbas, who brought them home in the women's 4x4, will run the anchor. Belgium, again, always strong performers at this level. Belgium, they are the world bronze medalists. They have Watrine Hansen's Dylan Borlée and Camille Laus. United States of America in this mixed 4x4. Remember, they're not here in the men's and women's single-gender 4x4, but they are here in the mixed. Bryce Deadman, Paris Peoples, Brian Faust and Bailey Lear. Here at Ireland with Jack Raftery, two of the most experienced female relay runners, Sophie Becker and Charlie Maudsley. They're the European champions are Ireland, and Sean Doggett making his global international debut for Ireland. Shetty Babu, Jacob and Kaur will run for the Asian champions, India, in lane 3. And on the inside we have Uganda with Kenneth Amuka, Maran Banura, Haran Odoli and Lenny Shida. So again, the running order is the same as in the mixed 4x100 meters. Man, woman, man, woman.
Slightly different objectives. This race is about speed and endurance. It's very important that these athletes don't run away from the incoming man, and so they'll have to also gauge the speed in this event.
Bryce Deadman for the USA. Again, they may not have put all their big hitters. Dylan Borley. This is one of the very few World Athletics relays where there's only been one Borley. Got a great record. Cooper Sherman on the outside. The mixed 4x400 meters, the first of 3 heats. Top 2 make the World Championships and tomorrow's final. And again, the mixed relay carries those opportunities to get yourself through to the World Athletics Ultimate Championships in Budapest in September as well. Only the mixed relays will be in that, so these first 2 events are where the ultimate places are up for grabs, or continuing to be up for grabs. You've got to be in the top 6 in tomorrow's final to get yourself through to the World Athletics Ultimate Championships. This first leg run in lanes, and you can see strong start from Australia, run on the outside, and the US also moving well with Bryce Deadman, as you'd expect in these early stages, as our female athletes prepare to run the first bend in lanes. So Australia, Spain are closing strongly, and it's been relatively close in behind those leading 2. So Australia and USA, as the baton moves on for Ellie Beer for Australia, Paris Peoples there for the USA. Ireland in the green, moving well through this first turn of the second leg through Sophie Becker as they break from lanes ahead of Spain. So Paris Peoples, who was one of those who was here last year, Sevilla just coming across and chopping up the racing line of Sophie Becker, but doing it with plenty of legal room. USA, Australia, Spain, then come Ireland, Belgium, India and Uganda. That is the order, with 2 automatic spots up for grabs. Sevilla pulling out wide here as she prepares to hand on to Julio Arenas for the third leg, just coming past Ellie Beer of Australia. So it's going to be US only by about a metre or so at the changeover. Brian Faust, former world indoor medalist, has the baton. And these 3 have built up quite a gap here. Tanique, USA, Spain and Australia.
Yes, on this third exchange, the United States is trying to hold on. Of course, they're being pressed.
So Faust, just look at those crowd scenes in behind here. We've got Botswana to come in one of our following heats. This is a great battle between these 3. Almost a race within a race here. But only 2 of these will be guaranteed a place in the World Championships. Great finish to the leg from Tom Reynolds of Australia to hand on for the anchor to Mia Gross, and it's Australia who lead at the final changeover. USA, the baton is in the hand now of Bailey Lear on the final leg in for them. Blanca Herbas, we know she judges races extremely well in relays. She's in third, and they've got a gap of the rest. The top 2 are coming from these 3 out front.
And the United States is coming for Australia as they approach the final curve on this final leg. And the race is really, really tight. First, second, and third as they approach the final straightaway. Australia, United States, Spain, and United States now takes the lead, with Spain really pressing on the outside. Australia has faded a bit. Will it be United States? Will it be Spain? And the United States holds on. Great run by Spain and Australia. Of course, the top 2 moves on.
Well, what a great battle down the home straight. We know that Hervas can dig so deep, but Bailey Leah dug deeper. She got passed by Hervas in the home straight in last year's 4x4 and was absolutely determined that she wasn't going to get past this time. They both qualify for the World Championships. Australia with that time are going to have to wait and see if they're going to go through on time. And Charlie Maudsley of Ireland ran through the line to post a time to make sure that Ireland had a fair chance of getting through in the two-time qualifier spots as well. Great race.
The United States took an early lead inside this race, but it was on the third leg that Australia tried to make an attempt for it, but it was the consistency of Spain right at the end, just waiting till the moment was right so that they could have a good finish, pass Australia, and settle behind the United States for second place.
Well, as is usual, the scattering of athletes all over the infield at the end of a 4x4. There's a little bit of fake grass down in front of us in the shade, which has become the unofficial athlete sort of recovery area. But Spain, well, what a great start for them. They were the surprise package, as we said last year. Some great results, particularly on the women's side. And Hervas ran a brilliant race there to make sure that they stayed ahead of Australia. So their hopes of making it through to the World Athletics Ultimate Championship continue. US and Spain and Australia with an Oceania record, by the way. Just to confirm, 3:10.57 for Australia. Just to signify how good a performance that was. It was the end of this leg, wasn't it? The one we're watching now tonight, when Thomas Reynolds here. This was a superbly judged third leg from him.
Yes, the 4x4 is really about being consistent through all your legs, making sure that the next runner does not have too much work to do. And so we certainly saw that Spain was able to do that. Australia was really aggressive in this relay, and they just did not have enough to hold on to those first two spots.
Well, the mixed 4x4, it was the USA's only victory, actually, of the World Relays last year in the mixed 4x4. They had a baton issue at the World Indoor Championships in this event, did the US. They're also the world record holders in this event as well as being the defending champions. But none of the team that won this title last year for them are here this time around. It's a completely new squad that are running, certainly in this heat. Australia, who was second last year, we'll have to wait and see if they go through.
I believe it was Australia.
Spanish record as well, by the way, for Spain in second with 3:09.89. So just emphasising how good the conditions are here. It's a fast track. It's been relayed in the last couple of months or so, resurfaced and brought up to World Athletics standards. And we saw the Golden Grand Prix here last week. We saw some really fast times in great conditions as well. A World Athletics Continental Tour silver meeting, which just told us that these were going to be very good conditions, certainly underfoot as well as in the air.
Yeah, I saw that was really good practice for Botswana coming into these championships to be able to hold that lead and be prepared for what they will deliver over the next 2 days here.
The Australians, Ellie Beer milking the moment, getting a dab in for those watching at home. That I'm sure will mean something to her friends and family who know her. As we get ready for our next event, which is the second of 3 heats in the mixed 4x4. And again, the beautiful sights. That's the Gaborone Dam. You can see over in the distance. 70% of Botswana is covered by the Kalahari Desert, a little bit further to the north. Gaborone, the capital city where we are. As we say, Africa hosting this event for the first time, Botswana hosting a global event like this for the very first time as well, and very proud they are to do so. So here we are with Heat 2, and on the outside will be Canada, who are led off by Ryder Ratti. Savannah Sutherland, the hurdler, will go on the second leg. Then we have Nathan George and Emma Cannan to make up their quartet. Jamaica, these are the baton kids, by the way, from our kids athletics program, who are doing the honors, handing the batons over. DeAndre Watson will hand on to Shayna Anderson, former world champion Antonio Watson, and Rochelle Clayton on the anchor for Jamaica. Japan have brought a good squad here. Kira Hirakawa, Abi Ido, followed by Kentaro Sato and Nanako Matsumoto. Netherlands The Olympic champions, the world silver medalists, the European bronze. They have the full set of medals from their last 3 major championships. And it'll be Limarin Bonabasia to lead them off. Elizabeth Paulina, Terence Agard and Madeleine Fanleur as their quartet. So a couple of relatively newer names in that quartet. Look at the power in the Poland lineup as well. From Marcin Karolewski to hand on to Justyna Święty-Ercetic. Kejtan Duszyński on the third, and Natalia Bukowiecka, the European champion, to run the anchor. Nigeria with Samson Nathaniel on the opening leg. Taiwo Kudoro. Chidi Okezi, one of their leading male 400-meter runners there, tall figure in the centre. And another very experienced international performer, Patience George, on the anchor for them. And China. I love how much our Baton kids are getting at the moment as well with their posing for the camera. China with Guo, Li, Xiao and Liu. Standing by then for the second heat. The time to watch out for if you're Australia or Ireland. Australia posted 3:10.57 and Ireland 3:12.05 in the previous heat. So anybody outside the top 2 here needs to go faster than that to retain their chance of making the World Championship, the Ultimate Championship, and included in all that, the final tomorrow to win the $40,000 prize money up for grabs.
3 teams have won medals in this event in the past. Netherlands with the silver in 2024, Jamaica with a bronze in 2017, and Canada with a silver in 2019.
Away we go in the sparkling Gaborone sunshine. The heat 2 of 3 in the mix 4 by 400 meters relay. Jamaica on the opening leg. The responsibility for them for leg number 1. And already a couple of meters or so up. DeAndre Watkin on the athlete outside him from Canada, Ryder Ratti. Japan have got Jamaica as a target ahead of them. Netherlands running well as well. So Jamaica, Japan, Netherlands. Poland not running a strong first leg here. Nigeria going nicely as well. But it's going to be Jamaica who hand over first. Second position is going to be tight. Nigeria finishing that leg very strongly and may just have got the baton in second position, actually. Nigeria, as they hand on to Taiwo Kudoro in second. The stagger on the inside will unwind in their favour. Japan on the second leg with Ido have gone absolutely charging out. Netherlands on the second leg for them. They have Elizabeth Paulina. But it's Jamaica and Japan, 1 and 2 from Nigeria and Netherlands. They have a little bit of a gap. And the charge is on from the back of the field here from the team in 5th place, which is Canada. Savannah Sutherland has made up meters through that first 300 meters or so. So Jamaica leading them into the straight. It'll be Antonio Watson next for them. Sutherland just starting to tie up ever so slightly, but Japan have run a good second leg here and have stayed in touch with Jamaica. So Jamaica, Japan, Canada, Święty-Ercetic running down a few others in the home straight for Poland, and Nigeria with Okezi right in the mix as well. And these 2 places are still wide open here, Tanique.
Yes, Japan is really pressing. Eyes on Jamaica. But Nigeria is having a strong showing there in 3rd place. Also Canada and Poland.
The white of Okezi of Nigeria starting to move and trying to reel in Antonio Watson. Still though, Watson has saved a bit here and is pushing for the final changeover and opening out in the home straight. So a great leg from Antonio Watson as he hands on to Rochelle Clayton for Jamaica. Sato to Matsumoto for Japan. Nigeria have Patience George on the anchor. Poland in 4th have Natalia Bukowiecka. Netherlands in 5th position with Madeleine Fanleur. And then Canada in pursuit in 6th with Emma Cannon.
But it's Jamaica that is leading out front going into the 200 meters. Japan certainly still progressing.
Just out of shot, Poland are coming, by the way. Bukowiecka is on the move here and trying to reel in Japan. But it's Clayton for Jamaica. And here comes Bukowiecka and Patience George for Nigeria. Only one of these teams watching now will automatically make it through to the World Championships. That's the battle for second, with Poland are edging, but it's Jamaica who will comfortably take the victory. And Poland, with Bukowiecka, hold off a valiant effort from Patience George in the home straight ahead of Japan, who held second for a long time but finished fourth. 3:11.69 the winning time. Comfortable for Jamaica, great battle for second.
Yeah, certainly it was comfortable for Jamaica. They really weren't pressed, but it was really Poland that really went and they showed what they had. I hope they have something left for tomorrow.
Jamaica, 3:11.68. Keep an eye on the time if you're Ireland. You're going to be okay is the answer to that, because of the gap between Jamaica and the rest. So Australia and Ireland will continue to be in those two time qualifier spots with one more heat to come. As you can see, Nigeria with 3:13 will not go through, so they'll have to come back tomorrow. So fans of Australia and Ireland, they will remain on those seats. Hang on a minute, you've got one more heat, yeah? Where are they going? Get back. They're confident. They reckon their 3:10.57's enough tonight. They're off. The roar in the background. Oh, they're off for a photo. Sorry, I thought they were going. The roar, as you can hear in the background, is once again the... I don't think we need to tell you anymore, do we? The Botswana quartet coming out of the gate into the arena. But they're at Jamaica. With that job well done for them. Through to the final. And again, we talk about the balance between prioritising the ultimate championship, prioritising getting it done on day one, between also trying to win it tomorrow, as well as getting the extra prize money that goes with it. There's a lot of tactical decisions for the coaches here.
Yeah, lots of technical decisions, and then they have to balance that with the fact that a lot of the top athletes are simply not even running at this point inside the year, and so they have to use whatever is available to them. Remember, it's not a major championship year, and so some of your top athletes simply are not preparing as early as they usually would.
These are the sights from the second leg here. World Athletics relays. So one more heat to come in the mixed 4x4, in which Botswana will have the inside lane. No sign at the moment. Just looking at the teams coming through. Letsile Tobago is listed today in the men's 4x1 for Botswana. Just checking those teams that are coming through as we're watching some of these teams are coming through live while we're on the air today. It's a unique challenge, this event, because normally you've got the start list before the session starts, but here we've got the countries, but we don't know who the individuals are until half an hour before the event, and so therefore we're getting the team information live while we're on air. So Tobago will run for Botswana today in the 4x1. I'm just looking at the Jamaica team as well in the women's 4x1 to see if Elaine Thompson-Hera is going to be running today in the heats. Just scrolling through to the third heat, which she is due to be running, and she's not in the squad today. Sarika Jackson, Jodine Williams, Lavanya Williams and Janelle Smith. So no Elaine Thompson-Hera in action today for Jamaica. So we see this brilliant battle on screen. Patience George, I thought there when Bukowiecka went past her that George was fighting back, but Bukowiecka using her experience there just to go again. And often, as we say in 400s, it's not actually who's getting faster, it's who's slowing down the least, isn't it? Nobody knows 400s and the final strides of 400s like you, Jodine Williams, Olympic and world 400-meter gold medalist.
Yes, it certainly is something that you have to learn how to control, especially in that last 100-meter. It's really about keeping your composure. You're not trying to build any speed, but you're trying to reduce how quickly that speed is. You're losing that speed.
Tonique was part of the organising committee in Bahamas in 2024, which is, I guess you'd probably say, is the spiritual home of the World Relays, wouldn't you, Bahamas?
Yeah, it is the home of the World Relays, so it's really different attending the World Relays outside of the Bahamas. But I will say, as we say in the Bahamas all the time, this is a Bahamazing event right here in Botswana. They're doing it top tier, and it's really a familiar feeling for me being here, because I remember it was very difficult for us to be seen as a small nation holding a grand meet like this. And so we were able to do that several times. We've done it 3-4 times already, more than any other country. And you'll be back there in a couple of years as well, because it returns to Bahamas in 2 years' time as we see the teams. France on the outside and Italy. You have Polinaria, Chetty and Coiro.
Here are Great Britain and Northern Ireland, who were fourth in this last year. Alex Haydock-Wilson to lead them off. Lena Nielsen, Jake Minshall, and Yemi Mary John on the ankle leg for them. South Africa, they are stacked in this. They've lost a couple through injury, but it's still a very powerful squad. Great reception for the near neighbours of Botswana. Gadeo Isaacs, Raquel Joseph, Live Pillay, and Marley Viljoen. As Kenya are introduced to the crowd, they were the bronze medalists last year. And Mercy Okech, who ran in the mixed 4x1, is back in action in the mixed 4x4 just half an hour later. Germany will go in lane 3 with Timo Prince, Luna Bullman, Florian Krull, and Eileen Demes in lane 3. Ethiopia, as we said, they are an extremely young team, making their debut at the World Athletics Relays in this mixed 4x4. Aljaba Aliye on the final leg is just 18 years of age, but is their fastest on paper. And there is the reception for Botswana with Boitumelo Masilo, Karabola Mansiane, Lefatsa Salika and Lebitso Mokarufo to run for Botswana from lane 1. Again here, we wouldn't be expecting them to qualify with the team they've got on paper here, but now, rather than 40 seconds of entertainment, the home crowd here get the best part of 3 and a bit minutes of entertainment supporting Botswana. They come in their colours, they wait in their colours to get the job done on day 1. 2 places up for grabs at the World Athletics Championships and in the final tomorrow for these nations. From the outside, France, Italy, Great Britain and Northern Ireland, South Africa, Kenya, Germany, Ethiopia, Botswana. So what a feeling for Boitumelo Masilo to have the opportunity from the inside lane to lead the host nation off here. France, right on the outside, gone off powerfully with Mohamed Kunta. Good target for Italy, one inside them. Also South Africa have started very strongly. They'll get plenty of support in this with Gadeo Isaacs as well. Some of their big hitters to come in the men's 4x4 as well later on. So South Africa, Great Britain, Kenya are running well as well in the red with George Mutinda. Coming down to the first change. Good finish to the leg from France from Mohamed Kunta. And looking at the changeovers, France, Kenya, South Africa actually didn't do that smoothly there. It's often hard to make too much of a mess of a 4x4 change, but South Africa with their talent weren't smooth. And the roarers Botswana in lane 1, look at this. Incredible noise as Karebo Manswinyane gets Botswana up very briefly into the lead. I've got to say, I haven't had many louder moments in an athletic stadium than that one, as Botswana suddenly found themselves in front. But things settling down a little bit more to form now an international pedigree of those athletes out there. As Kenya, through Mercy Okech, lead from Lena Nielsen of Great Britain. France coming through in 3rd position here with Amandine Brossier, 4th position with Amandine Brossier.
It is Kenya, Great Britain, out in lead. On this 3rd exchange as they approach the backstretch. Kenya's really making their way down that backstretch.
It's Kelvin Tanui who opens up the gap at the moment with the charges, as you can see, are assembling in behind at the moment. It's Jake Minshall who holds 2nd for Great Britain at the moment, ahead of Vladimir Achetti for Italy. But here for South Africa, around the outside on the 3rd leg comes Live Pillay, and France aren't out of this chase yet. At the moment, they have Manunu on this 3rd leg rather. But Kenya about to hand over for the final leg to Mercy Chebet. The bronze medalists from last year, the African bronze medalists, are 6 or 7 metres clear here. Yemi Mary John on the 2nd leg for Great Britain. South Africa have Marley Viljoen on the anchor leg as well. And then behind them come Italy and France. So Yemi Mary John battling to hold on to that 2nd spot at the moment. Look at Kenya out front, Mercy Chebet. The gap is being trimmed. It's now down to about 5 metres. As the charge is on from behind, only 2 of these will automatically make the final. How well has Mercy Okech judge this final leg in her second race of the day for Kenya. Out front, Yemi Mary-John holding second position for Great Britain at the moment. Can the challengers get to it? Doesn't look like it. She is chipping away at Kenya's lead, but these two are booked for the World Athletics Championship. It will be Great Britain who take the honours in this heat ahead of Kenya, and in the end Italy come through for third position ahead of France to wait and see if their time is going to be fast enough.
And what a race. That didn't seem like a heat. That really seemed like a final. Great effort by Team Kenya.
Nervous times here for the Australians as they wait for confirmation of the third and fourth places. So if they're faster than Australia with 3:10, the gap was big enough, so Australia, I think, is safe. Ireland, it's a little bit closer. Australia won't know that at the moment because they're not seeing the times come through. They're looking over a little scoring system computer down underneath us. So I think Australia are going to be fine. Let's wait and see for Ireland. There is Italy and Pollinari with 3:10. So actually, Ireland are not going to make it through. Italy were fast enough. The screams are mostly from Ellie Beer of Australia.
It's really an exciting thing when the athletes can get so excited in the heats. You know, this is not even the final when they get their medals, but this is just excitement in the heats because they already know that they're going to be going to Beijing.
Exactly right. It's a great moment. It's such a multifaceted reward system, this as well, because not only are they going to Beijing, they still have a chance of going to the Ultimate Championship tomorrow now by getting in the top 6 in the final tomorrow. And they have a chance to win some prize money in this event as well.
Yes, World Athletics has found so many ways to make sports so interesting. Back when I was running, you always look forward to that medal. Now these athletes have the medal to look forward to, the money, making the next championship. So it's just, like you said, it's a multi-reward system right now.
Certainly is. Great moments for Botswana on that second leg when they took the lead very briefly. It was this leg here. You can see the Botswana athlete who led for about probably 150 meters or so, but you've hardly ever heard a noise like it.
Yeah, that's really exciting when you get to see the home team inside these events. When this event was first held in the Bahamas in 2014, the Bahamas team won the mixed relay, and so that was an exciting time for Team Bahamas.
We talk about the changeovers not being as important in 4x4 because you've got a lot more time to rectify and make up for it. But South Africa, they would have lost a couple of meters on their poor change, and that can sometimes count. I'm not sure it was this one. It was the one before that that was not the best, where the outgoing runner nearly had to come to a standstill. And when you see in the end, I mean, Mary-John came away, but if Viljoen had been a couple of meters closer, you just never know. It was Koiro with a brilliant finish, and we talk about running through the tape as Yemi Mary-John overtook Kenya, but Italy all the way to the line, knowing that the time was absolutely crucial. And in the end, that powerful finish from Koiro took Italy to the World Championships. What an hour it's been. We've had 2 world records. We've had the Botswana people here inside the stadium nearly blowing what roof there is off. We've had Kenya qualifying, amongst many others, to the World Championships. And we're 2 events down. The mixed is done. We now move into the single gender events, and it'll be the women's 4x100 meters next. The athletes just preparing as we confirm the result of that mixed 4x400 meters, fastest time in the world this year for Great Britain and Northern Ireland. An African record for Kenya in second, and Italy going through as one of the time qualifiers to the World Championships. Confirmation of the 8 teams who are automatically through to the World Championships and retaining their hopes of making it through to the Ultimate Championships in tomorrow's final. The automatic qualifiers are joined by Australia and Italy. Area records for Kenya and Australia, national record for Spain. And just wrapping up the Ultimate Championship of the qualification process, the other 2 spots in the Ultimate Championship will be made up from the 2 fastest times on the World Athletics top list, if you like, from other nations who are not already qualified. So teams do still have an opportunity to get through by virtue of their performances. But of course, tonight, opportunities in international standard competition are few and far between for relay teams.
Yeah, it certainly is. And so anytime you can get your relay into a competition to qualify, it's best to do this. Of course, this is a new system here because in the past, it was only by top lists. Now, teams are encouraged to come to these sorts of championships so that they can be automatic qualifiers if they are in the finals.
The National Stadium with the various other sporting venues around. The football stadium to the left, that's a cricket pitch just to the left as well. There's softball in the area here too. And the crowd has filled up. We are nearly full here as we stand by for the first of 3 heats in the women's 4x100 meters. And let's meet the teams from the outside. And we're going to see some repeat performers here. 2 of this Spanish quartet have already run today in the mixed. Bestue and Perez have swapped legs. They ran 2 and 4 the other way round in the mixed earlier on. Poland will go in lane 7. They have Piers Krzyzewska, world indoor medalist over the 60 barriers indoors. USA have debutants in their team in lane 7, the Olympic and world champions, 4th last year. Here is Canada, and again we're seeing some repeat performances. We've seen Leclerc and Leduc already run today. Sadie McCreath comes in for them. That's their top quartet. Australia with Ebony Lane, Tori Lewis, Monique Hanlon and Georgia Harris. Didn't get the battle round last year, they were disqualified. Ireland, a couple of Mollies, Scott and O'Reilly, punctuated by Kira Neville and Sarah Leahy. And on the inside will be India, Tamana, Gandhi, Shivanka and Shana Bali. Top 3 from last year are all here. Great Britain are the defending champions in this event. They won it from Spain and Jamaica. Once again, 2 automatic spots up for grabs here. Plus 2-time qualifiers. The rules are the same across all of our events. There are 2-time qualifier spots for those outside the top 2, as we see Jaden Mays for the USA. There's another of their debutants on the opening leg. The lead-off, Samira Killebrew. They've also got Samira Moody on the 3rd leg, who's also making her US senior debut as well today. Not an ideal lane draw for Spain, a good Spanish quartet, right on the outside in 8 here. There they are, there's Bestue waiting on the 2nd leg. So USA, they have the titles on their CV. It's down to an inexperienced quartet to get the battle round for them here. Spain right on the outside. Inside them are Poland. USA just being closed down by Leduc, who ran that brilliant anchor leg in the mixed 4x1. There's run a great back straight there for Canada as well. So Spain right on the outside at the moment. Canada, Poland, USA are lagging behind here and aren't going to go through. It's Canada and Spain. It's way too much to do on the final leg for the USA's Kamira Davis, but it's going to be Canada being challenged by Spain. Spain take the win from Canada, and in the end it was Poland who came through for 3rd spot to watch the clock. 42.27, the world and Olympic champions USA. We know they're not their most powerful squad here, but they were way down the field, and we'll have to come back tomorrow. So congratulations to Spain and Canada. Poland and Australia post the times for the remaining 2 heats. And no ill effects at all for 2 of that Spanish quartet, having run their 2nd leg of the day already, Tommy.
Yes, it surely would. But they were determined to come and put their best teams on the track. They had 3 of the 4 persons that would have been part of that team last year. And for Team Canada, they also brought 3 members of their team that was a part of the gold medal team last year. And so they're telling you they mean business. They're trying to get into that final because you have to be into the final to win.
Absolutely. It's a reminder these single gender events are not in the World Ultimate Championships, so all eyes now for the rest of this day are fully on getting to the World Championships in Beijing in 27 and getting through to tomorrow's final for prize money. There are no ultimate places up for grabs in the single gender relays, but Poland will have to wait and see. That one pretty much going to the form book in terms of the countries and the members of their squads, not necessarily when you see the US as the World Olympic champions finishing 5th in a heat. On paper, you'd see that was eye-catching without seeing the names that were in that squad. Just wait to see if any of the changes were a disaster for the US, and that was what cost them. I mean, that one wasn't 100%, but it was okay for the US. Sometimes things in a relay can happen that you're not looking at, but you can see here how far Davis down is, how far down Davis is when that final baton is changed. And again, for Davis having to look behind her, that's not ideal either, is it? In a 4x1, you want to be running on trust there, but the baton will be appearing in your hand. But look at Perez in the outside in lane 8. Loves a relay anchor.
What we've seen from Team Spain and also from Canada, these ladies have ran together before, and so you saw that in the race, you saw that in their exchanges, you saw that in their chemistry, and so that always makes a difference in these championships.
So well done to Spain, 5th in the world final in the women's 4x1. They are off to Beijing next year. Job done for them. The major championship relay spot is already secure for them. There will be topless places as well available, by the way, in the World Athletics Championship for next year as well. The top 4 teams from the 2027 top list will join the 12 who qualify from here in making the World Athletics Championships in Beijing next year. Confirmation of the result with Spain and Canada, the automatic qualifiers. USA will have to come back tomorrow, and Ireland, who didn't get the baton round, will have a second opportunity tomorrow to try and qualify. The energy in this stadium really is quite something here in the National Stadium in Gaborone. Botswana don't go into the third of these heats, by the way. Letsile Tobago is lining up in the men's 4x1 for them. Australia once again find themselves in the sort of hot seat. Thankfully, it's quite a cool seat down there, because this side of the stadium on the home straight is in the shade. As you can see, that's just to the left of your picture there. Behind those athletes, that's the stand in which we're sat in the shade as we meet the athletes for the second of our heats. And Switzerland with Rabatz, Hunker, Pointer and Boogie. Great Britain and Northern Ireland are the defending champions, and 2 of the quartet that won it are in the field this time. Naya Woodburn Goodison led them off last time, and Success Edouan got quite the attention for her home leg last year in running down big international fields. Anna van der Wiel, Britt de Blauw, Isabel Vandenberg is back after clunking into the track earlier, and Fenna Achterberg. Italy have Zana Dosso, the world indoor champion, on the closing leg here. Pagliari, Hooper, Castellani and Dosso. China with Liang, Lu, Zhu and Chen. Chile are in lane 3. They are the South American bronze medalists. It is their only quartet that are entered here in Botswana, with Roxana Ramirez, Mont, Antonia Ramirez and Ituate, and South Africa. Get the local support with Vive Jinkwi, Kyla Lagrange, Gabriela Marais and Jovian Bisha. Zainab Dosso was speaking in the press conference yesterday how what a proud time it is for her to be running here in Africa. She was born in Côte d'Ivoire. Unfortunately, her parents, because of some travel issues, weren't able to be here in person to watch, travelling from Côte d'Ivoire. But I know they'll be watching on the coverage of this event. As Dosso, the flag bearer for Italy, the world indoor champion over 60 metres, prepares on the anchor. Great to see Imani Lancico of Great Britain back fit after some troubles as well. Aaliyah Sibbons waits on the anchor leg for Great Britain. So Italy will be looking to set this up right in the centre in the white and blue, closing on the Netherlands for Dosso on their final leg. Great Britain and Northern Ireland with their young squad, one from the outside as Wedderburn Goodison hands on to Lancico. Italy going well, China moving well in the red as well, just on the right-hand side of Italy. But it's Italy and Great Britain whose change has gone all wrong. Great Britain, well, they've just about got the button. I'm not sure if it was in time. They're still running for these top two places, but it was a disastrous change. China and Italy. Great Britain's change much better that time. Italy weren't good there, and China burst through. It's China with Simmons on the charge for that second spot. And China take the victory from Great Britain and Northern Ireland in second place. They'll have to wait and see. There's going to be some anxious moments for them as to whether that change on the bend was legal and in time, because it was a mess. But China, somewhat of a surprise package, who come through to win that in 42.62. Great Britain 42.75, and Italy will be fast enough with that time to potentially take one of those two automatic spots. National record for South Africa in fifth, 43.22. As those results scroll through, wait and see about that Great Britain changeover on the home turn.
Yeah, we often see it's not always about speed inside this event, but who has the best baton exchanges. And China's always been known to be very flawless in their exchanges, and I think that's what we would have witnessed today with them coming and winning this event.
Well, it's Amani Lancico who's the one who just, I think, fell on the... in fact, it wasn't Lancico, it was Success Edouard, I think, who fell. We'll wait and see in a second. It was leg 2 to 3 for Great Britain, but celebrating the performance of China, who just, well, a few other things were going wrong outside them there. Italy got the final change wrong, Great Britain got theirs wrong. China just efficiently executed the quartet there, and what a moment for them to qualify themselves for their home World Championships in Beijing as well. The first team to automatically qualify through. So it was Lancico who tumbled to the ground after handing over to Edouard. We'll hopefully get a replay of that very shortly. Keeping an eye on the results system here as well. So this is the first change for Wedderburn Goodison to Lancico. So it's the next one for Great Britain here. Keep an eye on this. One from the left, Lancico to Edouard. And I think that's going to be a problem. Those yellow marks on the track are the changeover box. Oof. Yeah, that was a heavy fall for Lancico, having got rid of the baton as well. So Success Edouard, what a shame. The last time we saw her in World Relays action was storming past Sharika Jackson, Perez of Spain, and TT Terry of the USA to win the title for Great Britain. They may not have the chance to defend that title this time around. They are still showing on the system at the moment as second. What do you think, Tanique? You saw the replay of that changeover.
Really early in the year, a lot of 4x1 teams have simply not had the opportunity to work on their exchanges. In the 2026 Indoor Worlds, there is the 4x4, and so those teams would have been able to get together, but it's very early. Some of these people do not train in the same places as their teammates, and so sometimes it's very difficult to get these teams together.
So there you can see that yellow check mark on the ground. The baton has to be inside that yellow mark. That was a hefty whack for Lancico. I hope she's okay when she's regathered herself there. That's the second athlete we've seen take a real bump on the track. We're just watching actually in real time here, Lancico just walking down the outside of the track in front of us. So she's walking back okay. She hasn't needed any further assistance, but it'll just be a case of monitoring her, because those kind of concussion-related incidents can be an issue. So we confirm at the moment that Great Britain and Northern Ireland are in that second automatic spot, but Italy may well get upgraded there. From what we've seen on the replay, that looked fairly clear-cut that baton was passed outside the takeover zone.
For a relay championship, it's been fairly good. We haven't seen too many batons tumbling, and so that is always a good thing.
Yeah, we haven't seen too many disasters, you're right, so far. Some slickness of changes still to work as we move back to the experienced Lorraine Bazzolo. who gives us all hope at the age of 42, still competing at the top level with Pinto, Castellano and Gandula to complete that Portugal team for this third and final heat. Germany, well, they've got two of their Olympic world bronze medalists team, Rebecca Haase and Gina Luken-Kemper on legs 2 and 4. Sharika Jackson leads off Jamaica, joined by the Williams, Jadine and Lavanya, who's just broken the 11-second barrier in the 100 meters, and Janelle Smith goes on the anchor for them. We're seeing two of this team as well. Lotte van Lent and Rani Vinker have already run in the mixed 4x1 today. They're back. For Belgium in 5. As with France, they have Jemima Joseph and Hélène Parisot back in action, having also run in the mixed earlier on. They go in lane 4. Hungary's only team entered here are in this women's 4x100 meters. Zhengjuji, Takac, Koshak and Tut are their quartet. Stand by, lane 2. Lungo, Matlako, Kelapile, Botswana and Kagari are the ones who, for 40 seconds, will be the heroines of Botswana. And on the inside, Nigeria have brought a strong 4x1 quartet. They're not all running in this particular heat. Nwankwo, Chiwuka, Amweke and Ezechukwu. But there is Janelle Smith waiting on the anchor leg for Jamaica. World silver medalist, bronze last year. So Germany, the Olympic and bronze medalists, Olympic and world bronze medalists, I should say, with some of their experience. But Sharika Jackson, who found herself on the anchor leg of this in the final last year, is the lead-off this time around. Noah Lane Thompson-Hera today in the team lineups for Jamaica. She is here. We'd expect France to run well as well from lane 4 here. The final heats of the women's 4x100 meters here at the World Athletics Relay, and look at Sharika Jackson go through this first leg, already up on Germany outside her. Bad change on the outside from Portugal, but Jamaica with Jadine Williams about to hand on to Lavanya Williams for the third leg. Not the best change from Jamaica at all. Lavanya Williams was stuttering and came to nearly a stop. France going well on the inside in the white and red kit, and Germany and Portugal challenging on the outside. Much better from Jamaica that time. France have gone, didn't get the baton round. Jamaica and Germany, Nigeria on the inside have also gone wrong. So chaotic heat, that one. And we're going to get 5 finishers, but strung out completely. Jamaica, the comfortable winners in the end. As you'd have expected, they are through to the World Championships in 40.1.96, followed home by the major multi-medalist Germany. And it was absolute chaos in behind there.
Good run by Team Jamaica. Tomorrow, if they add Elaine Thompson-Hera to that quartet, it certainly will be a faster race, I would expect. But great run from Germany, 3rd in Paris in this event, 3rd in Tokyo in this event, and certainly they will be a team to contend with tomorrow.
Well, there were some squeals from underneath us. We're right by the finish line here. The squeals were from Portugal, and you can see why, because they have gone through to the World Championships in 43.11. And for Portugal in the women's 4x100 meters, just having a quick look down the history list, that will be their first ever representation at the World Championships in a women's 4x100 meters. So no wonder they celebrate.
Yes, certainly is something to celebrate.
Well, France, they had a good quartet out there, but their last change was a complete mess. We've got plenty for our replay operators to gather up and feed us from that heat, particularly as changeovers under pressure started to fall to pieces. But the first rule of relays is get the baton round. Before anything else, Portugal got the baton round. Other teams that would have been expected to finish ahead of them didn't get it round. Portugal are through to the World Championships. As we see the replays here, Portugal's first change actually wasn't incredible, but keep an eye on some of the other changes, particularly Hungary dropped the baton at that point. We're just seeing that. Look at France here in the white and red in lane 4. Lead out runner way early. Look at this. No chance of catching her before those yellow takeover lines. Nigeria on the inside. The runner is also without a baton. So just some real issues with the check marks and the incoming speed there.
Yes, they did experience some difficulties on the inside lanes, but the race was all in lane 6, 7, and 8.
Very, very comfortable on that final leg for Janelle Smith. For Jamaica. And when you can bring Elaine Thompson here in for the final if you want to, it's not a bad position. Don't forget, she's not just coming back, she's run sub-11 as well already this year.
Yes, and I know she's watching now and she's really excited. Yesterday she mentioned just wanting to come here and be in the moment, have fun, and so I'm certainly thinking that that's a good sign for her. She'll be able to have some fun out here tomorrow.
Absolutely. So just to remind you that anybody there who didn't get the baton round can come back tomorrow and get a second opportunity. Just to update you on the previous heat, Great Britain have been disqualified from the previous heat as well. So Italy promoted into second position to go through to the World Championships. Which obviously has a knock-on effect on the times here as well, which is why Portugal find themselves in one of those qualifier spots. We'll wrap all of that up for you right now, certainly from this heat. Only 5 teams completed the last heat. Belgium, France and Nigeria will go back to the training ground and try and do that all again. But Jamaica are impressive, and Portugal, with a national record, will go through to the World Championships on time. I don't know if I need to tell you that Lexile Tobogo has come out onto the track. As we see a couple of those replays from earlier on, this is that Great Britain changeover that caused the disqualification from Lansiko to Edouane outside of the changeover box here. And that is why Great Britain have been disqualified. So the defending champions in the 4x1 for women will not be able to defend their title. You can see the officials there, that's the yellow flag. When they raise suspicion of a changeover outside the zone, that is what happens, which is a great view of that. We don't often see that, so...
Yeah, well, this is good why we always have that replay, because sometimes we don't catch these things in the first run.
Very often we don't catch them in the first run. There's so much people movement, but for Lexile Tobogo, what a special feeling to be competing. Of course, he's competed in Botswana before, but here, as the flag bearer, not just for the kids' athletics program, but for World Athletics in Botswana, but of course with the likes of Colin Kebanat-Shipi and many others now who have risen to the world stage themselves as individual and relay global champions. Now the stage is set for Botswana to celebrate. We've got some absolutely stacked heats in this men's 4x100 meters. The third heat could be a major championship final nearly. But it's all about Botswana in this first heat, and Tobogo will wait on the anchor leg.
And they're really in pursuit of their first medal at this event. They've had some success at the 4x4, but never in the 4x1. And so it'll be interesting if they can capture that goal, or at least advance for tomorrow to capture that goal here in the home stadium.
And it was interesting to hear Tobogo yesterday say his main priority here, because he's running the 4x4, he runs in the 4x4 team at the major championships, but his main priority here is to get the 4x1 team through to the World Championships. That is his main mission today. Whether he ends up doubling up will remain to be seen, but he was quite pointed in his comments yesterday, so that's what I'm here to do, to get the 4x1 team through to the World Champs.
Maybe he was sending a message, but I'm sure the home crowd wants to see him over and over again. He is the man of the hour here. Like you said, he's the ambassador for kids athletics here. He has to hold his team up, and so he's actually the face of these relays, and so lots of pressure on him. I want to see him get through this event successfully and see Botswana go on to perhaps get a medal tomorrow in this event for the first time.
So let's meet the teams. Netherlands, world bronze medalists in this, European silver medalists, with Sika Ekpo, Tamir Bennett, Xavier Moajok back from running the mixed earlier on, and Elvis Afrifa. Good squad. Here are the world champions, the USA, who finished second last year in this, behind South Africa. Ronnie Baker, Max Thomas, Lance Lang and PJ Austin. Botswana in 6. They've never qualified in the World Championships for the men's 4x1. Mandosi, Famel, Lobert Lamang and Tobogo. Inside them are Japan, who finished 4th in this last year. Yanagita, Izuka, Kyu and Mori. In lane 4, the European champions Italy, who were 5th in this last year, Samuele Ceccarelli, Randazzo, Desalu, and a sub-10 second man, Chitu Ali, on the final leg. France go in 3. They've got Mohamed Badrou, Lian Bizasen, who's back again after running earlier, Theo Schaub and Emerick Priham. And the South American champions, Colombia, are on the inside. They've also never reached the World Championships in this event. They have Abelo Moreno, Agalimpia and Palacios. So if you thought the noise had been off the scale so far, just wait until Tobogo gets the baton in his hand for the anchor leg here, if he's in contention for the top 2.
The United States has won gold at this event 3 times, and so Botswana certainly has their work cut out for them.
So this is a stacked event. All of the top countries, all 5 nations have ever won this are here. USA, the world champions, but didn't win this last year, keen to regain their crown. But Botswana trying to get through to the World Championships in this event for the very first time, and the first sight for the packed crowd of Letsile Tobogo to come on the anchor. They're in 6 inside the USA, Netherlands on the outside in 8. Plenty of drama in the last heat with teams not getting the baton rounds. What will come over the next 37 and a bit seconds? USA, Botswana. Oh, USA went wrong again. They were just about inside the zone, but Botswana charging with Faisal, and they lead. It's absolutely deafening. Netherlands on the outside going well. Another disaster for the USA with the changeover. Japan also moving well. USA, Netherlands, Botswana, Japan, and here goes Tobogo. Can he possibly rule in the top 2? USA and Japan. Here comes Tobogo. USA and Botswana make history. Botswana follow the world champions home, and Botswana, for the first time in their history, will be in the World Championships in the men's 4x100 meters.
It is absolutely mad here in the stadium here in Gaborone.
Absolutely incredible scenes of jubilation inside the National Stadium. Japan, as you can see there, despite running out of the top 2 with the Netherlands, have managed to get themselves into the top 2 time qualifiers, of course, because this is the first heat. I'm losing my mind in this delirium in here. So USA, congratulations to them. That's a good quartet they put out there. It's the Botswana national record in second place, 37.96. But they set the tone there from the very first leg. They were flying down the back straight, and although Tobogo was meters down when he got the baton, he was still within enough reach to make an impact.
Yeah, certainly 2 exciting teams always to watch. The U.S. men's 4x1, and of course the home team here. Man, was that not something on the last leg? Not a good exchange at all. Not what you want to see for the home team. But Letsile Tobogo, he just did it. He is a champion. He knows how to run. He knows how to get it done. And he did not let the home crowd down. He delivered.
Oh, the USA's baton on that leg. The previous one, I think, to that was interesting. Anyway, the last leg was okay, and then Tobogo got it. I'm interested on that previous USA change, because there could be a chance Botswana could be upgraded here. Well, again, it's hard when the chaos of everything going on here to see exactly, but no problem with the last US change. Look at Tobogo here. He's got 2 meters to find on Japan when he got the baton, down to 1 meter, and then all of a sudden he's passed. A free for, well, he may not have seen Tobogo come in, but he certainly would have heard him come in. Austin had a little look there, didn't he, PJ Austin? Had a little look to see exactly how fast Tobago was coming and whether anybody else was in contention. Job done for Letsile. He came to get the 4x1 team to Beijing. Job done.
Do you think he'll consider the 4x4 now?
It's got to be a chance, isn't it? I would think so. Well, great to see the local athletes engaging as well. And we've still got the stars in the background to come. The Cabinet Chipis, who we'll see in the 4x400 meters. Bayapo Andori, amongst others. Liepi. As Japan are just having a little look with Cherry Alexander down there, part of the local organising team. But Tobago's job is done for now. And it remains to be seen whether he will be in the men's 4x4. Confirmation, the world champions United States safely through to a defence of their title in Beijing. And Botswana's national record sending this national stadium into absolute delirium. Immediately we're on to heat 2, just as the dust settles. Now the stage is set for our next nations. Australia, who broke 38 seconds last year for the first time with their Oceania record, have Lachlan Kennedy, world indoor medalist from last year, on their opening leg. Jamaica, with Rowan Watson, Dane McPherson, Adrian Kerr, and Rashid Foster. Germany, strong quartet for them at global championship and European championship level. Kevin Krantz, Marvin Schulter, Owen Anser, their sub-10 man, and Lucas Anser Pepra. And here we are with Canada, the Olympic champions, the world silver medalists, and it is a tried and tested formula in relays like no other. Brown to Blake to Rodney to De Grasse. Spain are in 4 with Calero, Castillo, Sancho and Jorge Hernandez on the anchor leg for them. More repeat performances. It's Kobe Flemings' second leg of the day for Belgium, as it is with Antoine Snijders there in the centre on the third leg. And here at Kenya, who have Ferdinand Omanyala on the anchor leg. One of the fastest men in history in the 100 metres. This is extremely competitive. Jamaica in lane 7, but Canada, all eyes on the quartet that will be brought home by Andre De Grasse, the Olympic champions. He'll be up against Omanyala in the home straight. Their lead-off man, Aaron Brown. All the Canadians have been here, running in great form in Africa in the last week as well. They are tuned up as Japan wait and see if their time will be enough to go through. Heat 2 of 3, the men's 4x1. So pretty even through the first 50 metres of that opening leg or so. Canada haven't made any inroads on Germany outside them. Slip change from Canada. Australia good on the outside. Jamaica moving well, and now it's the opportunity for Brendan Rodney to get the baton in his hand for Canada, who nearly ran into the back of Germany there. So it's Canada leading. Jamaica have got a bit to do here as Germany come through on their inside. Belgium have gone. It's Canada. Jamaica are down at the moment. De Grasse has it, being taken on for Germany by Lucas Anser Prepra. Australia flying, and Jamaica have got too much to do. The Olympic champions, Canada, are followed home by Germany. Australia in third, and Jamaica, with the quartet they had out, falling well below expectations there. Canada and Germany through to Beijing. Keep an eye on the times to see whether Netherlands, Japan will be deposed in those next 2 spots.
Great run by Team Canada. You can see the excitement on De Grasse's face. Of course, this is only the heats. They still have to duplicate that performance again tomorrow, but they have a bronze and a silver at this event already, and so I know their aim right now is for the gold.
And Jamaica are gone. Jamaica in this event are out. They'll have to come back for a second opportunity tomorrow. When I say they're gone, I mean they've gone in terms of making it through to the World Championships at the first time of asking, and they won't make the final tomorrow. So they'll have to come back in round 2 as we see a Dane McPherson having a bit of an inquest But Canada getting the job done. Saw a great stat this week that it's 9 major medals for Canada under the coaching of Glenroy Gilbert, who himself was a 3-time global medalist. And Germany ran terrifically well. Krantz, Schulte, Anser and Anser Pepra to take that second spot as well. And another great run from Australia, who tied the Oceania record that they ran last year, 37.87. So Japan, unfortunately for them, as you can see on the right-hand side graphic, they will not go through today. They will have to come back tomorrow. So now the nerves sit with Australia and Netherlands to know if they're going to be through automatically. What about the Jamaican quartet there? I mean, these relays haven't always been that kind to Jamaica. They've been very up and down, but they were the one team out of the nations, you know, like the US and Jamaica, Great Britain, and people who came with, you know, some withdrawals later on. Of course, Kishane Thompson withdrew, Oblique Seville unfortunately withdrew, but on paper they've still got enough to be getting through heats like that, haven't they?
Yeah, I think Jamaica might be one of those teams that's struggled to put athletes in every single event, especially with them trying to also do the mixed relays. They probably do not have that depth at this point in time in the season. We saw where they did really well in the mix, so perhaps that's where their focus is for this competition.
Yeah, absolutely. We talked about those tactical decisions as we look back at some of those changes. You can see there, I think Jerome Blake was just about okay. I don't think he impeded Germany too badly. I mean, they've both gone through, so there was no, I guess, material impact there. But he did actually pretty well, Jerome Blake, to put the brakes on there and not run into the back of Germany. But Australia, it's been a good day for Australia. I think the Australia fans will be watching on from afar and enjoying some of the performances they've seen from the Australian quartet so far. But de Grasse made that look easy. Current form, I mean, de Grasse ran 9.95 here last week in following Blake home, who ran 9.93. De Grasse also ran 19.84 here as well. So they're coming here in these conditions, in really tuned up for this as well. So we see the German celebrations. And unfortunately for Fernando Manyala, for Kenya, he was left with too much to do. They finished 5th. Belgium didn't get the baton round, so they will need to come back tomorrow. Smooth enough progression for the Olympic champions Canada in winning the second heat of the men's 4x1 ahead of Germany. Australia tying their Oceania record, and Jamaica will have to come back for a second bite. Akani Simbini, who many would have watched last week in his own meeting at the Simbini Classic up in Pretoria, or over in Pretoria, I should say, to the east of here. And he pulled up with a bit of cramp, and we were suddenly a bit worried that he might not even make it here. But it's great to see him fit and firing for South Africa, the defending champions in this, as we see the hot seats, if you like, for the athletes who are waiting to see if they will be fast enough to go through. Great Britain and Northern Ireland, well, they are going all guns blazing in this heat. They are full tilt. Jeremiah Azu, Zarnell Hughes, Nathaniel Mitchell-Blake and Ramel Glave. Ghana, who are the African champions, set a national record at the World Championships. Saminu, Azamati, Amoa and Gadai. Here's Favour Ash again for the second time today. As we mentioned, back in Nigeria colours after a failed transfer to Qatar. Emmanuel, Godwin and Ezekiel is also back for a second leg. South Africa have had some issues with availability in the last week or so, but Muvio Moss will lead them off. The long jumper turned sprinter Chesil Johnson on the second, Nakwana on the third, and Akani Simbini on the anchor for them. Here are China, who've just seen a great performance from their women's 4x1 quartet to win their heat. They have Xi, Zheng, Wang and He to try and take them through the experience of He on the final leg. Brazil, they have a couple of sub-10 second runners there in Bardi and Cardoso on legs 2 and 3. Brazil are the South American silver medalists. Poland also with some in-form athletes as well. Dominik Kopec ran very well in the indoor season. He will have the anchor leg for them. Lucas Jock back for a second leg. And India will complete the lineup, all 8 lanes in action for this one, with Raut, Kumar, Kuja and Singh. But this one is probably the most open and the most competitive of the heats. 6 of these teams have national records sub 38 seconds. and all very closely matched in some areas. But Great Britain and Northern Ireland have gone with a powerful quartet here. Jeremiah Azu, former world indoor champion, on the opening leg for them. Simbini waits. Heat 3 of 3 in the men's 4 by 100 metres, and Azu has gone flying out on the outside for Great Britain as Ghana try and keep pace with them, and Nigeria on their inside. South Africa in the dark green, but Great Britain right on the outside with Zarnell Hughes running the back straight, the British record holder. The baton moves on to Mitchell Blake for Great Britain. Jamaica in pursuit, sorry, Ghana in pursuit inside them, but South Africa about to hand the baton to Simbini in the lead. Simbini, with the local support behind him, will roar away here for South Africa. The defending champions about to go through. And China and Great Britain very tight on the line for that second spot. That one will have to go down to a photograph, but no doubt about the winners. Akani Simbini was put in a great position. Confirmation that Great Britain have got the second spot in 38.01. Fine final leg for them from Ramel Glade to get them through just ahead of China. And that is going to mean that Australia are going to go through, as are the Netherlands.
Great job for Team South Africa. Simbini mentioned that he couldn't wait to run here. He feels like he's running at home, and so they will be able to defend their championship from last year tomorrow.
Well, the end, it wasn't quite as competitive as I thought it might be, and some of those leading South Africa were more comfortable winners there than maybe we might have expected. But again, without their full tilt team, missing the likes of Dambile, who's injured, Walaza is still injured as well. But the South African fans here, who, as we mentioned, we're only 20 minutes from the border here to South Africa, so it's pretty much local. They said it feels like running at home. The South Africans yesterday, they said it feels like it's family here in Botswana. And that's a very popular victory.
So South Africa against Botswana tomorrow should be interesting.
The Netherlands celebrating because they've gone through with that 38-second, as have Australia. See you in Beijing. They've lost someone to celebrate, and everybody else will get a second opportunity tomorrow. Again, Great Britain and Northern Ireland reaping the benefit there of front-loading with a strong quartet and getting that job done. And they'll have an opportunity to compete for the title tomorrow. More and more people joining us all the time on the broadcast. Just a reminder that in the single gender relays, men's and women's, there's no places at the Ultimate Championship up for grabs. There are only mixed relays there this year in Budapest. The Ultimate Championship, new event this year for a non-championship year, and certainly a global championship. There are a number of area championships coming up in the next few months, including the Europeans and obviously the South Americans, I think, are coming up as well. Oceania championships are soon too. But you certainly wouldn't have known the way they ran this heat. Just watching that takeover there between Azu and Hughes down the back. You wouldn't have known this was a South Africa quartet missing a couple of key performers here. Great position to be in when you're an anchor runner, isn't it? Just seeing you've got a 2 or 3 metre lead. Look at this South African third runner, Bradley Koana there. He just celebrated the victory already. He knows when you give it to Simbini there, he's not getting caught.
It tells you how confident they are, and they're taking their confidence from last year into this year. They want to defend their title, and I'm so anxious to see that lineup tomorrow. Canada, Botswana, South Africa, United States, that will be a race to watch.
Absolutely right. Absolute belter of a men's 4 by 100 metres final tomorrow. So that's 4 of our 6 events done today. 18 races in the session, the same again tomorrow. It's pretty much the same timetable tomorrow in terms of the hours, so whatever time of day you're watching where you are today, It's the same time for tomorrow to see the World Athletics Relays titles contested and seeing 6 mixed teams make it through as well. And of course those in the second chance saloon trying to get through to the World Athletics Championships. But no those worries for South Africa. But they have high hopes for their men's 400 metres, 4x400 metres team to come very shortly. And that is where we're heading next. The women's 4x4 will be first, and then it's the men's 4x4 to round off the programme. And again, just having a quick look down the team list for those lists coming up very shortly, of which the athletes are just getting prepared. There's quite a few who are going to be running their second 400 metres in the space of about an hour and a half here. So again, nobody will know better than Tanique Williams alongside me. And Bahamas, the world and Olympic gold medalist over 400 metres. How tough that is to run a 400 and then go again an hour and a half later, let alone then come back tomorrow and do it all again. Maybe once, maybe twice. Confirmation of that result for the men's 4x100 metres heat 3. The defending champions South Africa safely through, along with the Olympic bronze medalists Great Britain and Northern Ireland. No time qualifiers from that final heat. That is the list of 8 nations who've booked their place in the World Championships in Beijing next year. The fastest on paper, Canada, a national record for Germany. And delirium inside the stadium as Tobago took Botswana to Beijing. The beautiful sights of the Botswana capital, Gaborone, with the dam in the distance and the stands packed full with colour, vibrancy, culture and energy for all of the athletes here, but particularly when they see those light blue colours of Botswana come out into the arena. Still that slight breath of wind. If you're in the open here, it's very sun intense, but the flags on the top of the stand on the far side opposite us here in the stadium are fluttering ever so slightly as we see Andronette Knight on the opening leg here of the women's 4x4 for Jamaica. World Championships silver medalist Team Brazil watch on. The South American silver medalist will go in this first heat in lane 2. Netherlands, of course, also multi-major medalists in this, world bronze medalists, Olympic silver medalists. We will see the Netherlands in the last of the 3 heats that are coming up. Of course, no Femke Bol due to her change up to the 800 metres, although Lika Klaver yesterday was saying that Femke Bol certainly hasn't ruled out competing in relays in the future, but maybe when she's just a little bit more settled in her new training regime at the 800 metres. But Netherlands we wait for, because there are 7 other countries who have their eyes on Beijing. First of all, we'll meet them very shortly. Jamaica have packed their squad with hurdlers. They have 3 hurdlers in their squad. We move to round 1 of the women's 4x400 metres relay, as the teams once again chase 2 automatic spots in the World Athletics Championships in Beijing and a spot in tomorrow's final to compete for the $40,000 prize money. Meeting the teams on the outside. First of all, Czechia, their only quartet who are here this year. They have Barbora Malikova, Nikola Visava, Teresa Taborska, and on the anchor leg, the world indoor champion, Lourdes Gloria Manuel. One of that battalion of Jamaican hurdlers in the event, Andronette Knight will lead them off before handing on to Leah Anderson, Janelle Josephs, and Xian Salmon on the final leg. France go in 6th. They have Fonny Peltier, Shanna Grebo, Emma Montoya, and Isabel Black. Paula Sevilla is back. She ran earlier on in the mixed 4x4. She's back for another go, as is Blanca Herbas on the anchor leg, who nearly ran down the USA in that mixed 4x4 earlier. Germany have Skadi Shia, Jana Lackner, Ann-Katrine Hoven and Irina Gore. The African champions are Nigeria, Esther Okon, Tohiba Jimo, Taiwo Kodoro, and the youngest competitor here at the World Relays, just 15 years of age, Jacinta Lawrence on the anchor leg for Nigeria. And Brazil are the South American silver medalists. They have Lima Ribeiro, Barreto and Desena lining up for them. And that Brazilian fan, well, there's two. Relatively solitary isolation in the middle of a Botswana massive. Sevilla, one of those to dig into the reserves again for a second 4x4 leg of the day. Hervas, I think, would probably like to avoid another battle down the home straight for the second time in an hour. But however you get the job done, Beijing's the target. First heat of the women's 4x4. So there we go, Spain are the defending champions in this event. They have two of the four that won it last year, Sevilla on this opening leg and Hervas on the anchor. USA, the Olympic champions and the world champions, of course, not here. They've chosen not to send in the single gender 4x4s, have the USA, as Andronette Knight has gone out very quickly for Jamaica, right on the outside, already passing Czechia on her outside as well, and Sevilla on that second leg of the day for Spain in the red and yellow colours, coming past France on the inside. Germany in the yellow and black, just trying to hold on to Spain on their outside, and Nigeria closing on Germany as well. Brazil slightly left behind at the moment. Czechia finishing strongly in this final leg, as Jamaica just tie up ever so slightly, and it's Spain ahead of Jamaica, Nigeria and Czechia, the first four.
Yes, Spain is certainly taking the lead, proving why they were the champions last year as they come towards the break. Jamaica still holding in, had a really strong start, started to fade a bit, but now they're moving towards the front, going into the final curve. Spain hanging in for second. But it's Jamaica leading, Spain in second, France is in fourth, Nigeria is in sixth place. As they come into the third exchange, it's still Spain leading. Germany really making a surge here into this third exchange, and they'll go straight to the front. Jamaica now in third. But Spain is pressing. But Germany is looking to widen that lead on the backstretch. Spain looking very comfortable. Jamaica in third. But oh, Germany looks good. Here comes Spain with 1:50 to go. Oh, it looks like Germany had quite a stumble just now, and that's taken her out of her rhythm a bit. Spain goes past. Jamaica still in third, but they look like they're faltering. Their position may be in trouble, and here comes Spain for the change in Germany. Jamaica's changed in third, France in fourth. But look at Spain. With 300 meters to go, they're really pressing, looking good, but Germany's not giving up. 250 meters to go. Look at Spain and Germany for the first two spots. Germany's in control, with Spain just off her shoulder. And here comes Spain, determined to take that first spot. It's France in third, charging down. Will they be able to overtake Germany? And France overtakes Germany right before the finish. It's Spain first, France second, Germany third.
But Czechia, I think, coming through for second place in the end behind that performance. Yeah, Czechia behind Spain. So Hervas found herself in pretty much exactly the same position as she did previously, being on the shoulder, judging it to perfection, and then pressing the accelerator to do enough to take Spain, the defending champions in this, through to the World Championships. And Czechia, with the world indoor champion Lourdes Gloria Manuel on the anchor leg, storming past Germany in that home straight to take that second automatic spot. And now Germany will have to see if that time is going to get them through.
Yeah, it's really disappointing for Germany because they put so much effort into all four of their legs just to have to lose that spot at the very end. This is never a comfortable position to be in. They were the first relay. There's still 2 more to go, and so they'll just have to sit and wait to see if they get one of those top spots.
Well, we saw the Jamaica quartet forlorn on the grass in front of us. Here they are. And that, again, is a squad packed with international ability. And the last thing Sharon Salmon wants probably is a camera right in her face after that moment. But it's Spain celebrating. Spain are becoming one of the dominant European forces in this world relays, particularly in the women's side of things, and particularly involving 400 meters. So what a great day Blanca Hervas has had with 2 anchor leg victories. In fact, she couldn't get past the USA earlier on, but she pretty much a similar performance to that in last year's event where they won. As we see the changeovers here. Let's say for Czechia, that's a very impressive quartet performance. Again, sometimes the star, if you like, the Lourdes Gloria Manuel, the world indoor champion, would get the headlines, and of course she did plenty on that ankle leg to bring Czechia across the line. But there was a lot of good work that was done before that. I mean, look how far Czechia are down here, right at the back of the shot here. So to come through and overtake Germany, as you mentioned, there was that slight stumble from Germany there. You've been a little bit in that situation. And what causes that? That's just taking your eye off literally taking your eye off the track, and you're thinking about handing over the baton, or so you're thinking about something else there. So Germany, after that slight stumble there was Hervas. Moving away. I mean, you wouldn't know she'd already run a leg today, would you? The way that Hervas is accelerating. We say about not getting slower in 400s rather than... Well, she looked like she was accelerating there.
Yeah, she certainly did.
The face of Spain at the World Relays at the moment, Blanca Hervas.
If you can feel like that after 400 meters, I say go for it.
Yeah, I won't be taking the 400 up anytime soon. I'm happy for you to be the 400-meter runner in this commentary partnership. So Czechia through to the World Championships. And through to the opportunity tomorrow to get some prize money in the final as well. Czech Republic have been in the women's 4x4 a few times before, but not for quite a while. Just looking back, I think 2011 was the last time that Czechia contested the World Championships. That was in Daegu in this women's 4x4, but they will be there in Beijing. Once again, returning to Asia for a World Championship. And Jamaica, I'm afraid, disappointing.
Yeah, they have won medals in this event twice, 2014 and 2015, but really haven't been on the podium since. I know they're eager to get back on the podium, but they're going to have to put some work in.
It's interesting when you look at how good Spain have been, because they didn't make the World Championship final, Spain, in Tokyo. Didn't get through to the final. World Indoor bronze medalist this year as well, but we'll come back to that in a second, because it's time for the second heat of 3. The noise for Botswana very shortly, as we see, first of all, the athletes on the outside. We see Kenya, who are introduced on lane 8. In lane 7, Rachel McCann, Jenna Breen, Molly Daly and Arlene Crossan. Molly Daly's making a bit of history for Ireland today as well. She's the first athlete ever to have 3 generations of her family run internationally for Ireland. Italy, meanwhile, have got some repeaters. We saw Troiani and Mangione earlier on in the mixed. Belgium are in 4, Schumacher, Demaretz, Vandal and Camille Loos goes in lane 5. Poland always strong in 4x4s. Anna Grish, one of their standout performers. Veronika Bartnowska, Alicia Vuna-Kusetsa, and Justina Sveti-Ercetic is back again, having run in the mixed earlier. Canada, Zoe Scherer, Lauren Gale. For the 2024 bronze medalists, Jasneet Nija and Diana Proctor. And in Botswana are in 2. That is their quartet: Monte, Kambaruka, Morocco and Batisani. And then it'll be the very young Ethiopian squad. We've got a couple of 17-year-olds and an 18-year-old lining up here on their World of Relays debut. It'll be Bekesa to Tesfaye, Ayala and Alila, the 18-year-old, to bring them home. So here we go with heat 2 of 3, the women's 4x4. For the teams outside the top 2, 3:26.89 is where the time qualification positions stand at the moment. Underway in the Gaborone Sunshine in heat 2 of 3 in the women's 4x400 meters, and a flying start from Kenya right on the outside through the first 200 meters or so. Ireland on their inside, with the opening leg being run for them by Rachel McCann. There in Poland in the red and white at the moment. Botswana right in touch there on the inside. They have actually made a world final, Botswana, in this event back in 2017 when Amali Moncho, a world champion, was involved in the squad. But it's Kenya with Ireland. Rachel McCann is closing strongly here, and on their inside they've got Italy in the white and blue. Poland being challenged by Canada in the centre as Botswana start to fade. So it's going to be Italy and Canada. Canada maybe just have the advantage. Then come Ireland and Poland. Kenya right on the outside. And they've got a gap on the rest at the moment as Belgium are pursued by Botswana. Canada with Lauren Gale. That's a big gap they've opened up to Poland, coming across into second position with Veronika Bartnowska just ahead of Italy. Second leg for them, Virginia Troiani. Botswana closing on the Irish runner Jenna Breen. Listen to the noise inside the National Stadium as Botswana go past Ireland and move up into fourth position. But it's Canada way out front at the moment from Italy, Poland, Botswana and Ireland. Jasneet Nija sets off in front for Canada. Italy's third leg with Alessandra Bondra. Poland on the third leg have Alicia Vuna-Kusetsa, and now Botswana with Galafele Morocco challenging for third position. Then come Ireland, who have the teenager Molly Daly making her debut here. Making that bit of history for Ireland and running well at the moment in fifth position. Down the back, keeping in touch with the two ahead of her. But these two out front, Canada and Italy, way clear at the moment. This is the battle for third, fourth and fifth. Great support from the home crowd trying to urge Morocco to keep going as Canada hand over for the final leg. Diana Proctor on the anchor for Canada. Off goes Alex Mangione in pursuit. Botswana have the baton, and they're off chasing Sveti-Ercetic of Poland in third, but this is our leader. Out front, Diana Proctor for Canada, the 2024 bronze medalists. It's almost the most important thing in the stadium is this battle you're seeing now between Poland and Botswana. That's for third. They're a long way down though on the front two, which means the times may not be fast enough. We'll see very shortly. But Canada and Italy are booked, and Sveti-Ercetic is experienced now, the three-time silver medalist, previous winners of this, coming home in third. They're going to have to rely on time, but it's been an impressive display from the Canadian quartet here, who are comfortable winners ahead of Italy Ireland are rallying with Arlene Crossan here, who will break a few Botswana hearts on the finish line as Ireland get up to finish in 4th position and Botswana finish 5th.
Yeah, but really good effort by Botswana. You know, the home crowd was really taking them around the track. Really good effort. Very difficult to outrun Poland. They've been on the podium for this event at least 4 times in the past, and so they have a very experienced team. But Canada really ran away with the race. Very good job. They will be in the finals tomorrow.
And as we can see, Poland and Ireland are not fast enough, so Germany and France will stay in those hot seats to go through on time. You could see really from the gaps that were at the front of that field, it didn't look like any time was going to get through there, did it?
No, they were simply too far behind Team Canada, and so they will have to be inside the qualifying rounds tomorrow.
But of course, as you effectively take the cream off the top and some of the better nations are through, the qualifying round 2 tomorrow becomes a real big focus for some of those teams, you know, the Polands, the Irelands, who are just below that top level in qualifying today. So 1 more heat to go in the women's 4x4. That is the Belgian quartet, who were a little disappointing there. But Canada, anything but disappointing. It's been a good day for Canada so far. 1 more heat to come. We're about to start the introductions for that heat already. We're flying from one to the next here. So you can see the athletes there lined up. They're lined up, by the way, in the position that they're in at the 200 metres to go mark. So in case you're wondering why they're all taking the baton out of sequence there, their position, the outgoing runner, with 200 metres to go. So any changes in the order in that final 200 metres are not reflected in the order in which they are stood waiting. But look how strung out this field is. I think we're unlikely to see gaps as big as that at the front tomorrow in the finals and also the qualifying round 2s. Countries, of course, are seeded and split up on the quality of their performances on the top list and their marks in qualifying here through the World Championships in Tokyo last year, which means that obviously all of the top nations don't race each other in this first qualifying round. They are split up across the heats, and we're standing by to meet the athletes for this final heats, which also could be pretty competitive, as you'll see when we see the teams who are named. Good effort from the Botswanan team, who will be very shortly, even though they are Botswana, they'll be ushered away. Smooth progression for Canada and for Italy, who are largely out in front and unchallenged in the second half of the race. And Poland and Ireland won't go through on time and will have to come back tomorrow. Lika Klaver stands by. She's going to be running the second leg for the Netherlands. And she becomes the senior figure now in this Netherlands squad, with Femke Bol switched to 800 metres. Klaver is the experience, is the medal-winning CV that the Netherlands will look to utilise. He didn't rule out yesterday having to be called up for the 4x1 if she was needed as well here, as well as the mixed and the women's, but I think she'd hope not to. As this passionate, exuberant crowd here in the National Stadium in Gaborone get right behind the athletes and create a real carnival atmosphere. The wind has dropped. The flags on the far side have pretty much now dropped limp as we meet Lavia Nielsen to lead Great Britain off on the outside in lane number 8. Don't have the exact stats to hand, but I don't remember Lavia Nielsen as a lead leg runner for Great Britain too many times in the past. She'll hand on to Emily Newnham, promising hurdler. Charlotte Hemrick, European under-20 medalist as well, and Nicole Yergin for the Olympic bronze medalists on the outside. And there is the rest of that Great Britain and Northern Ireland team. European under-20 champion Charlotte Hemrick on the third leg for Great Britain. Here at Australia with Alice Dixon, all smiles, Alana Jukic, Alexia Loizu and Sarah Carley on the final leg for them. Sarah Carley, the hurdler. Netherlands have some new names. Nina Franke is one of those. The rest of them are relatively familiar. Lieke Klaver there on the anchor leg for the Olympic silver medalist, world bronze medalist Merte van der Schoot. And Evelina Solberg gets the anchor responsibilities in the absence of Bol. South Africa, Precious Malepo will lead off the bronze medalists from last year. To Christy Logenberg, Hanna van Niekerk, and Marlie Viljoen is back for her second leg of the day. They're in Norway in lane 4. Who again, this is their only quartet they have here. They have Amelie Yule on the second leg and Henriette Jager to go for them on the anchor. Number 2 in Europe indoors this year, Henriette Jager. Mexico here in 3. Monica Rios, Ana Torres, Paula Mireles. This is their first appearance in this event since 2015, Mexico. And on the inside, we have Switzerland with Dish, Kaliuri, Husler and Farr. And their first time in this since 2019, the Swiss women's 4x4 quartet. Heat 3 of 3 as Klaver waits on leg 2 and Germany waits in one of those time qualified positions with France to find out if they will go through. Germany 3:25.76, France 3:26.89. The relevant times for anyone who's not in the top 2. It's not life after Bol for the Netherlands, but it's certainly life without Bol, the 800-meter runner for now in relay terms at major events. And they are being led out by Nina Franke on the far side, who's in pursuit of Australia, just outside her at the moment. Alice Dixon leading them off. Great Britain and Northern Ireland starting strongly with Lavia Nielsen right on the left of the shot on the outside, as well as South Africa going strongly in the dark green colours as well on this opening leg with Precious Malepo closing up on Nina Franke inside her for the Netherlands at the moment. And the athletes in lanes 1 and 2, Switzerland and Mexico at the moment with plenty to do. But Nielsen looking strong. Recently changed her training base to Texas in the US and finishing this leg really well, Lavia Nielsen. And handing on for the second leg for Great Britain and Northern Ireland to Emily Newnham right on the outside. Netherlands just inside them. Lieke Klaver takes the baton for them. Right on the inside as well, going well, are Norway in the red and blue colours, and they are in second position at the moment. Klaver third for Netherlands, fourth South Africa with Christy Logenberg, and then Australia coming across in fifth position with Alana Jukic. So a real tight battle in behind at the moment. Emily Newnham, who is looking around to have a little look at the big screen. There's no big screen in the home straight here for the athletes to use as a wing mirror, as we often see them do. It's behind them as they're coming down the home straight, so it's all eyes looking for the outstretched hand of your partner. And for Great Britain and Northern Ireland, that'll be the European Under-20 champion, Charlotte Henrich. Norway will hand over to Astrid Ertsgaard in second position. The Netherlands, Merte van der Schoot has the baton for them. South Africa are fourth, and they have Hanna van Niekerk on this leg, the third leg, and then behind them come Australia with Alexi Loizu.
Switzerland is looking really good in the back stretch. Netherlands is pressing though for that second spot as they go into the curve, but it is Great Britain out there controlling the race. Coming on to the home stretch. Great Britain still controls the race as they head into this final leg of the race. Switzerland will pass the baton second. Netherlands right behind. South Africa still in fourth.
So
being chased by Australia.
Sorry, today, Great Britain and Northern Ireland then with Nicole Jürgen anchoring them to Olympic bronze, who is 15 or 20 metres clear, but there's a hot pursuit on in behind here. Norway in second position with Henriette Jager, who's shown some great indoor form on the European circuit over the last few weeks, and she's chipping away at Great Britain's lead, but more importantly for her, she's opening up the gap between her and the Netherlands in third position, and Evelina Salberg, who's not able to respond at the moment. So once again, we see a heat really strung out at the front. Great Britain and Norway are going to comfortably progress here. The battle on for fourth and fifth between South Africa and Australia, but it's a slightly under par run from the Netherlands here as Great Britain take it. Norway in second, they are both through to the World Championships, and Netherlands now, they're around about 3:25 or so on time in third position, so we'll have to wait and see if that is going to be fast enough for them. It may well be, but we'll wait for that to scroll through for the Netherlands. 3:24.74, it is enough for the Netherlands to go through on time. We'll confirm the rest for you shortly. So that is a backdoor route for the Netherlands through, but they are through to the World Championships, and Germany will join them as time qualifiers as well. South Africa just miss out. So again, we're looking at that, Tanika. We're looking at a couple of names, a bit like Jamaica earlier on. We probably expected a little bit more from the Netherlands there. They have got some new names in their squad, but you look at 3 of those 4, and they are regular international relay performers there.
Yeah, certainly. We did expect a little bit more from the Netherlands, but luckily they are through for tomorrow. So we'll see what they have to give us tomorrow. Really good race by Nelson leading out for Great Britain. Really no challenge for the team. When they line up against the other finalists tomorrow, we'll see how they contend.
So Norway, who finished 6th in the World Final in Tokyo last year, that was their first ever World Championship Women's 4x4, are back for a little bit more, as are Germany. They will also be through on time, so a nervous wait for the German female quartet, but they also will be in Beijing, and they will be in tomorrow's final. Impressive run from Norway, and for Great Britain and Northern Ireland, you can see in the background there. 3 sets of twins we've got, but I knew I'd get a chance to get this stat in somewhere. Lavia and Lena Nielsen of Great Britain, who we've seen run today. Eugene and Jamie O'Marlow of Netherlands, and obviously Tina and Tia Clayton of Jamaica, who there may be another set buried somewhere else, but they're the 3 headline ones that certainly, we've got at least 3 sets of twins running in this, as we see South Africa, who unfortunately, without the likes of Zane Keldenhuis through injury, didn't quite have enough. But lead-off Lavia celebrates for Great Britain. Great Britain fans will be encouraged there by the performances of 2 of their, bookended by Lavia, Nielsen and Jäger, who are season performers, but Newnham and Henrich in the middle 2 legs for them. Strong legs for 2 of their up-and-coming performers. What has your knowledge of Botswana pop music, Tanique? Because wherever that song they just play in the background of us here, everybody just got up and started dancing. So it's obviously my
Not
knowledge
just
of
everybody, Chris. I saw you move too.
It's quite catchy. Couldn't tell you what it was. And again, the reason that everybody's going with a little bit more gusto here is that Botswana's World Championship winning quartets, not quite all of them, but 3 of them are out onto the track for the men's 4x4 next. The women's 4x4 in Heat 3 was wrapped up with comfortable victory for Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Norway set a national record, and Netherlands went through on time to the World Championships. And it's confirmation that Netherlands and Germany are the two who go through on time. Czechia, after a long absence, also back at the World Championships in the women's 4x4. This is the reception for, amongst other things, the Botswana 4x4 men's team out on the track. There's no Sabogo in this team. He ran earlier in the 4x1. He's the one who's missing from the quartet that won the gold medal. He's been replaced by Justus Oratile. The expectation, even for Sebastian Coe and his Botswanan VIP guests. So just to our left, actually, in the stand here.
Yes, the expectation is very high because Botswana has had global success in the men's 4x4. And so that's why we see everybody's on their feet. They're cheering, they're excited. They are excited about what their men will deliver here in these heats.
So there is Oratile, who comes in, and in the background is the world individual 400-meter champion Colin Kivenat-Shipi. Liepi, traditional lead-off runner with that familiar white headband. And Bayapo and Dory will be anchoring them home in this one. And the crowd love a bit of Liepi. There he is.
The only time I've ever heard it louder was in Bahamas.
Oh, you're going to say that, Sonique. Of course you are. You're biased. Bahamian Olympic and World 400-meter gold medalist Tonique Williams, alongside myself, Chris Temple, here in Gaborone, as we see the Jamaican quartet getting ready. See Jeremy Bembridge there and Raheem Hales. They're on the outside in lane 8 here. Tony van Diepen will run the third leg for the Netherlands. So once again, the qualification rules. Those who've been watching all afternoon will be aware of these now, but we'll just keep repeating them for those who are joining in all the time. The top 2 in each of these events, in the men's 4x4 now, all of these 3 heats will qualify directly for the World Championships in Beijing and for the final tomorrow here. 2 time qualifiers also go through from the 3 heats, and then tomorrow, in that second day, all the teams who don't go through today have a second opportunity to qualify tomorrow in round 2. Effectively a repechage, for those who prefer that. That term was obviously used in the Olympics, but for those who like that term, repechage is effectively what it is tomorrow for anyone who doesn't go through today. And that includes all the teams who haven't got the baton round today. Every team has turned up in the lane, so anyone who's been disqualified or didn't finish today does get the opportunity to go again tomorrow. Time for round 1 of the men's 4x400 meters. All 8 lanes in action in this first heat of 3. And the host nation, who are the world champions, go in lane 7. Brazil in this one as well. South American champions. But there's Dory, the Bayapo and Dory, the world bronze medalists, of course, individually, as well as his relay success. Olympic silver medalists in the 4x4 as well. The first time that an African nation had ever won the world title, when Botswana took the gold in Tokyo. On a very wet night. The conditions couldn't be more different here in Gaborone today than it was when the Botswana quartet made that African history. So Jamaica fans are going to be looking for a little bit more, I think, than they've seen from their team. They have a history of being a little bit up and down in world relays, but Asini Wilson will lead them off to Javon Powell, Jeremy Bembridge and Raheem Hales for Yeah, team who've never won a medal in this, actually, which is quite surprising. The world champions, Botswana, led off by Liepi to Justus Oratile, Busang, Colin Kebanat-Shipi, the world champion, and Boyapo Ndori. No Letsile Tebogo in this, but he qualified the men's 4x1 earlier on for the World Championships. We may see him in this in the final tomorrow. Netherlands have Keenan Blake, the 2021 winners of this. Eugene Mala, I mentioned, is here with his twin brother Jamie, Tony Van Diepen, and the in-form Jonas Pfeiffers on the anchor leg for them. Brazil are the South American champions. They have Vinicius Moura, Lucas Villa, Thiago da Silva, and Mateus Lima on the anchor leg for them. Poland are in 4 with Mikołaj Piszka, Victor Hrbel, Remigiusz Zazula, and Metis Zesdishak. They're Australia. Good day for Australia so far. Luke van Ratingen, Rhys Holder, Matthew Hunt, and Aidan Murphy, who's been in great form as well over 200 and 400 metres. He will go on the anchor leg for them. And on the inside in 2 for Nigeria, who are under strength in this, Kefari Badmus, Ifani Ojeli, Victor Ime, and Ezekiel Osukwo. On the inside, Denmark, their only team here. Nielsen, Van der Aar, Jurgensen, and Monaret. I've definitely seen at least one Denmark flag in the arena. It's a hell of a way from Denmark to Botswana, but there is a Denmark flag in the crowd. There are 1 or 2 Botswana flags in the crowd, let me tell you. And there are 1 or 2 high hopes for this quartet, who are the firm favourites to win this. Will be, on the basis of their World Championship gold, the favourites to win tomorrow as well. And this will delight the National Stadium in Gaborone. We heard that incredible roar earlier on when Letsile Tebogo stormed through. Of course, that was to finish second. So you can imagine the noise if Botswana win this heat, which we'd expect them to do. And Liepi is already closing on the Jamaican lead-off runner, Asini Wilson, outside him. For the Netherlands, Keenan Blake has got a great sighter here with Epi ahead of him. Australia through Luke van Ratingen in the green to the right of your shot there. He's gone storming past Poland in lane 4, but now the volume cranks up to the max as Liepi on leg number 1 sends the decibels off the scale. Botswana hand over first, ahead of Australia. It was a great first leg from Van Ratingen for them as he hands on to Rhys Holder. Netherlands are going well as well. Eugene Mala has the baton for them. Jamaica right on the outside with Javon Powell in 4th position. But it's Australia through Rhys Holder, who hit the front down the back straight and just take the sting out of the noise, at least temporarily, as he's up against Justus Oratile. Netherlands being challenged in 4th position by Brazil. Jamaica down in 5th, then Nigeria, and further back to Denmark and Poland. But it's Rhys Holder running a fine leg here. Excellent first half of the race from Australia as they just start to extend away from Botswana. And the baton is with Matthew Hunt for Australia. The world champion, Busang Kebanat-Shipi has the baton for Botswana. In pursuit, then Netherlands, Jamaica with Jeremy Bembridge on the move round the outside of the Netherlands. Then Brazil and Nigeria. But can Kebanat-Shipi time this to perfection? He's got Boyapo Ndori waiting on the final leg. Australia have Aidan Murphy, who has got it all on in many ways. Aidan Murphy will never have run in a noisier environment in his life than he's about to face on the anchor leg for Australia. As Kebanat-Shipi smoothly and serenely toys with Matthew Hunt of Australia and hands the baton over first to Botswana. Oh, they've got it wrong! Oh my goodness me! That's going to be very close as to whether that changed in time. Can you believe it in a 4x4? Nervous moments, and they've completely lost their momentum. And Dory, did Botswana get the baton over in time there? That was touch and go, and all of a sudden Aidan Murphy will be wondering what happened. second, and Way's got a 5-meter lead. And over around the Netherlands with Jonas Pfeifers, who's absolutely flying as well, round the home turn. Murphy's going to try and hold on here. I think he's got enough distance, and Dory will fly. Murphy's holding his form pretty well, and Dory's closing, but the line will come in time for Australia, I think. Aidan Murphy holds on, and Dory second for Botswana, and Pfeiffer's closed fast for the Netherlands. What a race, and oh, to be Australia, the party poopers.
Yeah, that could have certainly ended differently. Luckily, Botswana, their quartet is so strong, they were able, with the home crowd help, just to manage to get that second place. This will cost them probably tomorrow in the lineup for the final, but I'm sure that they will be geared up again and ready to run and perhaps win gold here. So, good run by Australia. They certainly did what they had to do.
It's a huge national record for Australia as well, by over 2 seconds. Pretty sure that'll be an Oceania record as well. Botswana in second position in that automatic qualifying spot. And the Netherlands and Brazil will have to wait and see with 2 more heats to come. I'm absolutely fascinated to see the replay of the handover for that final leg with Botswana there. And I mean, we've got to put that down to the occasion or something, haven't we, there? Because how often do you ever see a 4x4 changeover flirt with the edge of the takeover box? So we'll have a look at that very shortly. Botswana are happy at the moment. Kevin actually was saying it's all good. We're through. It's fine. The change in volume when they missed the baton as well. So this is the first leg change from Epi. No problems here, and at this stage, always going to plan for Botswana in lane 7. So this one was okay as well. Kevin Atshipi getting the baton from Oratile. Look at Australia's lead at this point. Great team effort from Australia, but this next change is the one to watch for from Botswana. Kevin Atshipi here, watch him when he comes alongside. I hope we stay with this replay for a moment. Watch him coming alongside. Is he having a little look across in a second? Look how comfortable it is. We just missed the look across. Now then, they missed the baton there. They still haven't got it. Keep an eye for the red mark coming on the track. They're okay. Oh my goodness me, they're okay.
He was very, very confident coming in on third, maybe relaxed a little bit too much. He needed to give his man just a little bit more of an edge because Australia really just came to win this heat. And so hopefully tomorrow we see a different race out of him.
Absolutely. Oh, wow. The drama of it all. So the two highest profile Botswana quartets. We've seen Tobago charge through the field. We've seen Botswana nearly mess up the final baton change. Ultimately, this one hasn't gone to script. Australia have torn the script up there with a huge national record. 2:57.
Yes, and this is what the crowd came here to see. The men's 4x1, the men's 4x4. Certainly, I think the teams delivered today. The crowd will be here tomorrow. They're expecting gold. I know these guys, it's a lot of pressure on them. They have to go back, regroup, recover, and come back and deliver another awesome performance.
I think we need to go recover as well after that. Honestly, the noise in here, I've genuinely, I've been doing this job for quite a while. I've never heard noise like we're experiencing in this stadium. Absolutely incredible noise.
Well, I still beg to differ, but...
Wow, you're still, yeah, maybe the Bahamas in 2 years' time will try and serve something up, but... Confirmation it wasn't the first place finish that the Botswana fans came for after a baton mishap on the final change, but they did safely put their position through in the World Champs. But Australia, with the fastest time we've seen in the world this year and a big new national record, spoiled the party. Heat 2's got a bit to live up to, let me tell you. There'll be some local support in this one as well. Zimbabwe, another of the neighbours here. Some good supports. They have Dennis Hove, Zuze Leaford, Kieran Muishi, and Unlove, who's been in fantastic form. Beat Bryce Deadman of the USA last week, did Unlove, who will run the final leg for them. Kenya, the African Championship silver medalists. Dennis Malongo, Kipkirei Rotich, Erasmus Baluka. And the final leg for them for Kenya in the second heat is Dancy Kibet, as we see China. Liang, Zhu, Liu, and Shu. Portugal, they made the World Championship final last year. Pedro Afonso, Ericsson, Tavares, João Coelho, and Omar El Khatib. Coelho, season performer. South Africa, they've got a good team out here. Udemy Ocon, Miti Makulu, Linda Kokomo, the exciting young talent, and Zakiti Nene. Germany also strong quartet with Jean-Paul Bredau, Torben Finke, Manuel Sanders, and Ove Fischer-Weiholtz. And our first glimpse today of a team from Senegal with Abdou Njai, Frederic Mendy, Abu Sane, and Chek Diouf on the final leg. Chek Diouf, the African champion over 100 meters on the anchor for Senegal. The South African fans are ready. So are we. 8-2 and 3.
They won the 4x1 and a 4x4 last year for the men. And so we certainly expect to see a really good performance for them here in the second heat.
And it's 3 of the team for South Africa that did win that title last year. We saw Gadeo Isaacs, the other member of the team, running the mixed event earlier on. There is Zimbabwe on the outside. One of the countries that shares a border with Botswana over to the east. And there, the Netherlands and Brazil wait and see if their performances will be enough to take them directly to Beijing. Our penultimate race of the day. Heat 2 of the men's 4x4. So Zimbabwe right on the outside. If they can set it out well for Undlove on the final leg, he's shown his brilliant form so far. Portugal have been an emerging nation in 4x4 100-meter runners. Their strongest runner, João Coelho, waits on the third leg for them. But it's Zimbabwe on the outside from Kenya, who have been multi-medalists here, Kenya. They've actually only not won a medal at the only edition they didn't compete at, Kenya. They've been a strong performing nation at the World Relays. China going very well here. And also Germany on the inside, who are up on South Africa. Portugal finishing strongly, but it's Zimbabwe right on the outside here with Dennis Hobart, who will pass the baton on first. Germany get it in second, ahead of Portugal and China. And South Africa just back in the pack here at the moment as their second leg runner, Mitibukulu. And what's happened to China? China are pulled up, so China are gone here, unfortunately, which leaves us with 6 teams remaining. And here comes Zimbabwe to head South Africa.
South Africa is trying to make a move for the front, but they simply did not have enough here at that cut into lane 1. It's still Zimbabwe controlling the race. But here comes South Africa, defending champions from last year. They both exchange at the same time, but Zimbabwe's on the inside leading. Kenya just pulling up the rear after that first exchange.
Sabawiso for Zimbabwe. The teenager Linda Kokomo, one of the fastest under-20s in history, is on the leg here for South Africa. For Germany, Manuel Sanders has the baton for them, and here comes Kokomo, showing his superb form over the course of the last couple of months. Brilliant leg from Kokomo, about to hand on to Zakiti Nene for South Africa. Zimbabwe tying up, which allows Germany through, and Portugal. A bit of traffic trouble for Germany at the changeover. Zimbabwe relegated to 4th after that with Undlove, who ran sub-45. And a great performance, and here he goes. Past Germany and past Omar, or trying to pass Omar El Khatib of Portugal, who's standing firm on the outside. Top 2 to the World Championships. South Africa out front at the moment with Zakiti Nene, who's trying to manage his effort. Here comes Undlove closing, an African 1-2 at the moment here for 2 of the neighbouring nations of Botswana. This will be a fitting celebration of African athletics here in this heat. It's a brilliant performance. Here come Portugal challenging Zimbabwe. It's South Africa who take it, and right on the line, oh, that's going to need a photo. Zimbabwe, or did Portugal crush the African 1-2 from Botswana's neighbours?
A really interesting race there for Zimbabwe. I've never seen in the 4x4 relay, how a team goes from the first leg to the fourth leg in just one exchange. But luckily for them, they were able to regroup, come back. We're waiting to see. It is Portugal for that second position. They will have to wait to see what their time is.
Zimbabwe through. As it stands at the moment, there's one more heat to come. They're in the top two.
The same exact time as second place. But second place went to Portugal.
It's back to Beijing and back to the World Championships for Portugal. As we said, they were in the World Championship final last year, and that was a terrific final leg from Omar El Khatib, a national record for Portugal, and they beat Zimbabwe, who also posted a national record by 7 thousandths of a second. That was a brilliant leg from Kokomoa on the third for South Africa. What a performance from him, the teenager. Put his name in your notebook if you haven't already. He doesn't look that happy, Kokomoa. He's trying to keep cool. There's a smile in there somewhere. But Nene getting the job done. And South Africa, they can, if they want to, they can bring in Isaacs on the opening leg tomorrow, which will give them the top four, or the four that won the title for them last year. World bronze medalist as well. China, we're just seeing, unfortunately, there, you can see a bit of strapping on the left hamstring of the Chinese athlete, and a real shame. They will get to come back tomorrow. They can replace that athlete. I hope he's okay. The second leg runner for China, Zhu. Well, we saw a couple of processions, what we call processions in the women's 4x4, with some wide victory margins, but these men's heats, the two we've seen so far, have been a lot more competitive, a lot more drama.
Yes. Zimbabwe went from second straight to fourth just in one changeover, and that just tells you how competitive these men's 4x4 relay is.
So this is the charge from El Khatib, which was worth 7 thousandths of a second on the line. Watch how close this is as Nene wins easily and right on the lead. Goodness me. The torso of the Portuguese athlete, not the head, is measured, and therefore you can see just the width of her chest, which is worth 7 thousandths of a second. But Zimbabwe at the moment sitting in one of those two time qualifier spots, so may well find themselves qualified. They've got to wait for one more heat though. And the final heat has a lot of the major nations in terms of medal success at championships in it, so there's going to be a high quality you'd expect in this final heat, so it will be a nerve-wracking wait for Zimbabwe, who the last time they were at the World Championships in the men's 4x4 was Athens in 1997. Confirmation of South Africa and Portugal's progression to the World Championships. Only 7 thousandths of a second separated the national records of Portugal and Zimbabwe. China, unfortunately, pulling up injured on the second leg. So there is Zimbabwe in the recovery zone. And now we come to the last of our heats and the last of our action of day one. What a day it's been here in Gaborone. Japan on the outside in heat 3 with Hayashi, Nakajima, Yoshizu and Imaizumi. Great Britain, the Olympic bronze medalists, have Lewis Davey on the first leg. Their team captain Lee Thompson's on the second. Seamus Derbyshire, 400 hurdler, is on the third, and Toby Harris on the fourth. A powerful Belgium quartet: Jonathan Secourta, Robin van der Bendem, Alexander Dome and Daniel Sagers, who led them to fourth in the World Championship final in Tokyo. India with Chowdhury, Ramesh, Kayaz Visli and Saji on the anchor leg for India, who are the Asian silver medalists. Spain against some familiar names in their lineup: Michael Fernandez, Samuel Garcia, Manuel Guijarro and Oscar Husios. Qatar are in 3. They're the Asian champions. They have Yahya, Ibrahim, Basset Hamida, Jibreen and Osman. Switzerland in 2 through Vincent Gendre, Lionel Spitz, Julien Bonvin and Danny Brandt. And then Mexico go in 1 with Valentin Mendoza, Gerardo Aguirre, Edgar Ramirez and Luis Aviles. Sakur will lead off Belgium, the European champions. They were 4th in the world final, as I say. Lewis Davey for Great Britain. Going to go a lot of their top 4x400 meter relay athletes here. The concluding race of day 1 of the World Athletics Relays Gaborone 26 here in Botswana, with the final 2 automatic qualification spots up for grabs at the World Athletics Championships in Beijing. And already the 3 on the outside. Belgium, Great Britain and Japan easing their way away from the rest of the field at the moment. Jonathan Sakur there in the white and black of Belgium, maintaining a relatively even stagger at the moment. On those outside him, Great Britain's lead-off runner Lewis Davey, and on the outside for Japan, Shinya Hayashi. So Sakur closing strongly down this home straight, about to hand on to Robin van der Bendem for the second leg. Japan also rallying in the closing stages of that leg as well, and Qatar have stuck through on the inside as well. So while the lead 3 got away, there were some good second halves of that first leg to bring their teams into contention at the break at the entrance to the back straight. So it's going to be Belgium from Qatar. India have moved up into 3rd position. Switzerland right from the inside in the red and black as well have moved through into 4th position at the break. In fact, they're just closed behind Japan now into 5th. Great Britain are in 6th. Here comes India with Rajesh Ramesh moving around the outside. Japan also starting to get a move going with Yuki Nakajima moving up into 2nd position. Great Britain and Spain starting to fade at the moment. Back in the field, Mexico are well down. So it's Japan from India, Qatar, Switzerland. Somewhat surprisingly, Belgium dropping backwards with Van der Bendem. Great Britain have got plenty to do with Seamus Derbyshire. But it's Japan with Takuya Yoshihu, who has a few metres on India's third leg runner, Vishal Kayalbizi. Qatar down the back straight in 3rd. Switzerland and Belgium coming back into it now, Tonique.
It's Japan in front, followed by India, Qatar, Belgium. But it's Japan that's looking really, really smooth. He's starting to fade just a little bit. He's holding on though, but India's really pressing. Now in the lead. Qatar still looking good. And the exchange is India, Belgium, Qatar.
Well, there's an all-Asian trio out front at the moment. It's Japan, India and Qatar fighting this one out. Great Britain have emerged from the shadows with Toby Harries, who's gone extremely positively through this first 200 metres or so. Let's see if he's paced that one correctly. Harries has moved Great Britain to the front, then Japan and India. Qatar, Belgium are closing as well with Daniel Sagers. Look at this for 2 competitive spots in the World Championships. Only 2 of these teams can automatically get through. Great Britain tying up on the inside. Harries went too hard, but it's Osman for Qatar and Sagers of Belgium who will come away and put the 2 automatic spots. Qatar and Belgium tight on the line for the win, but they're both on the plains of Beijing. Well-judged final leg from Ashraf Osman for Qatar. Sagers closed well for Belgium, and others paid the price for going too hard too soon.
Yeah, really tight one coming down to the finish. Really, it was anyone's race within the last 50 meters or so. But it was Belgium to pull out the win for that first automatic qualifying spot.
And that time is good news as well for those on the next best list. They've already got the tickets certainly, because they know that they're not going to be dislodged. So Netherlands and Zimbabwe through to the World Championships as well.
It's all photograph moments at this point.
Qatar loving life. The Asian champion Hamida ran a good leg for them. Again, really competitive heat, that one for the Asian champions Qatar. Great result for them. Netherlands celebrating with their near neighbours Belgium as well. I'm sure Belgium fans were sitting comfortably, but they on the second leg they just found themselves shuffled a little bit further back than was probably comfortable. Here are the celebrations for Zimbabwe making their return to the World Championships. Belgium, they were fourth last time around. The video footage that's become famous in Botswana, it has Daniel Segers in it of Belgium, but he's further down the track in fourth. He wasn't in that thrilling medal shake-up for the USA, right, Benjamin, and also with Nene of South Africa. But a breathless finale here on day one of the World Relays. So many tickets booked, and of course for so many, Switzerland national record, by the way, we just got a brief shot of that. So many who have got the job done and will adjust their team tactics accordingly. Quite a few who probably may not have been expecting to need to come back tomorrow, Tonique, in some of the events.
Yeah, I think certainly day one was everything we expected it to be. We expect to see some big names show up tomorrow. We still are looking for a sighting from Elaine Thompson-Herod from Jamaica. And then, of course, we want to see the quartets from Botswana in the men's 4x1 and 4x4 tomorrow. So it's so much action to go.
Well, there certainly is, as we see some great shots of this. Well, this was the changeover for the third to fourth leg. India, Qatar and Japan, who are dominating that particular heat for Asia. This is Toby Harry's move for Great Britain. It was a bold strategy, going eyeballs out for the first 200 metres and then hoping you can hang on and hope others fall to pieces around you, but unfortunately the legs flooded for Toby Harry's. And the contrast with Segers coming through for Belgium, not doing enough in the end to pip Qatar on the line. And Spain and India will be some of the leading lights for tomorrow. Again, the width of a vest, as we saw earlier on, the width of a vest, the width of a chest is needed to separate. And in fact, as you can see there, that result has been revised, actually, to be a dead heat between Belgium and Qatar. So they've both been given position number one. So that is a dead heat between Belgium and Qatar. They're both going through anyway.
Very often.
Yeah, not at all. Both going through. National record for Qatar. They are the live shots from the recovery area just down in front of us for Japan. Well, how do we sum up that first day, Tonique?
It was amazing.
Is Botswana amazing, I think, as well? We can make it. Yeah.
I truly think it's been a relay extravaganza.
There's the British quartet, who will have to come back tomorrow. The Olympic bronze medal winning team didn't have Charlie Dobson or Haydock Wilson today, so they may strengthen that team tomorrow. There's confirmation then that that dead heat in the end between Belgium and Qatar, same time down to thousandths of a second. And Great Britain, the Olympic bronze medalists, finishing 7th in their heat. Switzerland national record. They were in the shake-up for a long time as well, Switzerland, eye-catchingly from the inside lanes. The full list of qualifiers in the men's 4x400 metres for the World Athletics Relays final tomorrow and for the World Championships. And Botswana, well, the National Stadium was going absolutely potty for their world champions, but it was Australia who pipped them to the post as the fastest qualifiers. Nearly a full house here. They've come young and old. They were queuing around the block for several hours well before the action was underway here to be part of it. The local organising committee here have done a great job in ensuring these stands were full. We got an atmosphere befitting of an event like this. And we'll be back to do it all again tomorrow. We get underway just after 2 o'clock local time. Again, the same outlet that you've been watching us on today. Live coverage will be tomorrow. Round 2, a second opportunity for all the teams who didn't get through today to qualify for the World Championships. And the final, that is the first page of the finals that will be in action tomorrow. There will be 2 more finals as well to finish the day tomorrow on day 2. So for myself, Chris Temple, and Tonique Williams, I hope you very much enjoyed the coverage of day 1 here. It's been frenetic, it's been fast, it's been furious, it's been absolutely fabulous. A jewel in the Botswana sky here this Saturday afternoon. From myself, Chris, and Tonique Williams, thanks for your company. We'll do it all again tomorrow. Barely a cloud in a sky that is glistening a Botswana blue, and day 2 of the Botswana World Athletics Relays Gaborone 26 brings pressure but will also produce diamonds. The energy and colour of this national stadium has reverberated across the world as Botswana represents Africa for its first time as the host continent of this event. And today a sold-out stadium will see 6 titles decided and places at the World and the Ultimate Championships sealed as well. Day 2 of 2, welcome wherever you're joining us to Gaborone, where the seats are filling up fast. And those who had tickets for today but weren't here yesterday will have been, I'm sure, anticipating what is going to be coming over the next 3 hours or so. The queues, once again, 3-4 hours before gates were to be opened, were snaking around the area here. And here is the timetable that we have. Round 2 of World Championship qualifying for the teams who missed out yesterday. They'll get a second chance today. And then the first of our finals with Ultimate Championship qualifying up for grabs in the mixed events. And we have 2 more finals to conclude the programme, and that men's 4x400 will carry huge hopes for our host nation here, Botswana. Dumalang, welcome to Botswana from myself, Chris Temple, on commentary again, where every ticket has been sold. And even some of the local artists have found their way in as well to paint memories of the vibrancy and the colour that this event brought yesterday, and more of the same today, I'm sure. We are minutes away from getting underway, and I'm delighted once again to have alongside me on commentary to bring a Bahamian flavour to this as well, and to tell us exactly what the athletes are going through out there. Olympic and World Championship gold medalist over 400 metres, Tonique Williams. Tonique, yesterday was quite a day, and we're hoping for more, if not more, on top of that again today.
Yeah, we surely are. It's looking to be a really, really exciting day today. I'm feeling very close to my African roots. We were hearing some One Love here in the stadium, but it's just, as you mentioned, a packed stadium, and right now our first event is getting ready to start, but it's promising to be a very exciting event. It's all about prize money, medals, and bragging rights today. So it's a little bit different from yesterday, and it's a little bit more personal for the athletes themselves.
The warm-up track you can see there in the distance, the University of Botswana warm-up track, which you can see the German team were having a look at and a wander around. They performed pretty well yesterday. The Kenya team taking it pretty easy in the preparation area. Will be a big day. A few countries had a good day yesterday, a few of them slightly under par. I can tell you that if you're a fan of Canada, Australia, Germany, Spain, Great Britain, Netherlands all had great days yesterday. The Kenya team, well, they managed to get one of their teams qualified to the World Championships, the mixed 4x4, as we see the host nation. We'll be interested to see what their team lineups will be as well today. Of course, Letsile Tobago yesterday made the headlines, made the social media clips that went around the world with that barnstorming final leg in the men's 4x1 to qualify them. We would expect him to be named in the men's 4x4 today, Tonique, but some fascinating selection decisions for all sorts of countries today in terms of what they actually prioritise and what is the main driver for today.
Yeah, just looking at some of the injuries, we actually have seen some teams that have chosen not to get on the track today, and so I think they went back last night and they made some very tough decisions. We may not see some persons that we expected to see, and we may see some other athletes, like you mentioned, Tobago, inside the men's 4x4.
South African women's team getting themselves ready. There was a great camaraderie between the African nations yesterday. A lot of support for South Africa. We're only 20 minutes from the South African border here in the southeast of Botswana. And a local flavour. Lots of South Africa fans have made the short journey, of course, as well. Zainab Dosso for Italy, world indoor champion. Italy confused a few people yesterday with their new kit, Tonique. Of course, we expect them to be in that brilliant blue normally, but this new white number after a change of manufacturer. But Dosso, I can tell you, has been named in the mixed 4x100 metres today. And there is Elaine Thompson-Herah, who we didn't see yesterday. She was put up in the press conference. Surely we're going to see her today, unless there's some sort of injury niggle that's flared up.
Yeah, like she mentioned, she wanted to come here and enjoy the moment and have some fun. And I think seeing her teammates out there yesterday making world records, I'm sure she wants to be a part of that experience today.
Well, one headline I can tell you as we see the American team warming up is that the Americans are not going to contest the women's 4x100 metres. They've withdrawn from the World Championship Round 2 qualifying today, having not qualified yesterday. So the Olympic and World Champions have decided they're going to rely on the world rankings, the top list, if you like, where there are some bonus places next year. As we see Ireland getting themselves ready as well. Didn't get a team through yesterday, but again, they'll have some decisions to make today in terms of some of their stronger athletes, the likes of Charlie Maudsley, who ran a great leg yesterday. Belgium didn't have a brilliant day yesterday either. Just one of their 6 teams went through, and again, their team selections will probably dictate today that they will have to strengthen in some areas they might not have expected. France also were a little bit below what we might have expected yesterday. Didn't get any teams through. Denmark, they just have one team here. That's the men's 4x4, and they will have a second opportunity to qualify today. But look at the conditions we have here. Temperature in the high 20 degrees. We're in the winter time here. The transition towards winter time, but still pretty perfect. A little bit of a breeze is coming and going tonight, isn't it? The flags on the stands around us here are fluttering briefly and then dropping.
Yeah, superb conditions for the athletes. We can see umbrellas all over the stadium. That just tells you how warm it is here. Great conditions for the athletes to run personal best times today. We saw so many personal best times, so many national records, and I think we're going to see the same thing today.
So the countdown is on. The athletes are out on the track in front of us. That's the Gaborone Dam off in the distance, and the beautiful rolling mountains as well. It's a country, Botswana, that is very heavily dominated by Kalahari desert terrain. 70% of Botswana is covered by the Kalahari, but of course diamond production is its biggest industry. Botswana, who've provided great support, are title sponsors for this event as well, the world's biggest diamond producer by value. And today the medals that the athletes will have diamonds in them as well, which I know has got the athletes talking, Tonique.
It certainly does have the athletes talking. As a former athlete, you know, we always compare our medals. Which ones do we like the best from which countries? And I think Botswana World Athletic Relay medals are probably going to be in the top medal picks for some of these athletes when it comes to their favorite.
So no medals up for grabs for these athletes at the moment. The medals are only given out for the finals a little bit later on, but let's meet the teams who will contest the second chance in qualifying round 2 to make the World Championships in Beijing next year. The top 2 from these 2 heats will go through to the World Championships. Portugal in lane 8, they make a couple of changes to their team from yesterday. They bring in Nascimento and Pinto on the opening 2 legs for them in lane 8. Teams are allowed a maximum of 2 changes from yesterday's team. Paraguay have the same quartet that ran yesterday: Mongelos, Jimenez, Maidana and Hebert. In lane 6, France, they also ran the same quartet today. They have talented female sprinters on the second. In fact, a late change there. Chloe Gallet has come in on the second leg for them. So actually that is one change from yesterday. Italy will be led off by Junior Tarioli, Valencian, Bernardi, and Zainab Dosso is the one change for them. She comes in on the anchor leg, having taken the Italian women's 4x1 through yesterday. Kenya, Wasiki once again to lead them off. They make one change, and that's on the final leg, where they bring in Eunice Murandafu. Some of these athletes, remember, they only competed in the mixed yesterday, but also in their individual gender races as well. Belgium, they've made a change as well. They brought in Yanni Denaya on the anchor leg. The other 3 athletes all ran in this yesterday. And our final team, just the only quartet here for Ukraine. Great to have them here for the first time at the World Relays, and it's the same four that run for them today. Popov, Poncharenko, Sokolov and Chaban. So those are the teams for the first of our heats. There are no time qualifiers to worry about today in any of the events. This is first past the post all the way through, and two of these teams will qualify for the World Championships in Beijing next year. Stand by then. Yesterday was absolutely mad here in the National Stadium. Dosso waits on the anchor for Italy. We had quite a bit of baton chaos, quite a few changes went wrong, and of course in this mixed 4x1, it's a very new event. Teams are still gelling. The running order is different this time. It's now man, woman, man, woman. The two women ran first in the inaugural edition last year. But it's all about getting the baton round and being in the top two. A first-time start for our first event of day two of the Botswana World Athletics Relays Gaborone 26. Pretty even through this first leg. Italy going quite nicely in the centre. All of the changes look pretty good. Charging down the back straight now. France with Chloe Gallet running very strongly. Two from the outside. Portugal are on the outside going well as well. There were one or two slightly wobbly changes there. Paraguay had a nightmare, but it's Portugal right on the outside. France and Italy, only two of the automatic places up for grabs as Zeynep Dosso, the world indoor champion over 60, gets the baton in her hand. On the inside, Belgium are flying as well. It's Italy, Portugal on the outside coming fast. It's going to be Italy and Portugal who qualify for the World Championships in Beijing. A brilliant run, and Portugal get their second team through to the World Championships, and Italy's choice to bring in Zeynep Dosso on the anchor pays dividends.
Yes, Dosso with that roar speed right at the end. Remember, this is the indoor 60-meter champion. All she has is speed all day, and we would have seen that here. So they go on to Beijing.
Well, Portugal, you can see the celebrations for Portugal, by the way, because that is all three of their teams they brought here qualified for the World Championships.
Yeah, a team that's been somewhat underrated inside these championships. They've had some good moments here and there, but they've really shown out here in Gaborone.
So congratulations, France. Well, we might have expected them to be going through. They will have another chance. There are a couple of spots through to the World Championship via the, as we say, the top performing lists in 2027. So plenty of time for them to get themselves together and regroup. And of course, for the European nations, there is a European Championships this summer to post fast times. Not that that will help them for next year's World Championships.
Yeah, France was just really in a tough heat yesterday. It's all about placement here. If you look at the times from yesterday, they really would have advanced if we were going by times, but it's just not where you want to get the fast times. It's you want to be in those top two places, and so they'll have to try again.
So the work will be done for a lot of those athletes. We will see some of those back. I'm sure we might see Zeynep Dosso back in the women's 4x1 a little bit later on, which is our penultimate, one of our finals. So it's our third final that will be in action later. And again, the noise, sometimes you can hear the noise behind us before we see what we're talking about, and it's the Botswana team coming into the arena for our next event. This is where Paraguay weren't brilliant. The male runner had to put the brakes on, but as we spoke about yesterday, Tanique, the dynamic between female runners and male runners handing over to each other at different speeds than they've been used to for all of their career, pretty much running in relays.
Yes, and as we have to reiterate, this is a new event, and it's, you know, it's not like the 4x4 where you have a little bit more time. This is a 4x1. It's raw speed for the females and for the males, and so there's quite an adjustment that has to be made. But what I see out here, I do think the teams are adjusting to this very, very well.
Cheeky look across from Dosso there just to make sure that there was only at least one challenger coming. But Dosso, who I know her family will be watching on, she spoke about it in the press conference. She was born in Côte d'Ivoire. Her family, her parents reside in Côte d'Ivoire, but unfortunately weren't able to be here in person because of documentation struggles with getting into Botswana. But it's fantastic for her and for her African roots, which she was very proud of as well. And Portugal have got their plane ticket. Brilliant work from the Portuguese squad. to get all three through, and they will have two teams in the finals later on. And of course, that with it, and our finals later for our mixed events also brings possible qualification for the Ultimate Championships. Heat 1 of 2 in the mixed 4 by 100 meters saw Italy with Dosso anchoring them home, and Portugal securing their places at Beijing 2027. So that's the first of our 18 races done today. We had 18 yesterday. We've got 18 more today to like not only those in the Botswana blue, but also those in the South African green who've made the short journey across the border here. And just look at that stadium, the national stadium here in the capital of Gaborone. And just reading, you know, the news reports and the social media content and everything from around the world yesterday. Tonique, about the atmosphere and the colour and the energy inside this stadium. Botswana, what a host nation it's proved to be.
Yeah, you can see that they're really excited about the World Relays being here in Gaborone. And one thing we would have heard continuously, this is a collaboration between Botswana, the diamond industry, and it's also a collaboration with the government. And so it's come together to be a really, really important national event for this country on their 60th anniversary.
And this is a unique event, the Botswana World Athletics Relays 26. It's fast, it's frenetic, it's relentless, and you need that energy from the crowd. It's 3 hours for them to dial in, and the performances of Botswana yesterday, although they didn't actually get across the line first in anything yesterday, they qualified two teams in second position. As we come to heat number 2 of the mixed 4 by 100 meters, and Poland on the outside. First of all, they've made a couple of changes. They brought in Dominik Kopecz and also Niemczyk on the second leg. Their maximum of 2 changes from yesterday. New Zealand, they didn't get round yesterday. They were a DNF. They brought in Hayato Yoneto on the third leg for them, replacing Lex Ravel Lewis. Mexico, they have the same quartet as yesterday. Heredia Herrera, Lomeli Ponce and Urias will represent Mexico. A couple of changes from China from yesterday as well. As Chen comes in on the opening leg, Zhu continues on the second, Chang on the third, and it will be Liu to bring them home this time around. And they qualified well in the women's 4x1 yesterday. Australia had a brilliant day yesterday, particularly in the 4x4. And in terms of their team, they send out the same 4 again. Jay Gordon, Lakara Stallan, Caleb Law and Chloe Mannix Power. India also didn't get the baton round yesterday. There's quite a bit of chaos in the 4x1s yesterday. It's the same 4, but in a different order. They've had a bit of a shake-up of the handovers today. Obviously, with the man-woman formation, the order only has limited available formations. Switzerland have the same 4. Enrico Gunther, Ayad Del Pont, Felix Svensson and Salome Cora. And here we go in lane 1. What a feeling for the Botswana team to be the first introduced to this crowd today. They've changed 2. They've changed the second and fourth leg, bringing in Kawa Madimo and Kagari from the 4 that ran yesterday. So the last chance for these mixed 4x1 teams to get themselves through to the World Athletics Championships in Beijing 27. All 8 lanes are full. And what can Botswana do from not the ideal draw in lane 1? A rule like no other when Botswana are running, but it's New Zealand who are out extremely quickly on that first leg. A brilliant opening from them, from Tian Welton. Decent enough change to Brooke Summerfield. New Zealand going nicely down the back straights. Also China right in the centre in red are running well, and so are Australia, as they've handed the baton on, the Aussies, for Caleb Law. So right on the outside, Poland. New Zealand have had others come past them. China and Australia on their inside for these two automatic spots. And Poland and Australia were very tight to the end of the zone, but I think we're okay. Look at Switzerland on the inside, absolutely flying. But it's Australia at the moment looking to hang on. It's going to be tight for that second spot. It's Australia and Switzerland who are through to Beijing 2027. Composed final leg from Chloe Mannix Power for Australia, and Switzerland also using their inside line to come through with Salome Cora to book their place at the World Championships. So Switzerland, their first team who are through. They've got 4 end events here they're in, and that is the first of the teams they've managed to get through. Isla del Pont, brilliant European level performer on the second leg for them. China just missing out, but it's Australia. And they are now 4 from 6 through, and they've got 2 more chances to come as well, Tanique. Not quite for New Zealand, who had a good first half of their race. They had the Oceania record holder Zoe Hobbs on the anchor, but unfortunately she was too far down. Really competitive. But I think the way Australia have been running, we shouldn't be surprised to see their 4x1 team starting to come into the party as well.
Yes, they look like they came prepared to qualify for Beijing. Their teams are looking really good going through the rounds. I know with this team here, they did not get into that final, but they just bought their tickets to Beijing.
Botswana, unfortunately, coming home in 8th position, but again, that's the 4x1 for them, and certainly on a mixed level is something that is going to be developing. So this international experience and being exposed to this kind of pressure of running in front of your home crowd. Certainly so many exciting young athletes wearing the blue of Botswana. But it's the green and gold of Australia and the red and black of Switzerland who are celebrating our final 2 spots available in the mixed 4x100 metres. As we said, there will be a couple of spots open as well for teams to win through to the World Championships via the top list as well. Actually, there will be 4 places available from the top list. So teams just have to have the 4 fastest times next year outside of those who have qualified already. As we look back at some of the changes, it's always hard to see all of these changes live, but these are great to provide you maybe with the angle that you're looking at. New Zealand here, you can see it all went wrong unfortunately for them on this particular heat, as Gianetto and Summerfield really had to put the brakes on to avoid running out of that takeover zone, the yellow marker there. And we saw quite a few timing issues yesterday, and we've seen the same again. And simply, if you're a male 4x100 metre runner, you might have made your check mark, but you're just expecting the runner to be coming in a lot faster, aren't you? So how many times yesterday did we see people taking off too early? Yeah, certainly this is an adjustment when you're changing genders. And so I think that's why we're seeing so many of these athletes slowing down. Some of them are leaving before it's time to leave. But again, this is a new event. It's going to continue to grow. The athletes or teams are going to get used to it. They need more practice in terms of training and passing that baton with each other. And I think by the time we get to the Ultimate Championships, we should see some better performances. It was great to see all 8 teams get around there, by the way, as well, in the mixed heats. But Australia, with Chloe Mannix Power, coming home to delight the Australian audience. They'll be watching late into the evening, depending on which side of Australia you're in. Not quite as late on the western side of Australia. It is on the eastern side. But it's great to see Australia coming here with strong squads, coming off the back of their outdoor season, of course, in the southern hemisphere. Whereas Switzerland, they'll have had some indoor performances, but in terms of the European outdoor season, we're only really just getting going for the European nations. Lots of these teams have been out on training camps, maybe in South Africa, Kenya. Some of them came out here to Gaborone quite early because the air is certainly thinner here. We're not quite at high altitude here, but there is certainly some altitude. We're about 1,000 meters above sea level here. And the athletes yesterday, certainly those from the Northern Hemisphere, were certainly talking about some of the air being a little bit skinnier here, Tanique. Yeah, some of the athletes, as you mentioned, would have been at training camps. Also, remember, they had a few meets in Africa leading up to this, which would have been a smart decision to have opportunities to change the baton, get acclimatized to being here in Africa. And I will tell you, my flight alone was 2 days of traveling. And so you don't want to do 2 days of traveling or several hours of traveling and then jump on the track and try to win. No, and that travel is obviously a different factor for a lot of people here. The African nations have had a relatively short hop. And obviously the much talked about US contingent who only came in a certain number of events, as we see the umbrella spinning competition, which is, if you look around this stadium, this is absolutely amazing.
Oh, that's what's happening.
Incredible. Look at that. There is, as we look around this stadium, as you can see for yourself here, there is hardly a seat spare here. And if there is a seat spare, it's usually because someone's just gone to have a break from the sun rather than to be not watching what's coming up here at the Botswana World Athletics Relays Gaborone 26. We were probably, I don't know, 80% full yesterday, but today there wasn't a ticket to be found. Well priced reasonably, as you mentioned, with the support of the title sponsor and also the government here to make sure this was going to be something that would resonate through the world, and it certainly has done that. And Tanik, you know, obviously from your staging in the Bahamas several times of this event, how much the community and the general buy-in makes or breaks the event, doesn't it?
It sure does, but sports has always been an element that always brings people together in a country, and we're certainly seeing that here in Botswana. Of course, they're rallying around their Olympic champions, and they're rallying around their younger athletes that we've seen out here, and so the support has been really great.
Our athletes are on track for our next of the World Championship Round 2 qualifying. Some would know it as a repechage. That's used in the Olympics. It's not a phrase used by World Athletics directly. It was certainly used in Paris. But this is effectively a repechage. It's a second chance saloon for these teams, including Canada, who will go in this first of the heats in the mixed 4x4. And that timetable you can see on the right-hand side. Every event, all 6 events, has this second qualifying round, a second chance for the teams before we get into our 6 finals. And a reminder, there's the bonus for the mixed relays later, the mixed 4x1 and the mixed 4x4 finals of the top 6 teams qualifying for the lucrative World Athletics Ultimate Championship in Budapest in September. More on that later. But here we go with mixed 4x4 relay qualification round 2. 2 heats coming up, and the first 2 in each will automatically make the World Championships. As we meet the Indian team, first of all, who are the Asian champions. Haven't got a team through yet. They have Shetty, Saloni, William and Kaur as their quartet here. Lane 7, the world bronze medalists, Belgium, who've made a couple of changes. They changed both male athletes today, Jonathan Sakur and Daniel Sagers, who ran well yesterday in the men's event. They come in to join the female pair of Hansens and Laus. Canada have also made their couple of permitted changes. Actually, the only Canadian team that didn't get through yesterday, the mixed 4x4. And they've, again, made a couple of changes with their 2 female athletes. China with Guo Kong, Ding and Li, the Asian silver medalists. As we said, they got one of their teams through yesterday in the women's 4x1. The Asian counterparts, Japan, are alongside them. Still looking for their first World Championship qualifiers. Of course, for China, it's huge because it's in their host nation, Beijing. Japan know what that's all about. They have the beauty of qualifying as automatic entries. China will get host nation entries as well. And Ethiopia, who unfortunately were disqualified yesterday, have a very young squad, but it's their debut here at the World Athletics Relays. And brilliant to see the development of the sport there, that we have a team of global level in anything other than middle to long distance. So 3 and a bit minutes, the first of 2 heats of the mixed 4x4 round 2 qualifying for those top 2 places at the World Championships in Beijing. The running order is the same as the mixed 4x1. Man, woman, man, woman. The first leg run completely in lanes, as is the first bend of the second leg. And Belgium, with Jonathan Sakur, are out very strongly, already up on India. Outside them, run on the outside. They're the only team really to be making a significant move on the rest of the field at the moment, are Belgium with Sakur. Fabulous views from right up on the top of the stand on the home turn, showing Sakur coming into the home straight for Belgium. India trying to rally in the second half. Canada sticking well to Belgium. Has been prepared for the first male to female handover, as Jonathan Sakur hands on to Ilya Hanssens for Belgium. Canada and China handing over pretty simultaneously there. Also on the inside, Japan have got motoring all of a sudden, and they've come through into second position. So it's Ilya Hanssens for Belgium. Japan with Abdigafua Ido on the second leg. Canada coming across into third with Ella Clayton. Then it's China in fourth position. Kong has the baton for them. As we look further back then to Ethiopia and India. It's Canada just start to make their move now. Ella Clayton driving off that home turn to challenge Hanssens. Already three opening up a little bit of a gap here, with only 2 World Championship qualification places up for grabs. Belgium, Japan and Canada about to hand over pretty much stride for stride. Belgium and Japan were slicker at the handover. Daniel Sagers has it for Belgium. Canada in pursuit on this third leg with Ryder Ratti, and Japan in between them with Kentaro Sato. Sagers has been the traditional anchor leg runner for the Belgium men's 4x4 in recent times. Knows how to judge a relay leg. The third leg provides a different challenge for him. Canada starting to try and rally. But these three have pretty much maintained their gaps all the way around this leg. China in a forlorn fourth at the moment. Good legs from all three there. The gaps didn't grow too much on that leg. Still Belgium, Japan and Canada then. It's a 400-meter dash for the final 2 qualifying spots available for these teams. Belgium on the final leg with Camille Laus. Japan, Nakarako Matsumoto, and Canada with Diana Proctor. And those three are away. I don't think China are catching them. But still Belgium looking to extend the battle between Japan and Canada for that second spot. Only 2 of these 3 can make it to Beijing through the World Athletics relays. They're miles clear of the rest. Here comes the challenge from Proctor of Canada. Belgium out front. Japan fighting back in that second spot. Are they both going to reel Belgium in? It's Canada who are coming home for the victory, and Belgium hold on. Oh, what a battle. It was basically a 1,200-meter battle between those 3 nations. It would have been absolute heartbreak for Belgium to lose it on the line, but they're through, as are Canada, who judged it to perfection.
Yeah, it's certainly a very, very tight finish there. Very exciting race here in the stadium. Canada pulling through.
And Belgium literally getting handed the plane ticket was the first they knew that they'd actually held on the line. Agony for Japan. What a race. You had to leave it all on the track there. And Canada continue to have an excellent championships, and that is all 5 of the Canadian teams who came here through to the World Championships.
Yes, and you can see with these qualifying rounds that it's really important for these teams that they come out here and they qualify their country for the World Championships. And so that's why you see this intensity, even though it's not the finals, it's a qualifying round. They are going out there with the same intensity, trying to get their teams through.
Well, the World Championships is still quite a way away. What are we, the best part of 15 or 16 months away from the World Championships? So who knows what kind of form and fitness all of these athletes will be in. But they've come here with one goal for this, which is to make sure in these events that their team are at the World Championships, and they've got an opportunity to open that pathway up to a global medal. Belgium are loving life, and they again, we've seen the teams that have chosen to bolster their squads here. They didn't have a great day yesterday, Belgium. They only got 1 team through, but they've started day 2 in strong style.
Yes, after day 1, all teams go back, they reanalyze, they sit with their coaches, they sit with each other as teammates, and they really decide, you know, this is it. We have to be able to pull through. We have to improve whatever we did not improve do well on yesterday. We have to improve it today. It's either now or nothing.
So this is the final handover. It was just a moment when I just wondered if the two chargers were going to be both overtaking Belgium in the home straight, but credit to Camille Laus on the final leg, who just stayed eyes focused firmly ahead. And Diana Proctor of Canada put it absolutely spot on. Look at Laus on the inside, absolutely fighting the flooding legs there. Japan were coming. Oh, they needed another couple of meters. Unfortunately, the 4x402 meters, Tonique has not yet caught on.
At this point in the race, it's really just all guts. The athletes probably have nothing left to give except holding on and their sheer determination.
When you've obviously run rounds at major championships where you come back in 400 minutes, I mean, they'll try and spread it out a bit more for you, won't they? But if you're involved in a relay at champs as well, there are athletes here who are going to be running their third and fourth 400 meters in the space of 24 hours.
Yes, certainly. It's a very quick meet, a very quick turnaround for athletes that are doing multiple races. And so it's really the mind over everything else at this point for some of these athletes.
And you can see what it means when it doesn't quite go as planned. A national record for Canada as they ran down Belgium on the home straights. Those two, though, progressed to the World Athletics Championships. There was also a national record for the emerging Ethiopian team in this event as well. Botswana are out on the track. Leongo Scotch there, sitting on his blocks. A high-profile addition to the team for Botswana in this mixed 4x4. For this second chance. The talent of Leongo Scotch, by the way, I mean, he was in the Botswana team that ran in the heats in the men's 4x4 in Tokyo in the World Championships that led to Africa's first ever title in that event. And Botswana winning. It's going to be an incredible battle later on in that men's 4x4 final. That is the last event. It's in about 2 and a bit hours from now. So if you were thinking of switching off early, I honestly wouldn't. If yesterday's anything to go by, even things that you think are the likely outcomes, Tonique, in this, they very much aren't often.
No, it never is. And when you add baton exchanges to the mix, outcomes rarely ever turn out the way you want them to. And
particularly when Botswana started messing around yesterday with the Kibonat Shipi, they always went disastrously wrong. I read more comments about that than anything else, I think, last night.
Yeah, certainly. You know, he was able to come back and kept his team in the mix, but had he not been able to do that, it would have been certainly a disappointing experience here.
Heat 2 then, Nigeria on the outside in lane 8. It's the same 4 for them that ran yesterday. They have the 2-time world finalist Patience George on the anchor. Germany, they've made a couple of changes. This is one of 2 events they didn't qualify in yesterday. They brought in Shia there and also Lachner on the final leg. Ireland, the European champions, have changed their 2 female athletes. They brought in Jenna Breen and Erin Friel from this today, which would indicate they're going to bolster their team in the women's 4x4 with Becker and Maudsley. The Netherlands, they've made a couple of changes as well. They're the Olympic champions in this, the world silver medalists and the European bronze medalists. And they've changed the first couple of legs for today. South Africa, Gardeo Isaacs off on the first leg runner for the men's 4x4. Rigel Joseph, the hurdler. Live Pillay ran yesterday. He's been replaced on the third leg today by Bradley Mapanyane. Botswana in lane 3 with the vastly experienced Leongo Scotch to lead them off, and then Mansin Swane, Masilo and Kambaruka. And Uganda are on the inside as well. So 4 African nations in this heat of 7 with Amuka, Banura, Adoli and Shida. They were disqualified yesterday, Uganda. So this is a heat dominated by African nations. And as friendly as the relationship is between Botswana and South Africa, it's all about getting over the line first here.
It's a really strange position that Team Ireland is in. Last year they made the finals in this event, and in 2024 they were the bronze medalists. So to be inside this qualifying round 2 as opposed to the final, it's really a strange thing to see for that team.
Yeah, they're short of Rashida Adeleke, of course, and one of their long-time relay servants, Phil Healy, as well. Chris O'Donnell, Thomas Barr. A lot of the Irish relay squads are young and up and coming, but through this first leg, Botswana on the inside with Leongo Scotch. They've certainly front-loaded their team here to give their crowd a big opportunity to get into this race, and for Botswana to have a big opportunity to try and qualify for the World Championships. Right on the outside, Nigeria running strongly for the first leg. Botswana up on South Africa. Ireland also running well on this first leg as well with Jack Raftery. Nigeria into the straight with Samson Nathaniel, but others are starting to negate that stagger. Ireland really finishing strongly. South Africa just rallying with Isaacs as well as Scotch starts to fade. And Ireland and South Africa were pretty much the first couple to get the baton over. Nigeria and Germany. Then comes South Africa, Netherlands, Botswana and Uganda at the back. As the baton hands in the hand for Nigeria on this second leg of Taiwo Kudoro. As we break from lanes, South Africa will try and get to that break first on the second leg with Regale Joseph, but Nigeria cut them off. The move around the outside is from the German athlete Skadi Shia, who comes around to get them into third position going around the back. Ireland on this second leg with Jenna Breen in the green on the outside of Uganda, who have Moran Banura. Botswana at the moment with Manswinyani as they come into the home straight, and we hand back onto the male legs, and it's Nigeria who are out front from Germany, who are closing, and it might be Germany who get the baton over first. Germany and Nigeria, followed by South Africa. Some work to do for Botswana in fourth, then Ireland, Netherlands and Uganda.
And it's Germany still out front leading. Nigeria closely trailing. And South Africa in third. Botswana is in fourth place, a good place to be in, going on to this final curve. They're keeping it very close. This crowd are on their feet. This is a possible chance for Botswana to have a really good finish here, but it's South Africa coming into this final handoff with Nigeria, Germany following.
Marley Viljoen gets the baton for South Africa to lead them. They take the lead from Nigeria at that changeover. Nigeria have Patience George, the two-time world finalist, on the second leg. Germany in pursuit in third with Jana Lackner, one of their team changes, and then a bit of a gap back to Botswana in fourth with Obakan Kambaruka as Nigeria swap places with South Africa at the front for these two World Championship qualification places. 200 metres remaining. Patience George using her experience out front here. Botswana not completely out of this yet. If their home leg runner Kambaruka can find something in the home straight, roared on by this crowd. It's South Africa ready to strike. Germany are coming, but so are Botswana. Time might run out for them. South Africa, Nigeria, Germany battling to get there. Botswana valiant in fourth, but it's South Africa and Nigeria who take the spots at the World Championships. Kambaruka on the final leg, ran a heroic 400 metres to give the crowd hope, but in the end it wasn't quite enough, and Patience George's experience and South Africa's strength of their squad go through to the Worlds.
Just a really, really good effort by Team Botswana. This is what the crowd has come here for. They have a young program with some of their athletes, especially their female athletes, and so it was certainly good to see them be able to put that type of effort out in front of the home crowd.
4 African nations in the top 5 there. Uganda ran well for 5th as well. Netherlands a bit disappointing with the team that they had out. But it's Nigeria who are through. Akazi ran a great third leg for them as well. And the second Nigerian team only got 1 through yesterday out of a full raft of 6. For Botswana, I think that will be a really encouraging performance from them. They put Scotch in on the first leg. And again, we've seen them in some races, they've obviously qualified automatically for this as the host nation in every event, but in some we've seen them left a little bit behind, but that one, really competitive. So well done to Nigeria and South Africa to ensure some strong African representation in Beijing next year. And who knows knows whether we will see some of those athletes again in the men's or women's 4x400 metre final, depending on the priorities of all the nations. We may see them in the mixed final, of course, as well, because there are the ultimate championship places up for grabs, which are going to provide a real financial incentive for these countries as well. There's a minimum of $8,000 for the teams if you get through to the ultimate championships, just by finishing 8th. But we just saw Botswana slightly stumbling, actually. Mansin Wanyani. You know, we talk about athletes running 2 legs in an hour, 2 legs in a day. Patience George is listed to run in 5 minutes again for Nigeria in the women's 4x4.
Yeah, some teams just certainly do not have the depth that they would like to have inside these championships. And so, you know, it's all for team, it's all for country. And you can't be in Africa and not want to have your team here. And so I think that's what the Nigerian Federation is probably faced with here.
Yeah, there were some troubles actually with some travel issues, weren't there, for some of their squad who didn't make it here, who are scattered in various parts of the globe, so they don't, as you say, quite have the resources to change. But Patience George is going to run 2 relay legs in the space of about 5 minutes here. She's just run the anchor. She's listed to run the 2nd leg for Nigeria in this first heat of the women's 4x4. Just looking around, actually, I can't see Nigeria in front of us on the track. I can see one of their athletes, but the other 3 aren't there. Anyway, we'll get to that in a minute as we see the celebrations of Germany. We should say commiserations of Germany from that heat. The heat was won by South Africa ahead of Nigeria, ensuring 2 African representatives at the World Championships. That national record, though, for Botswana, some reward for a brilliant team effort. We do have a slight delay to the next race because we've lost Nigeria. I'm just watching the infield here out on the track. Nigeria, they've got 1 runner, which doesn't work that well in a 4x4. So the 2nd leg or 3rd leg runner stood in the pen just down in front of us. There's nobody on the track, and the officials just run back over to the athlete gathering area. So
yep. Yeah, they're probably waiting for that 4th leg, not realizing the 4th leg is already here on the track.
I'm also just looking around for Patience George, who I can't see. You can see on that picture there, bottom left, lane 3 is currently vacant. So normally we'd be saying by now that Nigeria would be a DNS, but they do have 1 runner out there waiting. So therefore we'll be expecting Nigeria to take part very shortly in the Botswana World Athletics Relays Gaborone 25, where fans, young and old, this will be what they're talking about, and this will be what hopefully they're inspired by. Letsile Tobogo, one of the ambassadors of the World Athletics Kids Athletics flagship participation program as well, which since its launch in 2022 has reached nearly 1.5 million children, inspiring them to get involved. Federations, clubs, schools, teachers, families have all got involved. And actually, Nigeria, I think here in front of us, we're just seeing actually on screen here, Ethiopia in the mixed 4x4 have run out of their lane there. You're allowed 1 step on the inside left line on the bend in a mixed 4x4, and Ethiopia, as a result of that video footage we saw there, have been disqualified, unfortunately. Doesn't impact the World Championship qualifications, but that does impact what was a national record. Got to say, the local MCs here in the arena are doing a brilliant job with inspiring this crowd and getting them involved and getting them engaged, and they're reacting to everything as well. We still have 3 minutes to go here. I've got to say, Nigeria look like they're not going to make the start line here, because the one athlete who was waiting there has now been escorted off by the officials.
Yes. And the other ladies inside the pen are just getting final instructions. But we still have the athletes in the blocks probably waiting patiently.
So Jamaican fans are in the house. It's a long journey for them. They've come all the way from the Caribbean. Like it was a long journey for Tanique Williams alongside me, a world and Olympic gold medalist over 400 meters for Bahamas, who have been a multiple host of this event. As we see the Mexico team in lane 2 standing by. So Nigeria are going to be non-starters in this, the African champions. So we're going to have a vacant lane in 3. But it's our first heat of 2 of the women's 4x400 meters, round 2 of the World Championship qualifying. The second chance for them, and Ireland, the European silver medalists, are on the outside in lane number 8. And they have bolstered their team with Sophie Becker and Charlene Maudsley coming into that team from yesterday, utilising those 2 changes they're allowed. Jamaica in lane 7, the world silver medalists. Just looking at their team, it is the same 4, but they've changed the order round. Leah Anderson will lead them off this time. She ran the second leg yesterday, and Andronette Knight, who led them off, will anchor them home this time around. Same with Isabelle Black, who was the anchor yesterday for France. She is on the lead-off leg for them with Grebo, Maraval and Brossier. 2 changes for that team as Maraval and Brossier come in. In 5, we have the African bronze medalists, Kenya. Again, a team change for them with Kali. In fact, that is the same team. Again, there are some late changes to the names here, so the information we had at the start of the programme is changing at the time. This is relays for you. The teams are declared very late, so we're juggling the information as we go. For Switzerland, Kaliuri, Fair, Dish and Husler. Nigeria don't go in 3, and it will be Mexico in 2 with Alvarado, Torres Rios and Mireles. The fastest split of yesterday in this event, well, not the fastest split, but the story of Jamaica's race yesterday was that their fastest runner ran 51.6, which is just not good enough to be competitive at world level. That was Leah Anderson. So it was a team unit yesterday. They just weren't fast enough overall. But the Botswana blue will be vociferous for all countries, as it has been. It's been a hospitable, warm welcome for all countries, but Botswana go in the second of these heats in a very competitive one. But there are only 2 spots here available in the World Championships. Jamaica will be the favourites if they can get it together, but they were disappointing yesterday. This is also such a respectful arena. Every time the crowd are asked to go quiet from the fervour for the start of the races, they fade to silence almost immediately here. So respectful of the athletes and the performances they're trying to put in out there, as Jamaica in the early stages towing France along, making up the ground on Rachel McCann of Ireland outside those. And Jamaica and France is opening up a bit of a gap on the rest at the moment. Kenya in lane 5 now about to be passed by Switzerland on their inside, and Mexico are detached further back. So France coming through to lead with their opening leg runner, Isabelle Black. Coming past the Jamaican Leah Anderson on the inside. Rachel McCann will hand on for Ireland to Sophie Becker. But a good first leg this from France, who didn't have a strong day yesterday. And Black will hand it on for the second leg for France in the lead.
Yes, good exchange for France out here as they approach the break point. They continue to lead, just widening the gap. But Ireland, Jamaica are still out there in the outer lanes. Here they are at the break point. And Ireland looks like they want to try at least to get into a good second position. And Jamaica's still trailing. But it is Team France coming into this third exchange. There you go. Jamaica now goes into second position. Ireland is fading a bit. And there it is, our third exchange. France still in front. Jamaica in second, Ireland in third. Kenya in fourth place, trying to get into the race, followed by Ireland. And Jamaica looks to be closing the gap, but Team France is still out good. As they come into this final 150 meters before the final leg. It is power from Jamaica, giving it a good effort here. I don't think she's going to have enough to catch Team France, though. And Ireland is just making a surge.
Well, this will be a fascinating last leg as Amandine Brossier leads out for France on this final leg. Ireland, it was a brilliant third leg from them, from Arlene Crossan to put Charlene Maudsley there, right in touch with Jamaica. Andronette Knight on the anchor leg for Jamaica, and already they've chopped France's lead by a few meters going down the back. How many times have Irish fans seen Charlene Maudsley in this position as she goes storming past Andronette Knight? But it's all about judging it over the whole 400-meter leg, and now Maudsley is eating away at the French athlete Brossier. 2 places up for grabs in the World Championships, and at the moment it's Ireland with all the momentum, chasing the first qualification from these World Athletics relays. Look at Maudsley, she ran brilliantly yesterday for no reward, but today she and Ireland will get that reward. And it's going to be Ireland and France off to the World Championships, and Jamaica miss out.
Wow, what a finish by Ireland, just coming into that home stretch, making a really good surge for France, passing and really not looking back.
Well, the 2 quartets really did put together a great race there. Ireland really pushed the accelerator in the second half. It was set up for them superbly by Arlene Crossan on the third leg, chipping away at Jamaica. The first 2 leg runners ran very well as well. France, the experience of Brossier on the final leg. But Jamaica, I'm afraid their heads will be in the hands as the athletes reflect with the quartet they've got there. But they have not qualified from 2 attempts here in Gaborone.
Really good news for Team Ireland, because their men, which traditionally have done well in this race, we saw with the last race, were not able to make it in. They were 8th, and so now the females have made it through, and so now they do have something to celebrate.
Yeah, and again, we mentioned with some of the names missing, there's some new opportunities for the likes of Arlene Crossan and others. Sophie Becker there has been a regular in Ireland's relay squads. But there again, team tactics, team choices. Let's make sure we get this team through. And adding Charlene Maudsley and her closing experience there to the third leg, to the fourth leg rather, has got them through. Another one of those, Charlene, who is a bit like Blanca Hervas and so many others, I think, who just in a relay context have really risen to prominence. Charlene Maudsley's had some great success as an individual as well, but her runs for Ireland in relays, it was a bit like Klaver, wasn't it, in Netherlands until the last sort of 2 or 3 years. A lot of her success individually had come in relays, and she's risen individually with the assistance of Bell. And this is where Sophie Becker didn't panic here. She may not have had loads left in her legs, but certainly managed to keep going. And there's always somebody else to make up if you are starting to feel that little bit tired on the final leg, on the third leg rather.
Yes, the objective is always to keep your teammates in the race, and so you don't want to fade too fast. But you know, these athletes, they're professionals. They know that they have to give their man an opportunity. And so certainly, you know, she was fading, but she was able to bring the baton home and give it to her teammate and still keep her in really good position.
Well, Maudsley again, just so determined that powerful arm action, and the smile already there. You can see it breaking across Charlene Maudsley's face about 5 or 6 meters out. She knew that job was done. And I think those Irish girls there watching on will have known when Charlene Maudsley made her move with about 250 minutes to go that that was probably going to be them through. One more heat to come in the women's 4x4. One more opportunity for countries and some big, powerful nations to come in this one as well, coming up, including the host nation, Botswana. And France have gone for the coordinated jump. And there'll be a good photo in there, even if the coordination was slightly off.
Ah, give them a break. They're tired.
They are tired. And Anjanette Knight will be tired of Jamaica not qualifying, I think.
Yeah, but valiant effort. They went out there and performed very well, but the goal is actually to make it through, and so they're going to have to go ahead and see how they can put this team together and qualify.
And again, for Jamaica, they've got a lot of athletes based in various parts of the world, a lot of them based in the US, of course, so getting together and not so much relay practice in a 4x4, but team gelling and team bonding are all part of the equation, as well as we see that Switzerland didn't unfortunately complete that race and Nigeria didn't get to the start line, but Ireland and France got themselves to Beijing. Here is the Botswana team, who will have lane 8 in this women's 4x4 second heat. South Africa with lane 3, and Poland with Anna Grish in lane 7 for this one. We'll meet the teams in full very shortly. Okay, there are 1 or 2 late changes to teams again, probably where people are running in one event and saying, I'm not quite feeling good enough to run again, or maybe yesterday. A little twinge that they're waiting to see. Botswana, the first to be introduced in our second heat in the women's 4x4. Batisani, Monza, Mokorofu and Shikani will carry their hopes from lane 8 of qualifying for the World Championships. Poland, the 4-time medalists on the inside, have named a powerful team for this one. Anna Grish, Veronika Bartnowska both ran yesterday, but Svieti Ersitic ran the anchor. Bukowiecka comes in on the anchor for this event today. Australia, we've already seen their mixed 4x1 team going through. Dixon, Jukic, Carly and Beer is the addition, Ellie Beer, to the team from yesterday in this event. Brazil, the South American silver medalists, have Julia Ribeiro, Maria de Sena, Yani dos Santos Barreto and Annie Carolina De Bassi. They're in lane 5. Belgium are the European bronze medalists, the world 4th placers. And they have a little bit of a tweak around with their order. They move Schumacher to the anchor leg today and Dimares to the opening leg. They've also brought in Peroni from yesterday. South Africa are in 3. Bronze medalists from last year, Malepo, Logenberg, Van Staden and Van Niekerk. So Van Staden coming in for Viljoen, who ran in the mixed event earlier. And in lane 2, Ethiopia, we mentioned it yesterday, it's their debut. They ran a national record yesterday. Their team is full of teenagers. Bikese, Tesfaye, Ayele and Aliye. The same quartet as yesterday. Ayele is the youngest of them at 17 years of age. Here we go then. Heat 2 of 2, women's 4x400 meters, World Championship qualifying round 2, with 2 automatic spots up for grabs. Both Botswana and South Africa in this one.
Team Poland is also a team we should watch out for in this one.
So where we go for those 2 automatic spots, second chance for all of these countries who didn't make it through yesterday. And Botswana right on the outside, the athlete on the opening leg for them, Lehkaya Atletics, couldn't be closer to that fervent support right out on the outside in lane 8. And she's running well at the moment up against Anna Griest of Poland inside her and the Australian Alice Dixon. Brazil with Julia Ribeiro keeping their eye firmly on Australia outside them. Belgium are struggling through the early parts with Manon Guimarães, and they've got plenty of work to do on this next leg. But Botswana urged on. The stagger is more in Poland's favour than the crowd will realise, but it doesn't matter. They're only a couple of steps behind. Poland, Australia, South Africa, Brazil and Botswana away on the second leg.
Yep, as coming off this first curve here is still Poland with a good lead, but they're being passed by Australia. Botswana is hanging in as they come to the break point. It is Australia, Poland. Botswana goes to the front with a big surge, and the stadium goes wild. And she's not looking back. She continues to widen that gap as she goes into this final 150 of the second leg of the women's 4x4 relay. But it's a surge right here at the curve coming onto the home stretch. Botswana's managing to hold on to being overtaken by Australia right now. Poland is still in the mix, but here comes South Africa also. And the exchange is Australia, South Africa, Poland is still in the mix. And Botswana is now taking the 5th position. Strong lead by Australia. The ladies are starting to settle in now. It's Australia, South Africa, Poland. We have a surge by Brazil getting in the mix here, but also here comes Botswana again as we go into this final curve of the 3rd exchange. And it's Australia, it's Brazil, Australia. What a fight. It is now a 4-man race. South Africa, Poland at the outside, making a strong surge as they come into this final leg.
Poland handed on from Justyna Świecie on their final leg. They have Natalia Bukowiecka. South Africa with Hanna van Niekerk on the anchor leg for them. Australia with Ellie Beer, who's already decided she wants to go past South Africa, and Brazil on the anchor with Annie-Caroline de Bassi trying to keep touch as well. But it's Bukowiecka for Poland dictating from the front at the moment. Ellie Beer glances up at the big screen that's ahead of her here in the National Stadium. Brazil have chopped that gap, and there are 4 in contention now for the 2 spaces available in the World Championships. Poland have backloaded their team with the experience on legs 3 and 4. Will it pay off as Bukowiecka comes into the home straight? Australia fighting, South Africa fading, Brazil aren't going to get there, and it's going to be order retained as it was at the start of this leg, and Poland will make the World Championships as expected, and Australia get another team through ahead of South Africa and Brazil, and Botswana come home in 5th position.
No surprise there with the Team Poland. You know, Justyna, she would have ran 2 races, 2 different events yesterday, and I think that would have cost her, and that's why the team ended up inside this qualification round too. But you see, they came out here, they know that they could do it, and the only thing that's important is that they got that ticket and they're heading to Beijing.
Well, we saw Australia's jubilation yesterday. Ellie Beer's dance moves were making it onto camera. She's just run the anchor, so she's probably not quite as much energy as yesterday, but they are pleased, as are Poland, who we always expect to see in 4x4s at major championships. And disappointment for South Africa, who were right in the mix there for that final leg, but Hanna van Niekerk, who's had a busy schedule, not able quite to find it in her legs to reel in those ahead of her. Some moments, though, for Botswana. And again, the surge, the athletes just deciding, I'm going to have this moment, I'm going to lift the crowd for those surges down the back when all of a sudden you go from 5th to 1st within the space of a couple of seconds. The crowd reacting. So the women's 4x4 is done on Poland, who got some pre-arranged pose here.
Much to be proud about.
Absolutely right. Oh, Spitietis, it was on a different page there for a second. It's not the thumbs up, Justina, it's the heart this time. And it's the muscles of Australia.
Yeah, they have much to flex about.
Justina Spitietis, by the way, we were just watching there, ran in the inaugural World Relays in 2014 in Bahamas. There's a handful of athletes. Patience George, I think, was one of those as well. Desiree Henry, who's on the Great Britain team, I think, was one. A handful of athletes who've seen it all the way through from 12 years ago when it started in Tanique Williams alongside me's homeland of Bahamas, and where it will return in 2 years' time when we go back to a 2-yearly cycle of the World Athletics Relays. Proudly title sponsored by Botswana here in Botswana. Just seeing a good strong end to that leg by Bartrowska of Poland there, setting it up for the more illuminated CVs of Świecie, Estetic and Bukowiecka behind. So the men's 4x4 will be next, and then it will be the women's and men's 4x1s in the second round of qualifying. We get to our first final in about an hour from now, 4:05 local time here in Gaborone. 6 finals with medals, the first diamond encrusted medals, which are, I've got to say, down beneath us, where they've been getting the medals ready and practicing how it's all going to work. It's all a lot busier than it was yesterday. There's a lot of people with the responsibility of looking after diamonds, which feels a lot of responsibility. Poland, unfortunately, not in contention in this event for diamonds, but they will be a little bit later on. As will Australia. They have the opportunity to win some diamonds as well. They've already got them in their hair. Remember, Justina, it's the heart. No.
There she goes. South Africa. Lots of nationalities represented here, as you mentioned. South Africa has a contingent, so there's China. We saw a few Jamaicans.
Yeah, it's worth pointing out this isn't an ideal trip for everybody at this time of year. Coming to Africa, it's fantastic. It's an incredible event, but it doesn't work for everybody in terms of the logistics. Poland, the winners of Heat 2 of the women's 4x400 meters in the second qualifying round, going through to Beijing, and Australia getting another team through to those global championships. The packed sites of the National Stadium here in Gaborone, with President of World Athletics, Lord Coe, watching on. Underneath those umbrellas, sunshades today. Many in the sponsors' blue, and great to see the athletes engaging with the young fans here. Many of whom will be watching athletics and this kind of scale for the very first time, watching these live performances for the very first time, inspired. Maybe they take part at school or with a local club in the local area, but to come and get the opportunity to watch this on your doorstep can do nothing but inspire, Tanique.
Yeah, certainly. And we must mention also the World Athletics Media Academy, which has been fueled by a lot of the surrounding nations, and so they're also getting an opportunity to see what it is to cover a meet such as this and give them an opportunity to further their careers. So it's really an inclusive experience.
A global sport, a global community, and those from around the world, like Germany on screen, and for Jamaica getting ready as well for this men's 4x4, Assini Wilson on screen, who will lead off Jamaica. There's the Danish team who are in this first heat. It's their only team here. Time for round 2 of the men's 4x400 meters relay. The second opportunity And so notable nations that didn't make it through yesterday having to come back for a second chance. We meet Spain first of all on the outside, who are in lane 8. They have David Garcia, Samuel Garcia, Manuel Guijarro and Oscar Husios. One change for them from the team that ran yesterday. Germany are in 7 with Jean-Paul Bredal to lead them off, to Torben Finke, Manuel Sanders and Oai Fischer Breitholtz. This is the same 4 in the same order that ran for them yesterday. European bronze medalists, as we say. Manuel Sanders was their fastest split yesterday with 44.2 on that third leg. Jamaica with Asini Wilson, Jeremy Bembridge, Javon Powell and Raheem Hales. It's the same 4. They've swapped Bembridge and Powell on legs 2 and 3. They will run the opposite way round this time for Jamaica, who was 7th in the world final, but only finished 5th in their heat yesterday. Nigeria are in lane 5 with Gafari Badmus, Ifeanyi Ejeli, Victor Ime and Ezekiel Asukwo. And that for them is the same quartet in the same order as yesterday. Kenya with Dennis Malungo to lead them off. Danson Kibet, they're the African silver medalists. So Kenya, some local support over from the east of this continent. Baluka and the experienced Kevin Kip-Korea. Mexico are a withdrawal in lane 3, so we go to Denmark. They're a late withdrawal, Mexico, because they were on the start list and they have a team named. Denmark with Nielsen, Falk, Jurgensen and Isaacson. Representing a Scandinavian nation, their only team here. And likewise in lane 1, Senegal have just one event entered, and this is it. And they have Abdou Njai, Frederic Mendy, Abu Sane, and the very talented Cheick Diouf on the anchor leg for Senegal. Dual support there, Botswana on the face, Senegal tracksuit top in the hand. The first of the second round heats in the men's 4x400 meters, with the top 2 making the World Championships. So we've just seen the women's Jamaican 4x400 meter team not make it through to the World Championships. The hopes of Jamaica in this event now rest with the men's quartet, who fell below expectations yesterday. Again, 1 or 2 athletes who weren't able to make it for various reasons here. With the quality they've got, you'd expect them to be challenging, as Senegal go out very hard on this first leg, right on the inside. Nightmare draw for this first leg for Abdou Njai, but trying to take whatever he can out of the stagger. But Germany and Spain right on the outside. Nigeria also in the all-white kit with Gafari Badmus. Have had a good first leg here, just starting to rock and roll a little bit, Nigeria, in the closing steps as we see the changeovers. Nigeria and Jamaica very tightly ahead of Spain, Germany, then Kenya, Denmark and Senegal battling to get themselves into a position going around that first turn.
Yes, just coming off the first turn, it looks to be Nigeria taking the start at the break. In comes Spain. But Jamaica is trying hard to stay in the mix. But Kenya's making a great surge. Nigeria, Spain, Jamaica, Kenya. Senegal is in 5th place, coming into the home stretch. Oh no! Nigeria had a slight jump. I'm not sure what happened, but he's bringing the baton in. He hands it off first. Spain right in there. Okay, and Kenya's now going to the front. But here comes Senegal. Oh no, there's a tumble. Kenya had a fall. Nigeria continues on, so does Spain, Jamaica, Senegal, Germany in 5th place. But it's all Nigeria coming into the last 150 meters with Spain pressing. Nigeria, Spain, Jamaica, Senegal, Germany. And it now looks like we're also going to lose Japan. Denmark.
Spain take the lead then out on the final leg. Absolutely chaotic legs 2 and 3. Kenya, the unfortunate forwards, we nearly lost more than one team on the change over the previous leg. Thankfully, they were all still standing as the Spanish quartet with Oscar Hicios. Down the back, a Sukro for Nigeria. Senegal with Diouf really well positioned, and Jamaica with Raheem Hales right on their shoulder as well, as Nigeria just lose a couple of meters on that turn. But it's Spain with the vast experience of Hicios out front. Here come Jamaica trying to launch their challenge with Hales. 2 places up for grabs at the World Championships. Hicios for Spain, Senegal, Nigeria are coming. Spain are hanging on. Senegal are reaching up the ground, and Senegal will get there, and Spain will hold off Nigeria for the 2nd spot. Delirium for the Senegalese, their only team here in Gaborone, are through to the World Championships. Popular victors.
And the crowd is excited. They're cheering for Senegal. They're cheering for one of their own, really.
Well, Oscar Hicios on the final leg will have felt the weight of Africa coming in his wing mirrors there. Senegal and Nigeria. Jamaica, I'm afraid, have missed out again. Kenya and Denmark did finish despite both suffering trouble. Kenya fell and Denmark had an injury at the end of the 3rd leg. But Senegal, well, what a terrific performance from them. And those who have Senegal tracksuit tops, new fans of Senegal maybe. But Africa again, shining in the sunshine in Botswana. And there is the Senegal flag and the rest of the team backroom staff. Credit Spain as well, who just bolstered their quartet today and go through in 2nd position.
Senegal walks over to greet some of their supporters.
Spain get their hands on the plane ticket as well, a couple of them do at least. Just looking back at the Senegal performances in World Championships, their best positioning in a men's 4x4 at a World Champs is a 7th place finish. It goes back to Seville in 1999. So it'd be brilliant to have Senegal with us in China. We might get a look back, hopefully, at some of the incidents coming towards the end of the 2nd leg, I think it was, where we had 4 athletes all vying for position, trying to get themselves organised for the handover. Here is where it all went wrong. Let's see what happened here. It's remarkable that all these athletes stayed on their feet, to be honest. They were all impeded in some way. It looked like Bembridge of Jamaica was just trying to check out to give himself some room. And as a result of that, they all ran into each other. And Senegal actually really benefited there tonight. They came through and made up some meters.
Yes, they all seemed to recover from whatever that was, a stumble, really brilliantly.
And there's the Kenya fall.
Yeah.
Again, difficult to see from that whether he was clipped from behind or whether he's clipped the curb. Let's see here, we might get a better look. And it looks like coming together of legs as they just went into the sharpest part of the turn there. What a shame for Kenya, whose chances were gone there effectively. What a brilliant battle. And this is 4x4, isn't it? It's hectic. There's a lot of moving and chopping and changing and vying for position, and here fighting the lactic. See us his face and look at the gritted teeth from Diouf.
Spain, they're really having a really good championship.
Yeah, the headlines really were made by their women, the women's half of their relay squad last year in Guangzhou, weren't they? And again yesterday, but great to see the men's team, who have had Some great performers, particularly at indoor level as well. Senegal, they brought one team to Gaborone to get one job done to send them through to the World Championships, and that job was done ahead of Spain, who with a strong quartet go through in second, ahead of Nigeria and Jamaica. Brazil preparing themselves for the second and the last chance for any of our 4x4 teams to get through here in the men's event as we meet the teams from the outside. First of all, India in lane 8, the Asian silver medalist with Chowdhury, Jacob, Ramesh and Kyle Vazani. They've made a couple of changes. They brought in Jacob and they brought in Ramesh to bolster their team from yesterday. Remember, if you weren't with us earlier, teams can make a maximum of 2 team changes from the quartet that ran in this event yesterday. Japan are in lane 7. Their fastest split yesterday was from their anchor runner Nakajima, who ran 44.1. Really impressive anchor from him yesterday for the hosts of last year's World Athletics Championships. Poland have Marcin Karolewski, Victor Verbal, Kajtan Jasinski and Mateusz Rzeźniczak. They'll go in lane 6. They've just seen their women's 4x4 qualify. China, they had an injury issue yesterday. She didn't finish the race yesterday. Zhu, their runner on one of the middle legs, unfortunately pulled up injured, so they didn't get round. They replace him today and go again. Brazil with Vinicius Moura on the opening leg. The South American champions, to Lucas Villa, to Thiago Lemes da Silva, Mateus Lima. It's the same 4 in the same order for the South American champions today. Great Britain and Northern Ireland are the Olympic bronze medalists. They once again have Lewis Davey leading them off, but they've twiddled the rest of the order round. They have Toby Harries, who ran the anchor yesterday, went charging out and blew up in the home straight. Lee Thompson, the British team captain, and Seamus Derbyshire, the hurdler, will run the anchor today. And Switzerland on the inside with Julien Bonvin, Ricky Petrucciani, Danny Brandt and Lionel Spitz. Again, that is a very, very solid Swiss contingent as well. Certainly out of these teams, Great Britain and Northern Ireland were the ones most disappointed, the Olympic bronze medal, to find themselves in this today. What drama to come this time in heat 2 of 2 in the men's 4x400 metres qualifying round 2. The final chance for these athletes here in Botswana at the Botswana World Athletics Relays Gaborone 26 to qualify for Beijing. Brazil, the South American champions, bearing down on China in the centre. In fact, China now extending out that gap. Other than that, it's pretty even. It's China who probably made the biggest inroads. The 2 on the outside, India and Japan, just opening up a bit of a gap on Poland as well. Coming around into the first changeover. Japan are finishing strongly here and may well just have the edge ahead of China. There's Shinya Hayashi for them. We get ready for the handover, and it is Japan in the lead at the handover, ahead of China. India right on the outside, then Brazil, Great Britain and Northern Ireland, Poland and Switzerland on the inside.
Yes, and as they come into the break, it's still Japan leading with India close by, but it's Great Britain on the inside, pulling up next to India. And Brazil takes the lead. Japan still hangs in there on the inside.
India are gone.
India is gone. And it's Brazil, Japan, Great Britain, and China as we go into this next handover. Japan and Great Britain have a great start. Brazil lose a little bit momentum there, but China's gaining. Great Britain is now in control of the race, with Japan slightly behind. Brazil surging to the front, and China hanging in fourth. Great Britain, Brazil, Japan, and China. Now Japan is surging as we go into this final exchange.
So Japan have the lead. Seamus Derbyshire just tight for room of Great Britain on the inside there. And Brazil fighting for a racing line as well. Derbyshire trying to hold that inside line for these two automatic spots. For Japan, it's Yuki Nakajima, their fastest runner from yesterday. Brazil with the talented Matheus Lima moving up into second position ahead of Seamus Derbyshire, trying to judge his effort. And China in fourth with Switzerland back in fifth position. Two spots at the World Championships up for grabs. Japan, Brazil, Great Britain, China trying to have an impact. Switzerland are still coming as well in fifth position, but look like they've got a lot to do. Japan now as Lima finds some room in lane 2 to try to challenge, and it's going to be Japan and Brazil who progress through to the World Championships. Great Britain third, tight on the line for fourth between China and Switzerland, and Japan and Brazil get the job done.
Really good final leg by Nakajima of Japan.
Well, he was their most impressive performer yesterday, Nakajima, and he's repeated the feat today. Matheus Lima holding off Great Britain and Northern Ireland, so the Olympic bronze medalists not making it through at this stage for the World Championships. Remember, every team that doesn't get through here still has a chance. There are 4 spots up for grabs for the best performers next year, so all is not lost. When there are major nations, of course, who don't get through here, it means that there are faster times going to be in those top lists. But frustration for China, who just miss out. And why not use a plane ticket to Beijing as a sunshade? First Brazilian team that have gone through. And boy, are they happy about it. And it's an almighty journey from Brazil to Botswana that we spoke about earlier on. The journey home is a little less painful when you've got a World Championship ticket. Great work from Brazil, great work from Japan, who of course qualified as the host nation last year for the World Championship, so have to go back and do the hard work this time and get themselves there on merit. But they led at the first changeover, Japan. And apart from a burst from Lee Thompson, the Great Britain team captain on the second leg, there was a little bit of traffic trouble there for Japan, but again, thankfully, unlike the previous race, no racing incidents that led to any team's chances disappearing. We're saying that Great Britain's men's quartet, they'll have a few they could bring in, the likes of Charlie Dobson and Alex Haydock-Wilson, Matthew Hudson-Smith. There is a little bit of extra power in their team and some bright up-and-coming talents as well. So certainly they will have been confident of coming here and getting all their teams through.
And the race was really all over the place. We saw where Great Britain led, Japan led at one point, Brazil led.
And that's where we've sort of effectively, you know, with the qualification of teams from yesterday through to the final, this is why these races have been a lot more competitive and a lot more of a sort of what we'd call racing action, where athletes are coming together. They're all a bit closer match because we've taken some of the better performers out of these races and put them into the final later on. They've already got their qualification secure. But Japan, well, they're reasonably happy about it, aren't they? It's not the wildest celebrations we've ever seen from the Japanese, but
it's such a build-up for the athletes. Their aim is to come out here and to finish, and also, you know, just to perform well. And so not all the time you get maybe the result that you want, but it's always good to be able to come out here and give your very best performance.
And very good if you've come from Brazil as well, to have something to celebrate. It is Japan and Brazil celebrating from that second heat of the men's 4x400 meters qualification rounds as they make their way through, and the Olympic bronze medalists, Great Britain and Northern Ireland, miss out. just feel the temperature, metaphorically speaking, rising as we get closer and closer to the finals. Let's confirm the teams who are through. This includes yesterday as well as those added to the list today for Beijing. This is in the men's 4x4. Those are the 12 nations who will be joined by 4 more from the world top list next year. You'll have noticed USA not on that list. The Olympic champions, they opted not to send teams in the men's and women's 4x400 meters. And if you missed our update earlier on, they're also not starting in the women's 4x100 meters. It's about to come up very shortly. Having not qualified yesterday, they've scratched from today's second qualifying round. Again, they will be confident that they can get through by virtue of having one of the leading performances. Those are the athletes on track for the women's 4x100 meters. The best way to describe this event yesterday, tonight, would be chaos. We had baton changes going wrong. We had people running out of the takeover zone. We had disqualifications. We had all sorts. 7 teams in this yesterday didn't get the baton round. So that is the first job for a lot of these, is let's have something a little bit more seamless. As we see the South African quartet, it'll be lining up on the inside, actually in lane 3 here. USA were due to be in this heat in lane 5, but as we say, have been scratched. So therefore, the inside 3 teams have all been moved out to lane, which means lane 3 is the most of the inside lanes that were in action. So 2 more events have their second qualifying round, and then we're into the finals. That mixed 4x1 you can see on the right of the shot there at 4:05. That is the first of our finals, with the diamond medals up for grabs here in Botswana. We move next to qualifying round 2 of the women's 4x100 meters relay. Here are the teams on the outside. First of all are India, with Tamana, Gandhi, Shivanka and Shanavali, their quartet, to try and get themselves through. Lane 7, Hungary, the host of the World Athletics Ultimate Championships, recent host of the World Championships themselves, of course, in 2023. Shingyugi, Takach, Koshak and Tut are therefore, and that is the same 4 as yesterday in the same order. France, European silver medalists, they were one of the teams that didn't get the baton round yesterday, like Hungary outside them. Gallet and Parisot, we saw run earlier on in the mixed. Belgium also didn't get the baton round yesterday, disqualified. They have Justine Goossens, Camille Sonville, Rani Vinca and Yanni Denaya, the latter 2, both out again, having run earlier on. Nigeria, having DNS'd earlier on, the African champions, they another one that didn't finish the race yesterday and was subsequently disqualified. And South Africa on the inside, who in contrast set a national record yesterday. Jinkui again will lead them off to Lagrange, to Marais and Mbisha. That is the same quartet for them, who set that national record yesterday. So the other teams will have been, I'm sure, pretty happy to see United States scratched from this, because they would have been the overwhelming favourites, even though that team ran below par yesterday. Sonville waiting on the second leg there for Belgium. 2 spots, last chance here for the women's 4x100 meter teams. Away without a problem for the 6 nations, chasing these 2 spots at Beijing 27. France in the centre have had a good opening leg, and they get a good change away as well to France right in the middle. Pretty good changes all around there. Nigeria running well in the white. Chukwuma about to hand on for the 3rd leg. Nigeria's change wasn't very good at all, and that cost them meters. Right on the outside, Hungary in the red and white, and France, Nigeria all in white, trying to get back into it. South Africa right on the inside, much better from Nigeria that time. We've got a follow after the baton went, but now it's France being challenged on the inside by Nigeria. And they are the 2 who go through. Again, drama. Again, Nigeria were not smooth. India, unfortunately, had a mishap as well. But Sarah Richard bringing France home, and there's a Chukwu for Nigeria as well, who recovered really well. Hungary were right in the mix for a long way as well. But when we see the Nigerian change back on the turn there, Tonique, they did very well to recover and qualify.
Yeah, they certainly did. What looked like it happened was that the runner that was incoming was like slightly behind the runner that was outgoing, and so they didn't have that extension that you really need with the arm to allow the baton to pass between the athletes. And so it was good that they were able to recover and still qualify.
Did Nigeria not realise that you qualify if you finish in the top two? It was a very, very delayed reaction. I think someone said, you know, that was good news, don't you? As long as that changeover was okay, we'll get a look at it. The one that went badly, as long as they got it done in time. It's a national record for Hungary, which is why they're celebrating. 43.32. Fabulous performance. But it's Nigeria behind France, who go through in the women's 4x1. What a good afternoon it's been for African nations today. There's been loads of African success, which has been fantastic. Not for South Africa this time, unfortunately, but again, their women's 4x1 is evolving. And for every experience at this level will continue to grow. But it's good to see France have put a poor day behind them yesterday to bounce back today and run much more true to form. Let's have a look at Nigeria change here. I'm not sure if it's this one. Let's see it. Just out of shot, actually. That was the first changeover down the back. It's the next Nigerian change in the white there. One from the right, which didn't look like it went that well. India dropped the baton, as you can see in the back of the shot. But keep an eye on Nigeria here. There's a high arm. And, yeah, it was in time, I think. And South Africa were close to being out of the zone there. That might be one the officials have a look at. They didn't qualify, so less important than whether Nigeria got that changeover done in the box. Just wonder if we might get another look at that Nigerian change. That one a moment ago that was pretty close to the edge of the box. Remember, it's the position of the baton in relays that is the most important thing, not the position of the runner. The whole of the baton has to be inside the takeover box for it to be legal. But for the moment, France, there's no doubt about that. They can celebrate, and Nigeria can celebrate as well. That's the moment that Nigeria realised when somebody from World Athletics appeared with that giant banner. They were so far clear of it. It's not, we don't expect it if it was a tight finish, but they were so far clear of third. Maybe they didn't realise.
Yeah, it seems like perhaps they weren't aware that they still have the opportunity to qualify for Beijing next year. But they're in. They're in.
Fortunately for India, they dropped the baton on the back straight. France and Nigeria, the two qualifiers from that heat in the women's 4x100 to Beijing, and Hungary with a national record, unfortunately not through. So the second heat of the women's 4x1 coming up shortly, and then two heats of the men's 4x1, second round of qualifying for the World Championships. As we see Botswana lining up in lane 2 for the next heat. And we see the other athletes like Kieran Neville of Ireland enjoying the atmosphere as they wait further around the track. I've never seen a Mexican wave involving umbrellas. It's quite something.
It's amazing when you travel all around the world and you see the different traditions of every nation.
Oh, come on, President Coe. The only one who didn't get involved. And it was caught on camera as well. Well, if you're going to bring and use the umbrella as a sunshade, which is obviously to be recommended in these conditions, you might as well use it for a Mexican wave as well. Here we go then. with the second of the heats in the women's 4x100 meters, and Chile are on the outside. Another of those countries who just brought one team in one event here, and this is the one. Roxana Ramirez, Maria Montt, Pilar Rodriguez and Belan Ituarte. Switzerland in lane 7. Didn't have a team through yesterday. Chloe Raback, Fabienne Hunker, Leonie Pontet and Celine Bourgui are the same 4 who come out again for them from yesterday. Ireland were disqualified yesterday. They have Precious Akpe-Moses in on the opening leg. Ciara Neville again runs the second, Molly O'Reilly on the third and Sarah Leahy on the fourth. So just a change of the opening leg, the lead-off for Ireland. Australia, another team disqualified yesterday. They were also disqualified last year. They have Ebony Lane on the opening leg, Tori Lewis, Monique Hanlon, Georgia Harris, the same 4 as yesterday. Changes for Great Britain today of order and personnel. They brought in Renee Regis on the opening leg, one of their brightest up-and-coming talents. Disqualified yesterday for a changeover outside the box involving Edouard Lancico, who took that crashing fall yesterday, is not involved today. And the Netherlands in lane 3, the European bronze medalists with Anna van der Wiel, Britt de Blauw, Fenna Achterberg and Demi van der Wildenberg. Which is a change from yesterday, van der Wilberg coming in. And here are Botswana with Lunga Matlako, Botshipiso Kelapile, Nancy Botswani and Same Mutsiwa, the quartet that will carry the hopes of all of those in the Botswana blue inside the Gaborone National Stadium. This is a very, very high quality heat for a repechage, if you like. Renee Regis, who's the British champion over indoors over 200 meters, will run the first bend for them. Would expect most of the action to come from the centre lanes here. Australia are out well with Ebony Lane through that first leg. Decent enough change. Switzerland weren't very good one from the outside there. Their change was a little bit wobbly. Simmons for Great Britain in pursuit down the back straight of Australia. Ireland outside them. Netherlands right on the inside are struggling, but one from the outside. It's Switzerland at the moment with Australia inside and Great Britain trying to get back into it. Switzerland and Australia hand over. Great Britain in pursuit now on the ankle end with Success Edouard, who last year we saw charge down the home straight. Can she do it again here? Australia, Switzerland, Edouard closing again. She just loves the world relays, but it's Australia who held on and really tight for the second spot. Did Edouard's momentum once again take her to success in the world relays, or did Switzerland outsider hang on? Australia the victors though. Tori Lewis celebrating on the back straight. Georgia Harris bringing them home. Well, in fact, it's come up on the screen as Great Britain and Northern Ireland for Edouard. We'll just get clarification of that result. No doubt about the top 3, Great Britain, Northern Ireland, Australia and Switzerland, but the key was in what order did they finish, because only 2 of them will make it through. There we go. Australia repositioned at the top of the standings. And just for a second there, Tanique started to doubt that my eyes were actually operating. They're in completely different kits, so it's not easy to get them mixed up, but Australia were the winners. Great Britain and Northern Ireland in second, and Switzerland in third. So Success Edouard did get Great Britain home.
Good outcome for Team Great Britain. They were the winners here last year. They won't be able to defend that title, but it's also good that they'll be able to go to Beijing and also be already qualified for that meet. So, good outcome.
We're just double checking here, Great Britain. They say, have we qualified? They're just looking at the results on a small screen on the opposite side of the arena, which is really hard to read in the sunshine as well. But that quartet overcame the troubles of yesterday. As you say, the defending champions in Switzerland. Well, it's heartbreak for them, because for a long time, In fact, pretty much the whole of the last couple of legs, apart from the last 20 metres. Switzerland looked like they were heading for the World Championships, but it's Australia with that 42.88 and Great Britain. Again, 100-metre running in Botswana on the female side. Again, will be better for this experience. We saw Taboho just opt himself into the men's 4x1 yesterday to add the quality to that squad. Switzerland, it looked a really well-drilled set of changeovers for them, which I think, you know, it's worth a metre or two, isn't it? In these kind of events, if you get the changeovers absolutely spot on. Again, that was a good one from Switzerland. Ireland just has a slight hesitation. And these final changes, Switzerland again, really good. Australia strong. And look at Edouane here. She's got, what's that, 3-4 metres to make up. She's become a world relays specialist as Success Edouane. Ireland, unfortunately, there we can see Molly O'Reilly and Sarah Leahy getting in a tangle. I think they still finished fourth. They did finish fourth, Ireland, despite this. Oh, it's absolute heartbreak for Switzerland. They're in such a good position there. Look, even 10 metres out. Oh.
But such a good surge at the end from the young lady from Team Britain. And as defending champions from last year, they won't be able to do that. But she was able to get them into the qualifying for Beijing.
The delayed reactions here are really quite something. They give us some fantastic slow motion reaction, emotion shots here.
I've never seen so many jumps.
Yeah. There's obviously somebody down there on jump cam, which is getting them all to jump. And there'll be some amazing social media publication by the end as Naya Wedderburn-Goodison celebrates. Hang on, have we qualified? We qualified, yeah? We qualified, haven't we? Beijing. We haven't. Again, all is not completely lost. We mentioned this for these countries. All is not completely lost, but it won't feel like that right now, will it?
No, of course not. They actually have a whole year before Beijing, and so there's lots of opportunities to qualify.
A tight finish in the end, but 3 into 2 didn't go, and Australia and Great Britain and Northern Ireland were those who got themselves into those top two. Here's the full rundown of 12 nations who qualified through the women's 4x1. Our fastest qualifiers were Jamaica, ahead of Spain and Canada, and Poland and Portugal completing the list. Team China in the house. Their women's 4x100 metre team will go shortly in the final, but before that we have our last qualifying round 2 for our last event, and that is the men's 4x100 metres. Before we get to our 6 finals, 2 heats of this to come in a couple of minutes from now. Ghana there, who were 4th in the world final. They'll be disappointed they found themselves in this situation today. The African champions, just one team here in Botswana. As we get ready to meet those lining up. China on the outside then in lane 8. First of all, with Shi, Zheng, Wang and Hay. It's the same quartet as yesterday. We didn't make it through it the first time of asking. Some changes of order for Ghana. They have the same personnel that they've switched around. Gadai, who ran the opening leg yesterday, and Saminu, who led off yesterday but runs anchor today. Italy in lane 6. Had a good day yesterday, got 3 of their 5 teams through. Longobardi, Randazzo, DeSalu and Ali. Just the one change for them, replacing Ceccarelli on the first leg. Kenya are in 5. Good local support for them, Odihambo, Koech, Babu. And Ferdinando Manyala, Africa's fastest man, and that is the same for us yesterday as well. Colombia, the South American champions. Gaitoto, Palacios, Agua Limpia, and Abello for the South American champions. Brazil, they've seen their men's 4x4 team go through today. As we said yesterday, they've got a couple of sub-10 athletes in the centre there, Bardi and Cardoso. The South American silver medalists should be in contention here as well. And Spain, who are looking to get their final team through. They've got 5 out of 6 through so far, looking for the full sweep. And Cabano, Crespi, Sancho and Hernandez will go for them. Here we go for World Championship qualification places in the men's 4x100 meters. China lightning out of the blocks right on the outside in the red. Good change by Ghana, not a good change by China right on the outside, negating that brilliant start they had. Kenya right in the centre, looking to position Omanyala well for the close. China have recovered well, they're right on the outside from Ghana, then Italy on their inside. And Kenya trying to get involved. Brazil right on the inside as well. The second shot's going to be close, but it's China away at the moment. Brazil have pulled up. China, Omanyala charging, but it's going to be China and Ghana. The outside lanes prevail and head for the World Championships. Loads of Chinese support here in the arena. The hosts of the World Championships next year. And their men's 4x100 meter team qualified through. Ghana in second spot, the 4th placers from the world final in Tokyo also follow them in, and Omanyala for Kenya unfortunately was just left with too much to do. Well, he's enjoyed himself, Ferdinand Omanyala. Unfortunately for him, Kenya will have to rely on one of those additional 4 places. Well, a lot of noise you can hear inside is the Chinese support. They were absolutely lightning out of the blocks, China. We'll see back the start. Really got it together in the second half of the race. Brazil will be frustrated. They're not on that results graphic because unfortunately their runner pulled up in the home straight, their anchor leg runner for Brazil. It was Paulo Camillo. Ghana can't find the rest of their team. As ever with the 4x1, there are people very slowly recovering in all parts of the track, aren't there?
As we move closer to the final rounds, I see that they've moved the medals closer to the side of the track and uncovered the box.
Almost tormenting these athletes, who the best they can win at the moment is a boarding pass to Beijing, rather than the diamond medals that have been just positioned behind where they are. But you're right, the action down in the medal zone is intensifying ahead of our 6 finals. We've got one more heat to come, as unfortunately we see there Paulo Camillo, who was the one who pulled up on that final leg for Brazil. get a lot closer that view, does it, than the changes. There's China's change on the right. We didn't get a great view of it, but as you can see there, you got the rough idea that it didn't go that well. But then they regather themselves brilliantly here. Baton's already in the hand, slickly. Keep your eye on Brazil here, unfortunately, in the green in the centre, who they're immediately only a couple of steps in there for Camillo to pull up. But China and Ghana in the outside lanes for company. That was the third to fourth leg change for China, so even that wasn't quite flawless. You've got to say Omanyala didn't really make any inroads, did he, there?
Important for China to qualify because, as you mentioned, World Championships will be in Beijing, and they would love to have representation. So this is a good moment for China right now.
Subplot for Kenya, by the way. Omanyala might not have got them into a qualification spot, but they did run a national record in 38.27 for that third spot. But China, we saw the fervent home support for Japan in Tokyo tonight. You and I were both there at the World Championships, and the incredible home support. As the umbrellas are on the spin again. Here's the result of the first of the heats in the second qualifier round. The outside lanes were the ones who came through. China ahead of Ghana. Kenya's national record was not enough. One more heat of second qualifying round action, including Rashid Foster on the anchor leg for Jamaica in lane 4 here. Here are Japan, who we've just been talking about. Kobe Vlemings is back out for Belgium. We've seen him run the opening leg. He's on the anchor for Belgium in this one. Rowan Watson, who will lead off Jamaica. So here we go then. The last opportunity in the men's 4x1. Belgium didn't get the baton round yesterday. Robin van der Bendem, Emil Botterman is into the team for them. Antoine Snijders and Kobe Vlemings. Sorry, Emil Botterman ran yesterday, actually, so it is the same 4. Japan with Yuhi Mori, Shota Izuka, Yoshida Kiryu and Noako Inoue. They were 4th last year. World finalists in their home country in Tokyo in 2025. France are in 6. They've made some team changes from yesterday. Lenny Chanteur has come in on the first leg for them, joined by Bizisen, Sholb and Priam, 3 from yesterday. Favour Ash once again will lead Nigeria off here. The African silver medalists, James Emmanuel, Tajiri Godwin and Chidere Eziko on the anchor. Jamaica with Watson, McPherson, Kerr and Foster go with the same 4 in the same order as yesterday. They didn't get the baton round last year in either round of this. You might remember Kishane Thompson last year, never got a baton in his hand. Jakob Lempak, you might remember him yesterday if you were watching. The full start when he ran almost his whole leg and had to go back and run again. He's on the opening leg for the men's 4x1 for Poland this time. And India with Raut, Kujur, Kumar and Singh on the inside in lane 2. Well, Belgium yesterday were the only team not to get the baton round in this. They also, Jamaica didn't get the baton round in the World Championship heats either. So their men's 4x1 record with the baton hasn't been brilliant. Now is the time for those 4 in the yellow of Jamaica to find their groove. Zuka waits on the second leg for Japan. The final heat of our second round of World Championship qualifying is the men's 4x1. So where we go, Jamaica have made a good start with Rowan Watson. Good first change from Jamaica. Right on the outside, Belgium and Japan. Pretty even in those outside lanes at the moment. Keep your eye on the next Jamaican change. Okay, but not brilliant from Jamaica. Japan have fallen, and Japan are out of the race. Jamaica are on the inside now, using the stagger in their favour if they can make this final pass, which they do. Belgium right on the outside. Belgium leading at the moment. Jamaica's charge coming from Rashid Foster on the inside. Vlemings for Belgium. Jamaica get the job done this time. What were you worried about? Belgium come through for second. They're through as well. And the numerous Jamaican supporters in the arena as well will celebrate Jamaica. Vlemings is pulled up. He's been a busy boy. He's limping, but he's got his team through as well. But Jamaica, you could feel like there, 38 seconds of breath holding, making sure all of those battons got passed from one to the next.
Yeah, they haven't had a brilliant championship, but I think that makes up for it. And then we expect to see their women in the finals also have a pretty good performance, and so things are turning up for them.
Well done to Vlemings there, because we saw him limping away. I didn't see at what point of the home straight. He looked pretty tight all the way down, to be honest, but to manage to keep that going and to get himself through. But it's Rashid Foster, and we can't quite read what that says, but let's say it says don't panic. Don't panic, we had it covered. Japan, unfortunately, they suffered an injury on the bend, I think, or a fall on the bend. We'll have a look back at that, but their race came to an end on that home turn. But Kobe Vlemings can quite rightly go and put his feet up. Belgium aren't in the mixed 4x100 metre final, so Vlemings' day is done. Jamaica's day isn't quite done. They are well represented in the final. India, unfortunately, also suffering an injury on the way around there. As we see these teams celebrate and debrief, I can tell you, by the way, that Elaine Thompson-Herah is in the Jamaica team today in the women's 4x100 metre final. It's Elaine and the Williams, Brianna, Jadine and Lavanya. As we see Japan here. In fact, it's the next change for Japan. This is the first to second leg. It's this change for Japan where they fell and were out of the race. They're one from the left in the red and black. Let's keep her right here. It's the incoming run, unfortunately, who doesn't get low the baton, and unfortunately it's gone by then. They are allowed to go and retrieve the baton from other lanes, Japan. They have to go back to where they dropped it, but this is the home straight, and this is where Vlemings, keep an eye on him as he pulls up if we get that far. On this near, so look at his face there already. That's where he's tightening up, isn't it? There's something gone there or something tightening up there, and he's done so well to battle to the line ahead of Nigeria. Have you been in that situation, Tony, where something with 50 meters to go has just gone, no thank you?
Yeah, you know, he was just pressing for the line. I think he felt Jamaica on the side of him, really wanted that win, but at that point in time, with that type of speed and momentum that Jamaica had, he just did not have enough to catch him.
Well, what might have been for Mori and for Japan this time around. So, the World Championship qualification is done. Jamaica and Belgium, the last two teams to come through that second round of qualifying. There are no more places here at the Botswana World Athletics Relays Gaborone 26 to be won for Beijing. There are places to be won at the World Athletics Ultimate Championship, the brand new event that's coming up in Budapest in September this year. Let's wrap up the result, first of all, of that men's 4x100 meters. Jamaica ahead of Belgium, who ran a national record in second to hold off Nigeria. I was about to say the crowd are settling in, but they've barely been in their seats most of the time here. And this is where we're at now. This is what we've got to come. It's finals all the way to the conclusion over the course of the next hour. And those diamond medals up for grabs. Botswana, the world's greatest diamond mining nation, adding the diamonds for that extra touch to the medals here. And now, in our mixed events, as we see the athletes preparing for those mixed events, the mixed events only, the top 6 will qualify for the World Athletics Ultimate Championship in Budapest. And in the relays, there's $80,000 to the winning team there. There's prize money all the way down to 8th place of $8,000. So 6 will qualify from here for the World Athletics Ultimate Championships, and 2 more will qualify on this year's top list as well. These are the athletes for the mixed 4x4 that we're seeing, which will come up very soon, straight after this, in fact. The World Athletics Ultimate Championship in Budapest doesn't have the single gender relays in, so just the mixed relays will contest the ultimate. Everybody else is going for the $40,000 prize money here. Those beautiful medals and the title of the Botswana World Athletics Relays Gaborone 26 champions. There are those medals, and look at the diamond. Botswana is alive, Gaborone is alive, the National Stadium is alive on day 2 of the World Athletics Relays. As we build to the crescendo of the 6 finals, so much at stake in so many different ways here, Tonique.
Yes, so much is still at stake. We still want to see who will be the top teams going to the Ultimate Championships later on this year. We want to see who will be able to defend their titles here in the finals, and who will have a gold, a silver, or a bronze medal with a diamond. So it's still so much still to come. The crowd is on their feet. They know that these are the final 6 races.
Jamaica getting ready with Akeem Blake. They have the Clayton twins. Don't forget, Jamaica set a world record yesterday. They broke the 40-second barrier for the first time. That record will continue to come down to 39.99. The first of our finals at the Botswana World Athletics Relays Gaborone 26 is the mixed 4x100 meters. And all 8 lanes are in action. First of all, we meet Spain on the outside with Guillem Crespi, Esteban Navarro, Andoni Calvano and Aitano Rodrigo. They make the couple of changes that they're allowed to, Spain, for this final. 2 changes maximum per team. Germany with Yannick Wolf, Chelsea Kadiri comes in on the second leg for them, Heiko Guzman on the third, and Sina Kammerschmidt. So Kadiri, the 1 change for Germany in this team that ran yesterday to qualify. These are the top 2 nations from all of our heats yesterday. Jamaica, with that world record yesterday, run the same quartet in the same order. Akeem Blake to Tina Clayton, Kadrian Goldson, and the second of the Clayton twins, Tia, on the anchor. Can that world record in its infancy be lowered even further from 39.99? United States, the first look we've had at them as a nation today, with Courtney Lindsay, Jada Mowat, Kyrie King and Alexis Hollis once again sent out by the USA. Same quartet as yesterday. Lindsay and King, veterans of this World Relays. Mowat and Hollis, debutants. These are the defending champions, Canada, who held the world record for about 10 minutes yesterday. Eliza Ajibi on the first leg, Marie-Eloise Leclerc, Duena Samota and Audrey Leduc. 3 of the team that won last year, and all 4 of those who won through yesterday. Leduc ran an absolute belting final leg. Great Britain and Northern Ireland are in lane 3. Elliot Jones comes in for them on the opening leg. Alison Bell, Jarell Quenu and Desiree Henry, who also took part in the first World Relays back in 2014, will anchor them home today. She replaces Kasiwa Mensah on the anchor. Netherlands in lane 2. We've seen his twin brother running here, Eugene Amala, but it's Jamie Amala who will lead them off today with Minka Bishops, their top women's 100-meter runner. Sikak Ekpo and Britt de Blauw comes in on the anchor leg for them. And Nigeria, we've just seen Favour Ash in action. He's back, this time in the 4x1 final mixed. Chukwuka on the second leg. Ezekiel, we've just seen him run as well. He's on the third. And Amokwe on the fourth, as they run the same 4 that qualified for this final. Stand by then. These spectacular medals are up for grabs. The top 6 make the World Athletics Ultimate Championship. The debut of that event coming up in September. Can Canada defend their title? Can Jamaica improve on their world record from yesterday? or between them, what have the USA got to say about it? The mixed 4x100 meters final is underway. Jamaica, the world record holders, with Akeem Blake about to hand on to Tina Clayton. USA send Jada Mowat on their way inside them. Canada, the defending champions, with Marie-Eloise Leclerc. But Jamaica are flying down the back straight as Kadrian Goldson gets the baton for them way out front at the moment. Jamaica absolutely steaming their way around the bend. One from the outside, Germany are going well. USA on the inside, the final change is good. And for Jamaica, here goes Tia Clayton. She's meters clear. Keep an eye on the clock here. The first World Athletics Relays title of 2026 goes to Jamaica in a big new world record. They improved their own mark. Canada home in second, last year's champions. But Jamaica got it all absolutely right when it mattered.
Yeah, Jamaica and Canada just really switching positions from last year. Last year, Canada was first, Jamaica was second, and now they've turned that around. Jamaica comes in for their first gold medal of the championships, with Canada second. And United States will unfortunately have to take the bronze.
Well, Jamaica, we've been talking a lot about the people they've had here and whether they've reached the level they should, but there's no doubt that that was an absolutely serene performance from the Jamaicans. Goldson around that final bend. And Tia Clayton, well, she just had to do what we know she's capable of. There were no challenges within the same zip code in that home straight. And again, they'll have felt the pressure here, particularly with the Canadians and the USA on their inside as well. Strong squads. And the 1, 2, 3 probably would have said they would be the top three, but in what order? That was wide open. Great Britain and Northern Ireland, by the way, you can't see on that graphic. They are a DNF. Didn't spot in the chaos where their baton went down there, but we'll have a little look back at that for Great Britain and Northern Ireland. And also, another of the teams not on that list there, if it's finishing Netherlands, also there we go. Unfortunately for them, their race unravelled as well. We'll look back at all that at the moment. But at the moment, the celebrations are for Jamaica with a new world record, USA with a bronze medal for that team. Courtney Lindsay and Kyrie King. As we said, here for the third edition of the World Relays. And that quartet, it's becoming a daily occurrence. They get to stand next to that scoreboard with the words world record. 3/10 and more they took off the mark from yesterday. That record will continue to come down. It was Akeem Blake who got them off to a flyer. See, Germany got a bit tight with their change there. Goldson's bend was huge here. I think Tina Clayton had decided they'd won when she handed over to Kadrian Goldson. And she had, look, 5, 6, 7 meters to me.
Yes, certainly. This is a very experienced team. The beauty of it, they're from a smaller country in terms of size, and so perhaps they have more opportunities to get their relay exchanges in. But it's a very experienced team. They have great synergy here, and they were able to come in, get a gold medal, and also a new world record.
Some of their colleagues who were watching on from the sidelines joining the party. So $40,000, and there is the first sight of the diamond in those gold medals. The Botswana World Athletics Relays cover on 26 medals. There's still a diamond in the bronze ones. And a nice cash sum going home with the US team as well. And Canada enjoying their silver medal, deposed as champions from the inaugural edition last year. But still a great run from them. Jamaica lowering their own world record by 0.37 of a second to depose the defending champions Canada, and the United States getting reward for their quartet with a bronze. Groups of athletes you just saw coming out on the track there, starting to gather for our next final, which will be the mixed 4x400 meters final. And once again, we should say, by the way, those ultimate championship places, that's the problem for Great Britain and Netherlands, who didn't get the baton round and therefore do not qualify for the World Athletics Ultimate Championships yet. So the top 6, all the teams that got the baton round, are through to the World Athletics Ultimate Championships as well. 2 places available in the top list, as we see the Baton Kids for the first time today, part of the Kids Athletics program, backed by Let's Tobago as one of the ambassadors. And we see the Spanish team with David Garcia back in action again, having just run for the men a short time ago. Eva Santrian, Julio Arenas and Carmen Avies. Here are Kenya in lane 7. The solitary African representatives in this mixed 4x4 final. Mutinda, Chibet, Tanui and Akech. The top 2 talented female 400-meter runners in this team. USA with Bryce Deadman and Genoa McIver, their 2 World Championship medalists from Tokyo, joined by Paris Peoples and Bailey Leah. And for them, that is the same 3 as yesterday, but they've brought in McIver on the 3rd leg today instead of Brian Faust, who ran yesterday. Great Britain and Northern Ireland, the fastest team on paper through here, the fastest qualifiers, the Olympic bronze medalists. And they go with the same quartet in the same order: Alex Haydock-Wilson, Lena Nielsen, Jake Minshall, Yemi Mary John. Here at Jamaica, who will look to be buoyed by that performance from their mixed 4x1 team: DeAndre Watkin, Shayna Anderson, Antonia Watson and Rochelle Clayton. The same 4 as yesterday, back in action. Here are Poland with Marcin Karolewski, Alicia Wrona-Kutrepska, Kajtan Jasinski and Karolina Lazowska. They ran Świecie Setic and Bukowiecki yesterday to qualify for this final, but they decided to put those 2 in the women's 4x4 earlier on today. They could have run both, of course, but physically that would have been a big ask. In Italy, the European silver medalists, we have Lorenzo Bonatti, Anna Polinari, Vladimir Ecchetti and Eloisa Coiro. Same 4 as yesterday. No real surprise to see a lot of these teams sticking with the 4 athletes that got them through yesterday, and I think that will be with the Ultimate Championship in mind. The extra money and extravaganza that will come with that. And Australia on the inside, what a good day. They set an Oceania record yesterday, 2nd in this last year. And Cooper Sherman, Mia Gross, Matthew Hunt and Alexia Loiseau show a couple of changes from yesterday. Ellie Beer and Tom Reynolds ran in this team yesterday. The diamond medals up for grabs. And the top 6, remember, will qualify for the World Athletics Ultimate Championship in Budapest in September. It's the mixed 4x400 meters final. Away they go in pursuit over the next 3 and a bit minutes or so of those diamond medals and those places in the World Athletics Ultimate Championship. World Championship in Beijing is already secure for these 2, and Poland have elected not to take part, so their first leg runner never left the blocks there. So Poland are out of the race. Jamaica running well on this first leg, though. DeAndre Watkin on the inside of the yellow and green, but Kenya powering down the home straight as well, with George Matinda, USA, with Bryce Deadman coming between those two. Great Britain and Northern Ireland with Haydock Wilson starting to fade. Spain also running well on this opening leg. Let's see on the handovers. It's Jamaica from USA and Kenya. Australia on the inside finished strongly as well.
U.S. and Kenya are medalists from last year. They're taking control of this race, but Jamaica is trying to be heard. We also have U.S. powering down to the 200-meter mark. Kenya still in the race, but it's Jamaica settling in for second at this point. Australia, our silver medalist from last year, trying to make inroads in this race, but it's the United States, Jamaica, coming into the next exchange. United States, Jamaica, Australia, Italy is in the mix for third place. But look at USA going into the final 200 meters before the final exchange. Brilliant run. Jamaica settling in for second. The race for third is with Kenya, Italy,
on to the ankle leg we go in the mixed 4x400 meter final. The top 6 will make the ultimate championship. Remember, Poland pulled up, so only one team will miss out on the ultimate. But out front, it's the USA and Jamaica, a straight fight here on this ankle leg between Bailey Lear and the USA. But look at Kenya charging down the back straight with Mercy Okech, who's up into third position, but surely can't catch the front two here, Bailey Lear and Rochelle Clayton. The bronze medal is open, but gold and silver is also on a knife edge at the moment. Great Britain are rallying from the back with Italy trying to catch Kenya for the bronze, but it's Bailey Lear of the USA who comes into the home straight, opening up a gap on Clayton of Jamaica here. Great Britain are closing on Kenya for third. Top 6 make the ultimates, but the top ones are USA. Your champions ahead of Jamaica, and Great Britain do get third for the bronze medal. That was a real traditional 4x4 relay fight, wasn't it, between the United States and Jamaica, who set a national record in second. But the USA, well, we've just seen Jamaica win the mixed 4x1 and USA finish third this time. The spoils, the gold, the glitter goes to the USA ahead of Jamaica, and Great Britain rallied for that third spot in the end with Yemi Mary John running an absolute stormer.
Yeah, new national record for Jamaica. That's really the type of performance we expect to see from Jamaica. They certainly delivered. Kenya not able to defend their bronze medal from last year. You know, they just missed out on that third place medal, being snipped right there at the line. But awesome run today by the Kenyan team.
Those 6 nations on your screen are the ones who will be at the World Athletics Ultimate Championship, guaranteed. Australia have missed out on that by 2/100ths of a second. And Poland, as we saw, pulled up. So Kenya agonizingly beaten on the line for the third place spot there, which I'm sure will have meant so much to them in this first ever African staging of the Botswana World Athletics Relays. So they do go to the World Athletics Ultimate Championship as a consolation prize, but the USA defending their title, a completely different team from that which won here last year. But Deadman and Genoa McIver were the male half of their World Championship winning team, and they've come to Gaborone and won the World Athletics Relays. USA, they declared themselves, you know, there was a struggle to persuade some athletes to come all the way to Africa at this time of year, so you have to give credit to those athletes who have turned up here and have put together this performance. The likes of Paris Peoples and Bailey Lear were involved in this World Relays event last year, taking the opportunity to run and win medals for USA. It's amazing, isn't it, now, with this addition of the top 6 for the World Athletics Ultimate, that the battle for 6th and 7th, all of a sudden, which was separated by 2/100ths of a second, becomes huge. There's still a chance for Australia, as we say, but you want to get it done here. And McIver looking absolutely smooth there. You can see that last leg from Spain, by the way, from Carmen Avidas, who's just out of shot here, but she was about 5 meters down when she took the baton. Kenya, well, we've seen that already in these championships, haven't we? Tonika, people absolutely blazing through the first 200 and not being quite able to sustain it. Keep an eye on Yemi Mary John of Great Britain here. Look at that fascinating battle to the left of your shot as well. Look at Spain reeling in Australia for 6th and 7th. We've seen plenty of the front two here as USA win by 5 meters. Yemi Mary John with the momentum. And look at Spain and Australia for the ultimate championship place on the line. So a gold for Jamaica, a gold for USA in our first 2 finals so far. We move next to the single gender women's 4x1 and men's 4x1 finals, and we close with the women's 4x4 and the men's 4x4. All eyes for that men's 4x4 will have been on what team Botswana we're going to name. Championship record performance for the mixed 4x4 USA team. Defending the title they won last year, Jamaica ran a national record in second, and Great Britain and Northern Ireland finished strongly to claim the bronze from Kenya on the line. Let me tell you, the Botswana men's 4x4 quartet is their world championship winning quartet. Tobago is in the 4x4 with the other 3 members of that team in running order, as we see the medals lined up, ready and waiting for our women's 4x100 meters athletes. And there is the 5 times Olympic gold medalist Elaine Thompson-Herah, the 2nd fastest woman in history on the anchor leg for Jamaica. Before we get to that, we have Germany on the outside in lane 8 with Viola John, Rebecca Haase, Julina Ernst and Gina Luckenkemper. Haase and Luckenkemper, one half of Germany's major championship winning medal team, both close to sub-11 second runners. In fact, Gina Luckenkemper is a sub-11 second runner. China, the Asian champions, they won their heat yesterday. They snuck through almost unseen on the inside when it was unraveling for some other teams. Liang, Liu, Zhu and Chen are the same 4 that won yesterday. Spain was second last year, and they have Lucia Carrillo once again to lead them off. Jael Bestue, Esperanza Cladera and Maria Isabella Perez. Perez are the quartets that got them to this final. Lane 4, the world finalists, Canada, with Sadie McCreath on the first leg. Audrey Leduc will run the back straight. Marie-Eloise Laclaire once again on the third, and Donna Tambwe will bring them home, same as yesterday. And here at Jamaica with 3 Williams in the lane. Brianna Williams in on the opening leg. Jadine Williams, Lavanya Williams ran in the middle yesterday, and Elaine Thompson-Herah is in. Back from such desperate injury trouble, so missed the whole of 2025, 20 months the best part of out. Great to see her back and running, sub-11 seconds already this year. Italy, 4th in the world final in Budapest in 23, have Pagliani, Hooper, Kadari and Pavesi. They ran Dosso in the mixed earlier on, so she is the change to their team from yesterday. The world indoor champion. Poland have Magdalena Stefanovic, Marlena Graniszewska, Magdalena Nimczek and Pia Stryszowska, the 2-time world indoor medalist over the 60-meter hurdles, European medalist outdoors. And in the inside, Portugal, national record yesterday, made their first world championship in this event in qualifying for this final. Lorena Bozzolo, Tatiana Pinto, Beatriz Castellano and Arida Scandula, who qualified Portugal earlier on as well in the mixed 4x1. She's back to run the anchor for the same team that ran yesterday for Portugal. What role Can Brianna Williams and the rest of the Jamaican team set up here for Elaine Thompson-Herah on the anchor? The fastest woman alive, second fastest in history. Racing in the women's 4x100 meters World Athletics Relays final. Bold start by China, one from the left, out in lane number 7. Jamaica's first change from Williams to Williams is good. Canada with Leduc motoring down the back straight. On her inside, Jadine Williams to hand on to Lavanya Williams. Jamaica made a right mess of it. Lost meters, but still got it done in time. Right in the middle, Spain and Canada. As Elaine Thompson-Herah prepares to get the baton for Jamaica. She's got Donovan Tambaway of Canada to chase down, and Maria Perez outside. Elaine Thompson-Herah rolling back the years. The 5 times Olympic gold medalist brings Jamaica home ahead of Canada and Spain.
It was really a breeze for Team Jamaica. Not the cleanest exchanges I've ever seen, but with Elaine Thompson-Herah on the anchor leg, she was able to stay patient, get that baton. She ran a brilliant final leg, but she just simply didn't look like she was all out.
I'd be fascinated to see that again. It did look like she shut down at about 60 meters, didn't it, Elaine Thompson-Herah? But she will hold the flag, and it is a golden return to international competition with Jamaica for Elaine Thompson-Herah. The job was done before them by the 3 Williams, Canada and Spain. Well, when Jamaica's baton change on the bend got a bit sticky, Canada and Spain suddenly found themselves out front. But Elaine Thompson-Herah, quite something down the home straight. So good to see after so long out. Whether she's fully fit, I don't know, we'll see, but that's not for the discussion right now. Germany will run out of it. They have finished 6th, but of course there are no World Athletics Ultimate places up for grabs in these events. They were only in the mixed, so the 6th, 7th, 8th positions are not as important in terms of qualification. But let's have a look back at this one, Tonique. The first change down the back now. Keep your eye on Jamaica here on this change, because this wasn't good. Oh, actually, it wasn't quite as bad as I thought the first time of asking, maybe. We were just about in time in the box. I might have done just make her a bit of a disservice there live. But here, Tambue, that was clean. Thompson-Herah switching from hand to hand, and away she goes. Tambue is about a metre or 2 ahead. Let's watch Thompson-Herah. Let's see if she does shut down. There.
Right there.
Now, is that a shutdown or is that a feeling something?
It almost looks like that's a feeling something. She's so close to the finish. I know that she just wanted to get through the race. In her mind, she's thinking about all these injuries she's had in the past. She knows how important this is to her teammates, and so she was able to slow down just enough to get in front and stay in front and cross that line for gold. There is the Botswana, our title sponsor, bank card with $40,000 US loaded onto it, which is, where can I find one of those? I'm going to have, let's see if there's any spare. Canada celebrate another great performance from them, silver medal. And Spain in 3rd. A reminder that the USA did not qualify in this event. They were here, it was one of the teams they did send, but they didn't qualify, and then opted not to run earlier on in the 2nd qualifying round. But Spain, well, it's just such an emergence for them over the course of the last year, 18 months or so. They're one of the real emerging relay nations. Elaine Thompson-Herah safely saw Jamaica to victory in 42 seconds flat. Canada in 2nd in a national record, and a brilliant bronze at a global event for Spain. Of course, they were the silver medalists from last year.
Absolutely, yeah. Portugal, you can see from that time there, unfortunately for them, there was a mishap with a change. And here are Botswana getting ready in the men's 4x1, which Lesile Tebogo was added into yesterday. He spoke in the press conference and said, I want to get the men's 4x1 into the World Championships. High hopes for Botswana in our remaining 2 finals here, as the important political figures of Botswana and the president watch on. They'll be the first to be introduced. Inspired by Teboho, it was a national record yesterday in qualifying. Mandose, Faisal, Robert Latmang, and the changes on File coming in on the anchor leg for them there to replace Tebogo. They will run in the men's 4x4 shortly. South Africa, the defending champions in this event, the Olympic silver medalists, with Muvo Moss, Cheswell Johnson, who's converted brilliantly from long jump for now, Bradley Kwana, and Akani Simbini will be on the anchor leg for them. The Olympic silver medalists. The world champions are the USA. Ronnie Baker will lead them out. The exciting young talent Max Thomas on the second, Lance Lang and PJ Austin to bring them home. Same team as yesterday for the world champions. Germany are the European bronze medalists, 5th in the world final. National record yesterday for the team of Kevin Krantz, Marvin Schulter, Owen Anser and Luca Anser-Pepra, who are sent out again. The deep decoration of this field continues with the Olympic champions. Aaron Brown, Jerome Blake, Brendan Rodney and Andre de Grasse. They've all been in great form. They've all been running out here in Africa in these circuit meets, breaking 10, breaking 20. As we move to the Olympic bronze medalists, Great Britain and Northern Ireland, with Jeremiah Azu, Zarnell Hughes down the back, Nathaniel Mitchell-Blake and Ramel Glave. Once again, the same quartet that got them through yesterday. Ramel Glave ran a brilliant anchor yesterday. The Netherlands are the world bronze medalists. Jamie Amala, Tamer Bennett, Onyema Adegida and Elvis Afrifa. So they have changed 2 from yesterday. In come Amala and Adegida from yesterday, and there are the Netherlands team watching on, and the Aussies in the middle, on the inside, the world finalists, with Lachlan Kennedy once again to lead them off. Former world indoor medalist Joshua Azzopardi, Christopher Hughes and Rowan Browning also was brilliant for them yesterday. It's absolutely stacked, it's loaded, it's bursting, whatever you want to call it. It's the men's 4x100 meters final.
The Nestor Stadium rises as we get underway, and Botswana flying out of the blocks right on the outside. USA having a cracking start as well from Ronnie Baker. Canada's usual smooth changes. Canada are pulled up. The Olympic champions are gone as Jerome Blake is out. So now the USA with South Africa on their outside. Great Britain have gone as well. They're all falling here, but not out front. We're USA and South Africa on the final leg. PJ Austin against Akani Simbini. Germany not out of it. Look at Australia on the inside with Rowan Browning, but it's the USA. Simbini challenging for Africa, can't get there. USA take the title, deposing last year's winners, South Africa. What a run down the the home straights, won a head-to-head, as some of the key contenders fell by the wayside around the track. South Africa have to settle for silver this time around, behind the fastest time in the world this year.
Yeah, like you mentioned, you just cannot predict how these races are going to turn out. And so we saw here today, no surprises by Team USA. They simply performed well, but really we expected Botswana to perform a little bit better inside these 4x1s.
Well, what a run from Germany, who've just worked out that they have won the bronze medal as well, but PJ Austin, he will have felt the whole stadium there roaring Simbini on. We talked about it yesterday. Such a friendly neighborhood relationship between Botswana and South Africa. But finally, Germany, their achievement hits them in what was an amazingly stacked field. For Germany to come through and take the bronze there, as Canada, the Olympic champions, pulled up. And how often have we said that it hasn't worked out for that combination of Brown, Blake, Rodney and de Grasse. Well done to Max Thomas, who's making his international debut for the US. It's not a full-strength South Africa squad, we should mention that as well. They're certainly missing a few. Dambile and Bayatsa, of course, as well. Bayatsa. This is the hand-on for the second leg, first to second. Good from the USA. Keep your eye on Canada here. There, right in the middle is Jerome Blake pulling up. On their right, Great Britain are about to go wrong as well in a moment. There, dropped it, baton went down between Zarnell Hughes and Nathaniel Mitchell-Blake. Australia right on the inside, but really sneaking into it at this point. As Rowan Browning got the baton, he couldn't quite run down the Germans for third. Just here, about now, you got the feeling that Simbini was just coming, and fair play to PJ Austin, because Simbini was coming, but Austin kept it together.
Yeah, good surge by Simbini, but he simply ran out of meters. USA, PJ Austin, really looking good. We may have not have felt their presence in the 4x4, but they're roaring in the 4x1.
Gold round the neck of the United States, who are small in number here, but this team not small in talent. South Africa's silver sparkle and the Southern African sunshine here. And Germany, with that third position, they've got a full set of World Championship medals of Germany. They haven't won one for 25 years. If they can continue to improve, there's always one team that just emerges as a medal contender if other teams fall by the wayside, and Germany executed really well and got themselves a medal. Two finals remaining. What a couple of days we've had here in Gaborone. Hope you're enjoying it wherever you're tuning in from around the world, whatever time of day it is with you. Early morning, the afternoon in Europe, late into the night in Oceania, early in the day if you're watching over North America, the Caribbean, Canada maybe. Just not to be for Andre de Grasse today and his Canadian team, but I think the Canadians will probably allow them a slip once or twice, as we see Great Britain and Northern Ireland, those who didn't get the baton round. But an African record for South Africa, the consolation prize to being beaten to the goal by the USA. Diamonds are a girl's best friend, they say. The women's 4x400 meters. There'll be 12 athletes making friends with some diamonds in the best part of 3.5 minutes of running. Our baton kids from the Kids Athletics program, run by World Athletics since 2022. Great to have some of the local participants here presenting the batons to Team Italy, whose pre-arranged choreography we just missed. But there is their team, which is Borga, Troiani, Bonara and Mangione. Great Britain and Northern Ireland with Lavia Nielsen, Nicole Jürgen, Poppy Malik comes into their team, and Charlotte Henrich. So they've moved Jürgen to the second leg from the anchor. They've moved Henrich from 3 to 4. And they brought in Malik for Newnham, who actually ran exceptionally well yesterday. Here are the defending champions in this event, Spain. Paula Sevilla to get them going. Ana Prieta, Rocio Arroyo, and Blanca Herbas. Same personnel, but they've swapped legs 2 and 3 from the team that ran yesterday. In lane 5, we find Canada, the 2024 bronze medalists. Didn't make the world final in Tokyo last year, but Zoe Shearer, Lauren Gale, Jasny Nija, and Savannah Sutherland have the opportunity this time around. Sutherland into this team, having run on the mixed yesterday. In lane 4, Norway. National record yesterday, second fastest qualifiers behind Great Britain. Josephine Axe, Amelie Yule, Astrid Edsgaard and Henrietta Jager go again for the Norwegians. Czechia, a team which Tanik has a relationship with very shortly. We'll tell you about that once the race gets going. But Barbora Malikova, Nikola Bisova, Teresi Taborska and the world indoor champion Lourdes Gloria Manuel. Once again, the Czechia quartet on their World Relays debut. Netherlands are the Olympic silver medalists, the world's bronze medalists, the European champions, Anita Franke, Lieke Klaver, Mette van der Groot and Evelina Solberg again are there for, same as yesterday. And on the inside go Germany with Eileen Demes, Luna Buhlmann, Ann-Kathrin Hoven and Erina Gore. They brought in Demes on the first leg to replace Shia, who ran in one of the earlier events. They will complete the field in lane 1. And there is the official Germany support crew. Here we go then. Our penultimate final of the Botswana World Athletics Relays Gaborone 26 is the women's 4x400 meters. Off and racing, so Great Britain and Northern Ireland, a powerful quartet here, the Olympic bronze medalists, one from the left as you look, and Lavia Nielsen leading them off through this first 100 meters. Czechia, we mentioned with Barbora Malikova on the opening leg for them, right on the inside in the white and blue. Nielsen on the outside, being pursued by Sevilla of Spain. Inside them, Canada, also going well with Zoe Shearer on this opening leg. Coming up on the outside of Italy, right on the outside. Netherlands are running strongly on the inside as well from a difficult lane. Nina Franke in the orange and blue about to hand on to Lieke Klaver for the second leg. But look at the power coming down the home straight from Paula Sevilla for Spain, who's going to hand over in the lead here. So Spain, the defending champions, get the baton over first from Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Italy on the outside, Canada, and then inside them came Norway.
And they're coming up for the break. Team Canada with an early lead as they move to the inside. Spain is hanging on the outside, trying to make a move. Coming off this 150 turn to the third exchange, it's Canada. Spain in third place. And the Netherlands just trying to move out to meet their man. And it's Norway to hand off the baton first, leading off the curve. Norway, Spain, the Netherlands is trying to get into the top 2 positions. Canada is just dropping off a bit, with Great Britain in 4th place. It will be Norway, Spain, the Netherlands, Canada trying to make a move. but just headed off by Great Britain. Last 50 meters before the final exchange. Spain just edging out for the first exchange.
Spain give the baton to Blanca Hervas out front ahead of Norway in second position with Henriette Jager, one of Europe's informed athletes. The Netherlands in third position with Evelina Solberg. Canada racing in fourth with Savannah Sutherland, and still in touch in fifth and sixth are Italy with Mangione, and Great Britain and Northern Ireland towards the back of that group with Charlotte Henrich, the youngster, as well. 3 medals up for grabs, 200 meters to go, and 6 teams still right in the mix here. Norway at the front, but Hervas, we know what she can do off the shoulder of the leading athlete, but Henriette Jager has a little glance behind to see has she done the hard work. Can she break Spain down the home straight? Norway moving away from what will be a famous victory. Jager holding off the defending champion Spain. Norway, your champions, ahead of Spain, and it's Canada who get up on the line for the bronze. Norway upset the form book, upset the informed nations. They only came to Gaborone with one team, and that one team are going home as gold medalists.
Yes, Norway just edges out the 2025 gold medalist, Team Spain, to capture the gold.
Norway timing their victory celebrations perfectly as the athletes come out on the track for the men's 4x4 with Botswana emerging. But Norway, well, again, ruthlessly effective when you send one team and they win the gold. Spain, well, I think maybe Hervas was just that little bit too far behind. Many times we've seen her be on the shoulder of the athlete, time it to perfection. She's gone behind and then come back in the past, but this time, and again, maybe the number of legs she's got in her legs in the last couple of days may also have had a factor there. She's run more legs than Norway. National record for Italy. These athletes might as well use the noise around us for their celebrations as the Botswanan team come out into the arena. But let's have a little look back at this. Here, Spain storming through the first half of the race, but great performances from the middle leg runners of Norway. Giving it to Henriette Jager. Here, Hervas had a metre or two. Excellent run from Savannah Sutherland from Canada to get ahead of the Netherlands on that final leg as well. As the rest of the team, those who are not selected for this, watched Henriette Jager storming down the home straight.
It's always a benefit when the legs are a little fresher.
Well, they're all here. Yes, the US aren't here, but the other major nations are all here. And that is a huge victory for Norway. Ahead of Spain, the defending champions. They've had a good day, though. They're going home with quite the medal haul to Spain. The delirium in the background you can hear as we build up to our final event here. Those are the scenes in Gaborone as we confirm that win for Norway in the women's 4x4 ahead of the Spanish national record, and Canada taking the bronze. Around us, there are people finding room to sit on steps, in stairwells, in gangways for the men's 4x400 meters final at the Botswana World Athletics Relays, Gaborone 26.
There'll be lots of empty seats very shortly because everyone will be on their feet.
The first African winners of the World Championship title in the men's 4x4 were these four gentlemen. Lee Epi, Lesile Tobogo, Bayapo Ndori, and Busan Colin, Kevin Atshipi.
They're all on their feet.
They're in lane 8, and what a thrill for that young member of our kids' athletics program to be the one with the honour of passing it over to, I'm sure, 4 of their heroes. South Africa, side by side with their near neighbours, will go in lane 7, the defending champions in this event, the world bronze medalists. With Team Kulu, Live Pillay comes in, Kirkamoa, the 18-year-old, was outstanding yesterday. And on their anchor, they have Zakikti Nene. Belgium are in lane 6. They are the European champions. They finished 4th in the world final. They have a change to their team. Julian Watreen comes in because Jonathan Sakur ran earlier on. Robin van der Benden, Dylan Borley, and Alexander Dome. Dylan Borley coming in for Daniel Sagers as well, who also strengthened the mixed team earlier. Qatar are the Asian champions. They ran a national record yesterday, also finished 5th in the World Championship final in Tokyo, with Ibrahim, Hamida, Hassan and Osman. One change to their team, bringing Hassan in on the 3rd leg. Australia, what a run from them yesterday to take nearly 2.5 seconds off a 42-year-old area record that went back to the LA 1984 Olympics. Van Rattigan, Holder, Tom Reynolds comes into the team, and Aidan Murphy on the anchor, who was superb yesterday, as were they all. Portugal, the World Championship finalists, national record yesterday for them. Pedro Afonso, Erickson, Tavares, Joel Coelho and Omar El Khatib, same 4 as yesterday. Another of the countries that shares a border with Botswana is Zimbabwe. Dennis Hove, Zuze Leaford, Karen Mwishi and Tanzazani Nglove, who's been running great sub-45 times recently. National record for them yesterday. And Love actually was sub-44 yesterday on the anchor for Zimbabwe. And on the inside are the Netherlands, the world finalists. Jonas Pfeiffers, who ran a brilliant anchor yesterday, is back on that leg again today. Keenan Blake will lead them off. Eugene Omala has just seen his twin brother Jamie run. This is the same 4 for the Netherlands as yesterday. But can you imagine the feeling going through their mind right now, Tonique?
Yes, this is definitely exciting, but we saw what happened inside the men's 4x1, and so it's very important that they remain patient in this race and they deliver.
And we saw what happened yesterday with a near botched changeover from Botswana as well.
Yes, you don't want to celebrate too early.
Our final event here in the Botswana World Athletics Relays, Gaborone 26. Is a men's 4x400 meters final with the hosts Botswana, the world champions, right on the outside in lane 8.
6 out of 8 of these teams were in Tokyo for the World Championships.
Botswana hold the 2nd fastest time of all time behind the United States. They set that back at the Paris Olympics. They will never have better support and better conditions to try and get near that this time around. Right on the outside, Liepi, their standard traditional first leg runner, and South Africa have pulled away from the others with Mtimaluku in this early stage. The 2 neighbours in border, neighbours in friendship, relationship, our neighbours on the track, but it's Epi for Botswana. About to hand on for the 2nd leg for them to Lesile Tobogo, who will take the baton on the 2nd leg. Tobogo will break from lanes when he enters the back straights. He's up against South Africa's 2nd leg runner, Live Pillay. Australia with Reece Holder in 3rd position. He ran a brilliant leg yesterday, and the challengers in behind are led on the inside by Zimbabwe, just getting across at the break. But Tobogo has 5 or 6 meters, 200 meters remaining of his leg. We'll have the sound of the talking for Tobogo as he comes into the home straights. Pillay digging deep in his strength. Tobogo starting to tie up. and it will be South Africa who will go on to the third leg in the lead. These three way clear. Australia closing. The baton for South Africa on this third leg is with the teenager, Linda Kirkemoa. What a moment for him. He's got by Apo and Dory, the individual 400-meter bronze medalist in pursuit. And Australia not out of the running yet. Thomas Reynolds has the baton for them. The medals are surely between these three. They're miles clear of the rest at the moment. Now Ndori shapes out the challenge, Kirkemoa. But the teenager holding his inside line and moving again for Botswana's near neighbours. Another outstanding leg from the 18-year-old Linda Kirkemoa for South Africa. Ndori, with his arms flailing style, comes again. It's going to be so tight for the final change. 3 in the line as we set out on the final leg of the men's 4x400 metres. Zikiti Nene on the inside for South Africa. Busen Colin Kibanachipi, the world champion for Botswana, and Aidan Murphy of Australia, who spoiled the Botswana party yesterday. Can he do the same again? Kibanachipi stays cool between the two. Nene as well has the experience, holding the inside line. Murphy running the extra yards. What an absolute thriller to bring the curtain down on the Botswana World Athletics relays here in Gaborone. Kibanachipi angles out to give the home crowd what they came for. South Africa trying to fight back, but it's Botswana who will sparkle in the land of the diamonds. The noise. 2 words. The noise. It's another silver for South Africa. They gave it their best shot, but in a championship record time of 2:54.47.
There are no umbrellas, just flags. Botswana flags waving in the air on this very, very historical moment.
That is an improvement, by the way, on Botswana's time in the all-time list. It's an improvement on their position in the second. But the arms wave, the flags fly. The energy has been seeping out of these stands for 2 days solid. But never has it reached a crescendo like we're seeing right now. Well, it's what they came for. Look at the National Stadium in Gaborone. Kibanachipi was cool, he was calm. Tobogo ran a tough race yesterday in the 4x1. You can see almost the mental relief seeping out of the Botswana runners as well.
What a proud moment for Botswana and their 60th anniversary to host such a grand event in such a grand style.
Well, as we watch the changeovers, Australia will barely get a mention in the fallout of this, but they were absolutely superb in finishing third. Africa dominate 1 and 2. This is where Tobogo's juices just started to dry up.
The first time Belgium has been left out of the medal count. It was South Africa, Botswana, and Belgium in 2024 and 2025 in the medal hunt.
There were so many mini stories between legs there, weren't they? Or every single leg. Kirkemoa for South Africa there was fantastic for 380 meters and then just ran. Look at Kibanachipi in the board. Just look at him.
Yes, he looks so confident. He knows how much he has left in the tank. Never panicked.
The that could be a training rep between 3 teammates, couldn't it? If you just take out the fact there's a 25,000 crowd bursting into absolute delirium. But here, this is where the volume took off.
Great rounds by the Australians. They ran beautifully yesterday, but simply did not have enough to come and defeat South Africa and Botswana on African territory.
Brothers in arms. The president handing over the medals down trackside by Upper Ndori.
This is the first official medal presentation.
It is. It's the president of Botswana, Advocate Gideon Duma Boko, who is handing out the medals down there. He's been watching on eagerly alongside Sebastian Coe, the president of World Athletics. There he is, just in the shot. He'll present the check. But the president of Botswana with the honour of crowning their World Athletics Relays champions. We're just letting the sights and sounds of the National Stadium come through to you wherever you're watching around the world. Botswana has done an absolutely phenomenal job of staging these Botswana World Athletics relays. Kevin actually looks like he's barely exuded a bead of sweat. And sending the message out that their world title is going to be a tough one to wrestle off them come Beijing next year. And they're wandering off on a lap of honour in front of us here, Liepi. I tell you what, Tonique, the Bahamas are staging these in 2 years again in the South. You've got your work cut out to beat this.
We certainly do. They brought the excitement, but you know, we always have the junkie drums.
South Africa breaking into a smile. They're getting their 2 silver medal teams together there. The fastest time we've ever seen at the World Athletics Relays posted by Botswana. And second on the all-time list, that one improving their own mark out of South Africa's national record, 2:55.07, a big national record for them, and another absolutely huge Oceania record for Australia in taking the bronze.
Tobago wasn't too sure he was going to run the 4x4, but he certainly did it here.
Well, as the athletes make their way around on the lap of honour here inside the National Stadium, the athletes have shone. The people of Botswana have shone as well. They brought the energy, the warmth, the pride and the spirit of the Botswana World Athletics Relays Gaborone 26. From Tonique Williams and myself, Chris Temple, on behalf of the whole broadcast team, thank you, Africa. Thank you, Botswana. Until next time.